morning, everyone. How are we doing? Bright and early. Does everybody have your coffee? I think we need it. Thank you so much for joining us for Startup Day 2022. We are so excited to have all of you here.
We are live here at the Shaw Centre in Ottawa. We're broadcasting across Startup Canada social media platforms to a virtual audience across the country.
I think we have about 600 plus entering into Feed Loop at the moment, so we'll have lots of engagement both physically and virtually. We want to thoroughly welcome all of our online participants. Hello, hello. Welcome, and we hope that you have great conversations online today. To begin, I'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we are on today is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. We also acknowledge with respect the diverse histories and cultures of all Indigenous peoples. I encourage each of you to take a moment now to acknowledge the traditional territory that you are residing on today if you're joining us online. My name is Kayla Isabel, and I am the CEO of Startup Canada. Thank you. And I am thrilled to be your co-host for today's event. I've been with the Startup Canada team for just over 3 years now, and it has been a very wild ride taking over this organization March 1st, 2020. But these types of events, convening all of our partners, bringing entrepreneurs together, this is what it is all about. So thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm also joined by my fabulous co-host, I want to say Honourable Rick Spence, the fabulous Rick Spence, can't say Honourable, who is such an incredible champion for Startup Canada and our fabulous podcast host. Rick, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure, thank you. I'm kind of the institutional memory of Startup Canada. I was around as a volunteer for the first Startup Canada National Tour in 2012. My background is a business journalist specializing in entrepreneurship and innovation. And my goal is to make entrepreneurship Canada's national sport. And when Startup Canada arose, I said, this is the vehicle by which we're going to get there. So it's very exciting for me to be with you, and here again, for me to be wearing clothes again, and to have the energy of everybody in this room. So thanks so much for having me here.
Thanks, Rick. Thank you so much, Rick.
Et j'espère que tout le monde a l'énergie ici dans cette salle. Merci en tout cas de votre présence.
So we have a jam-packed agenda today. We have a lot that we are going to go through. We've got panels, we've got fireside chats, we have a number of special guests. So we're going to consolidate our opening remarks a little bit so that we have time to hear from some of those wonderful members of our community. Entrepreneurship, we know, has been incredibly daunting for entrepreneurs during the pandemic, and today's sessions are really going to shine a light on where we are right now, where we can go in the future, and how we can all collectively come together to make some commitments to better support founders at their various stages, from inception into scaling. So that's why today's theme is empowering Canada's entrepreneurship ecosystem. We know that entrepreneurs have the talent, they have the passion, they have the drive to succeed in today's economy, but we know as support organizations, we need to rally and provide that scaffolding around them so that they can really shine and bring their ideas into fruition. So we have 42 Startup Canada communities all across Canada. We have a number of community members here physically today and tuning in online. So please introduce yourself to those community leaders. We've got a great lounge outside that you're welcome to participate in as well, to meet a few of our special guests. So we have gathered here today on our 10-year anniversary, and we have some exciting news for Startup Tour next year, but maybe we're going to save that for a little bit. We'll save that for a little bit later, because we're going to speed through our opening remarks very briefly. So if we go to our partners very quickly, I'd like to just give a very warm shout out to our national partners. We have UPS, Intuit, MasterCard, the Trade Commissioner Service, Moneris, and EDC. Without them, this would not be possible, so thank you so much to our incredible partners. We also have our event partners, BDC, CIBC, Hill Times, and Cotton Supply. Thank you as well for your incredible support. Next up, we have our fabulous airline partner. We've flown in a number of our community leaders, our Startup Women Advocacy Network members, and our Startup Global finalists. Yes, amazing. So thank you so much to Air Canada for making that possible. So we're going to skip some housekeeping so that we can bring in our special guest, and we'll come back to that, Rick. But I am absolutely delighted to introduce our special guest, Claudette Commanda, our wonderful elder who's going to introduce our session. So without further ado, Elder Commanda, please join us on the stage.
Good morning. Come on, let's have a little bit more enthusiasm here.
Bonjour.
We are at Startup Canada Day, so good morning.
Nous sommes
Kwei Sheba, bonjour tout le monde.
Startup Canada.
It's so exciting to be back together in person, and also for those who are joining virtually, good morning to you
Bonjour à
as
tous,
well.
nous sommes ravis de nous retrouver ici en
It is a
personne.
beautiful
Pour
day.
celles et ceux qui nous retrouvent
Let
virtuellement,
us start up
nous vous souhaitons
this
une
day
excellente journée. C'est une journée
and
magnifique.
acknowledging all the entrepreneurs who are here, in person and virtually. Let us start up this day and acknowledging
Donc, reconnaître toutes les
the
personnes
power,
qui sont ici
the
virtuellement
success,
ou
and
en
the strength
présence.
of entrepreneurs from coast to coast to coast. Let us start up this day by acknowledging Indigenous peoples, Indigenous entrepreneurs who have contributed to the success of Canada's economy. Let us start up this day together. And I acknowledge all Indigenous peoples from coast to coast to coast on this beautiful land called Canada. And I start up this day acknowledging the ancestors of this land, the ancestors of the Algonquin people. And I say to each and every one of you, Chimigwej, Migwej kibija yeg oma nongum, pijajikoma anishnabeyeki. Bienvenue à tous. Bienvenue toutes mes amis, tous mes frères, mes sœurs. Bienvenue ici au territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine. I'm always honored and always proud to acknowledge the homeland of my people and to welcome everyone to this homeland. It is beautiful that we are here together. We come together with that good mind, good heart, good spirit to acknowledge this good work that is being done by Startup Canada, to acknowledge the empowerment, to acknowledge the strength, to acknowledge the beauty of entrepreneurs from coast to coast in Canada. Each and every one of you have contributed to make today and tomorrow a better place. And the work that we do as entrepreneurs is about community, community spirit, and it is about the children. No matter what we do, it is always about the children. And to you, the entrepreneurs, you know that when you put your ideas and your visions and your strength together and you make action, you're doing this for your families, you're doing this for your community, you're doing this for the nation. And it's always about the children, always, because they are our future. We come together with that good heart. And as I acknowledge the ancestors, my ancestors, I acknowledge each and every one of you, your ancestors, the ancestors of Indigenous peoples and their homelands from coast to coast to coast in Canada. I acknowledge the ancestors of each and every one of you, no matter where you've come from. We must never forget our ancestors, never. For they are our strength. They continue to pray for us. They continue to support us as we acknowledge our relatives in the spirit world, and we acknowledge all our relatives who continue to be here. So brothers and sisters, let us put our hearts, let us put our spirit, let us put our mind and our voice together as one, and to acknowledge the beauty of life. And as we say to Creator, as we start up this day, we give thanks for life. Chimigwej gijimanado migwej kinakego. Creator, we come together with one mind, one heart, one spirit. And we thank you for all of the beauty and the blessings that you give us each and every day. We honor and we give thanks to that first mother, that one mother that you've blessed all peoples with, no matter where we come from. And we say, Chi miigwech to our mother of the earth, miigwech jojoiki. We come together and we give honor, and we recognize that first grandfather and that first grandmother whom you have blessed us with, Creator. And we say, Chi miigwech mishomiskizis, Chi miigwech kokomistipikizis. We honor and give thanks to our grandfather, the sun, our grandmother, the moon. We acknowledge all of creation, from that water life, the plant life, the medicine life, all that is above and all that is below, and we acknowledge our relatives, the animals. We say, Chi miigwech gishimanado. Ni buksendam gishimanado onje, nongo mashishwa bang onje kakina, mashkawiziwin. Ni bakawin, minapumadzwin, Chi miigwech gishimanado, miigwech onje. Creator, we come together and we ask that you continue to bless each and every person with strength and wisdom to continue doing the good work that they are doing as entrepreneurs. And Creator, I thank you for bringing us together. And I thank you for hearing these words. And it is my blessing for all who are here. Continue to bless them with that good life and good health, strength. And together, Creator, we thank you for the greatest gift that you have given us, love. Miigwech. Chimiigwech gishimanado. Miigwejonje kinuin imiyawin. And I thank the Creator for hearing these words to offer to each and every one of you. And I close with these words. As I ask the Creator to continue to bless us with love, and I thank the Creator for the love that He's given each and every person, for indeed, it is love that you have as entrepreneurs, for your wisdom, your strength, your vision, and your success, because it is love that brings always good change for today and tomorrow, for our communities, for ourselves, for our families, for our nation. And let us do this together in a good, kind way, and also be kind to yourself as well, because you deserve that self-care and that kindness. Keep up the good work. We look forward to this beautiful day of strength, empowerment, vision, and sharing of wisdom and knowledge, and let us build a better day tomorrow for all our children who are here in Canada, Indigenous and non-Indigenous. Chimiigwech nichkiwe dug, ayangwamazin nigawabmin. Until we see each other again, you take good care and God bless you. Miigwech, thank you.
Est-ce que nous voyons pour la prochaine fois? Prenez bon soin de vous.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Elder Commander. It's such a pleasure to have you back in person. You have worked so closely with the Startup Canada community over the years. It's great to have you back. I'm delighted to introduce our next guest, the Honourable Ahmed Hussein, the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion. We are so delighted to have him join us today. Welcome me on stage, Minister.
Ahmed Hussein, qui est le ministre du Logement et de l'Inclusion. Donc c'est à vous aussi de la diversité, de l'inclusion et du logement.
Welcome. Thanks for your patience.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Bonjour tout le monde. Kyla and Rick, thank you for the introduction. And Elder Commander, it is so good to see you again, and thank you so much for the blessings and your opening prayer and always welcoming us to the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe peoples. I've learned so much from you over the years, and it's so good to see you again in person. Happy Small Business Week, everyone, and on behalf of the Government of Canada and our Minister responsible for small business, my colleague, Minister Mary Ng, I'd like to welcome all of you to Startup Day 2022. It's really great to be with so many passionate and innovative minds from across our wonderful country to discuss the successes and challenges that entrepreneurs face. But we can also talk about what we can do together to build a stronger entrepreneurial ecosystem across our country. And we know, you all know, and Canadians appreciate that from coast to coast to coast, from St. John's, Newfoundland, to Victoria, British Columbia, and everywhere in between, you'll find people driven by a spirit to push the boundaries, to build something new for themselves, to succeed for themselves, their families, and their communities. And those are our entrepreneurs. And they are people like a 35-year-old mother of three who's expanding her business online. A mom and pop shop in rural Saskatchewan that is trying to export their goods abroad. Or a university or college student who has that one really big idea, that next great idea that they just need a little bit of support to launch. And our country depends on people like you, and we can't have an economy that needs, we need an economy that can meet the challenges of the next few years and the next few decades. But we can't do that without supporting you and without harnessing your entrepreneurial spirit. The innovation and the pushing of the boundaries and the ideas that you bring forward and bring them to life is what we need in Canada to succeed. You know, we're a trading nation. Our prosperity is linked to our ability to access foreign markets, to increase our productivity, and to support entrepreneurs. C'est pourquoi nous avons lancé le programme canadien d'adoption du numérique, un investissement de 4 milliards de dollars qui a aidé pas moins de 160 000 petites et moyennes entreprises à se développer en ligne et à renforcer leurs technologies existantes. The $4 billion Canada Digital Adoption Program has been a real help for folks on Main Street, like Ergul, who owns a Mediterra kitchen in Lower Sackville, Nova Scotia. They used the funding to create an online ordering system. Then they bought tablets to take those online orders. And then they used some of that money to expand their social media marketing. Now, they've been able to, because of all those efforts, they've been able to expand, they've been able to hire more local Nova Scotians for their business. En disant cela, nous reconnaissons également que les règles du jeu ne sont pas les mêmes pour tous ceux qui rêvent de créer ou de posséder leur propre entreprise. Et c'est particulièrement vrai pour les femmes entrepreneurs. And let me be frank, we will never settle as a government for anything less than the full participation and equal participation of women in the global economy. That is what our government is all about. And it is not just the right thing to do, it is essential. It is an essential part of our country's future prosperity and competitiveness in the global economy. And that is why we established the $6 billion Women Entrepreneurship Strategy, or WES. Il s'agit d'investissement de l'ensemble du gouvernement qui apporte un financement et un soutien aux femmes entrepreneurs et propriétaires d'entreprises. To date, programs like the WES Ecosystem Fund have helped over 10,000 women start businesses, and over 12,000 women expand their existing businesses. This includes women like Kathleen Soto, the owner of Sister Bear Designs located in Thunder Bay, Ontario. Kathleen found it challenging to reach mainstream markets as an Indigenous artist. But after participating in PARO's Enterprising Indigenous Women's Program, which WES Ecosystem Fund supported, she connected with like-minded business owners experiencing the same challenges. Being connected with other women who knew what she was going through helped her find solutions to the challenges that she was facing. What was the result of that? Sister Bear Designs became one of the highest grossing vendors in the goods and company market in Thunder Bay. And they hired even more employees. Stories like Kathleen's are one of many reasons why our government's feminist policy is so important and why we can't and will never back down in our efforts to support women and women entrepreneurs. But the bottom line is this: no matter who you are, no matter where you live, you deserve the support you need to build the business of your dreams. And our government will always have your back. Before I conclude, I want to really thank the folks at Startup Canada for inviting me today to make these remarks. Je être dans sa voix plus sur la façon dont notre gouvernement pour continuer à être un partenaire actif dans la construction d'un pays plus équitable pour tous. We will always remain a partner for you to make sure that we are providing the supports and the partnership necessary to help you continue to build a more equitable and prosperous society for everyone. You know, I always say that you hear after COVID that we should go back to normal. And what I say is that normal is part of the problem. We can't go back to normal. We have to recover economically in an inclusive manner. We have to make sure that the economic recovery, not just in Canada but globally, lifts everyone up. And that obviously includes female entrepreneurs. It includes young people. It includes those first-time startups. And so I want to thank you for everything that you do, and I want to reassure you once again that the Government of Canada is a strong partner for Startup Canada. We will always continue to support small and medium enterprises, and we will continue to fight really hard every single day to enable you to access not just Canadian market, but global markets through fair and progressive free trade agreements that our government has concluded with so many countries around the world, so that you can have more access to the amazing goods and services that you produce every single day. So I would like now to invite UPS Canada's President, Stephanie Dexter, who I've had the opportunity to have an introductory chat with, to the stage to deliver your remarks. Madam Dexter, welcome.
Well, welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I'd like to especially thank Algonquin Elder Claudette Commanda for the land acknowledgement as well as the blessing, and Minister Hussein for taking the time to be with us today. If everyone can really, as Elder Commanda said, really make it loud and give them a big thank you. It's incredible. I'm always excited to be in the presence of entrepreneurs because the energy is high and the vibe is so incredibly positive. Every October, we take time to celebrate small business across Canada, recognizing how important you are to the fabric of society as an engine in our economy and the backbone of our communities. You are all truly remarkable, and I'm inspired by your unwavering commitment in bringing your passion and creativity to life, day in and day out. That's why UPS, our current campaign in support of small business and in celebration of the entrepreneurial mindset, is proudly unstoppable. I think that probably describes everyone in this room, right? Can we give a big hand to you? You're amazing. That supreme confidence, some might say defiance, in pushing through no matter what, defines many of you. Small businesses have been hit hard by the pandemic, and as we recover, my view is that you don't and shouldn't have to navigate this new landscape alone. And that's where we come in. We make it our business to grow your business. I frequently tell my team that our business is to grow your business. Much like you, we find meaning and purpose in lifting others. And at UPS, we believe anybody can take an idea and make it flourish through steadfast belief, a lot of sweat, equity, just a little bit of help. We put a lot of time and effort into helping underrepresented groups build capacity, access new markets, navigate the regulatory framework, and remove barriers for growth. Our UPS Women's Export Program has trained and coached 17,000 women and small businesses, owners all over the world, in integrating their small business into the global economy. That's a big deal. That's 17,000. Through our Proudly Unstoppable program, we're also amplifying the voices of minority-owned businesses, which have been hit disproportionately through this pandemic. Small businesses come in all shapes and sizes, so it feels only natural that we should embrace diversity and inclusion. Over the years, through our partnership with Startup Canada, we have provided support to small business owners through exporting boot camps, partner advisory circles, and mentorship programs. I'm sure the discounts on shipping help the bottom line as well. But for us, it's more about helping you find new and innovative ways to save time, money, energy, and focus on what you do best. We're championing the underrepresented small businesses, fostering diversity in business ownership, and committed to giving back to our communities. With nearly 540,000 employees worldwide, we have the power to make big change in the world. As president of UPS Canada, I've seen firsthand how showing up for our communities can lead to a more prosperous future. Cooperation and community are central for us as a company. And oh my goodness, my glasses. They are also integral to me as a leader. My hope is that through many of today's conversation, we can be open and vulnerable in showing our ups and downs. I just had one. And hopefully finding new shortcuts and success along the way. That's allowed. Shortcuts are allowed, you know, and lift each other to even greater heights. I can't wait to hear what all of you have to say. As a lifelong learner, don't think I won't be taking notes. Have a great day, everyone, and thank you.
Thank you so much to the entire UPS team, but in particular to Stephanie and your incredible leadership. It is such an honor to be partners with UPS. You've been with us since the very beginning. You've navigated through the pandemic with us, and we are so grateful for all of the support of your entire team. So thank you to the UPS team. Wonderful. So as I mentioned earlier, we skipped a couple of the housekeeping items to navigate through some of our wonderful special guests. So one quick note to our virtual viewers. For both our in-person and our virtual attendees, but easily accessible for our virtual and online guests, if you have not already done so, please download our interactive event app, where you're going to be able to see the event agenda, the speaker lineup, and provide feedback on all of the sessions. This is really instrumental for our team in navigating what topics you're most interested for our future programs. We also have on-site French language services. So once you download the app, Interprefy, that's INTERPREFY, you can get translation services through your own mobile device. And all of that information is located on the app, so you can check it out there. Please remember to use headphones if you do wish to utilize this service so that you're experiencing that just for yourself independently. Users are going to be prompted to enter a token, which is just Startup Canada. All words today will probably be Startup Canada related. Please let our team know if you have any questions there. So up next, we are going to be turning our attention to the big screens for a video from our friends at Innovation Canada. And it appears I've left my clicker, so I'm just going to ask Rick to quickly transition that fabulous slide. We'll have one video in English and then one in French.
This is where it begins. With an idea that could change the world. Bringing that idea to life means long days and longer nights. Because innovation isn't about quick wins. It's about dedication and finding the right backer. Someone who will make things happen, who will give you honest advice, who will fund you and introduce you to the right people. That's what we do. We back innovators like you. Because what you're building is helping us build a better Canada.
C'est ici que ça commence. Avec une idée qui changera le monde. La réaliser, ça prend de longues journées et même des nuits blanches. Parce que l'innovation, ce n'est jamais donné. Cela prend du dévouement et un soutien solide. Quelqu'un qui fait aboutir les choses, qui donne des conseils honnêtes, quelqu'un qui a des moyens, oui, mais surtout quelqu'un de bien branché. C'est ce que nous faisons. Nous appuyons des innovateurs comme vous, parce que c'est sur vos réussites que nous bâtissons un meilleur Canada.
Over here on the small screen, just another housekeeping note. There are microphones in the room. We're about to start a whole series of panels and exciting interactive sessions. The interactive part is going to come from you. So we do want to hear from you. We will have time for your questions. So please line up at the mic when you feel like you're bursting with something to say, and we'll try and get around to as many people as we can. I loved what the minister said, that I didn't write it down, but I think it was something like normal is part of the problem. But I really love that idea. The pandemic has created extraordinary change across Canada and particularly in the startup ecosystem in so many ways. We've seen businesses shifting online operations, changing customer needs, evolving marketplaces, new technologies that can elevate us or sink us if we get it right or if we don't get it right. And we've also seen new types of support for the ecosystem. Our first session is State of the Union, SMEs Amidst the Pandemic. We'll dive into the new challenges that have impacted SMEs and how various programs from both the public and private sector have supported entrepreneurs and where the gaps still are.
It is our pleasure to introduce the moderator for this panel, Dr. Susan Black, who is the President and CEO of the Conference Board of Canada. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and let me echo our earlier speakers by welcoming you today and thank you for joining us. I do know this is going to be a terrific day. I've seen the agenda; it's jam-packed. So let's get right to it. I'd like to start by introducing our panel today. If they would please come up on stage. First, let's welcome Jasmine Gwinnett. Jasmine is Vice President of National Affairs for the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the CFIB. Jasmine has been with CFIB since 2019. His focus is on advancing federal advocacy priorities. And prior to CFIB, Jasmine was VP with the Montreal Economic Institute. And he has also authored a book. Welcome, Jasmine. Next, I'd like to welcome Mallory Yongwe. Mallory is the founder and CEO of Indigenous Box. She started Indigenous Box to promote and elevate the good work being done by Indigenous entrepreneurs, and she's guided, and her organization is guided by the values based on the teachings of shared abundance through reciprocity and connectedness. A sentiment I'm sure we can all appreciate. Welcome, Mallory. Thank you. Our next panelist is Pierre Cleroux. Pierre is the Vice President of Research and the Chief Economist at BDC. He leads a team of experts who analyze economic data to identify business and sector trends Impacting Canadian Entrepreneurs. Welcome, Pierre. And our final panelist is Scott Tabachnik. Scott is the Vice President of Communications and Government Relations for Moneris, which is Canada's largest payment processor. And he brings more than 20 years of experience managing reputation and building trust for leading global brands. So we have a terrific panel this morning. I know they're going to have lots of great insights. I'll also mention at this time that we're very pleased that the Honourable Filomena Tassi can be here with us this morning. Minister Tassi is the Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. And so we're pleased to welcome her today to say a few words at the end of our discussion and to close our panel. So before we dig in, I just want to set the stage for the panel. As we've heard and we all know, the pandemic has created many challenges for all organizations. But arguably, the group of organizations that may have been the hardest hit are our small and medium-sized enterprises. I am sure in the past couple of years, all of you in the audience have pivoted, you've innovated, you've figured out new ways to deliver goods and services, you've probably gone online. Now we're figuring out how to go hybrid. There are still lingering challenges around technology, around human capital, and we're facing some economic headwinds now. That hasn't all gone away. So for us, we are an entrepreneurial nation, and that speaks to our success in navigating these challenges. Small and medium businesses are the lifeblood of this country. 98% of all employer businesses are small and medium-sized businesses. They employ 10.3 million people in Canada. That's almost 2/3 of the total labor market. So it is incumbent on all of us to figure out how we can support small and medium-sized businesses and how we can help them flourish. After having gone through 2.5, going on 3 years of very, again, I'm going to use the word challenging times, it's, I think, a wonderful experience to be able to sit with others who've had those same experiences and to be able to hear perspectives of people who can give us some insights, inspiration, some ideas. And that's the purpose of this panel today. So hopefully we'll all walk away with a couple of ideas, a couple of creative sparks, and hope for the future. So with that, I'm going to get right to the questions. And my first question is for Jasmine. Now, the CFIB has 95,000 members, and I suspect many of them are in this audience and online with us today. I also understand that about 80% of your members are businesses with less than 50 people. So can you tell us, what has been the impact of the pandemic on the small business community in Canada?
Thank you for your question. Merci beaucoup. Et puis, je suis très heureux d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. I'm really happy to be with you today. CFIB represents the smallest of the smallest. Many of our members were deeply impacted by the pandemic. It's never easy to run a small business, and obviously the pandemic made it even more difficult. Many of our members faced lockdown and business restriction measures. Many of our members saw a huge decline in their revenues, and a lot of our members, actually 2/3 of our members, had to take on pandemic-related debt just to keep the lights open for their business. So the impact has been tremendous. Still today, 56% of our members are making less than normal revenues. 56% of our members are making less than normal revenues, and 62% have pandemic-related debt. So obviously, even if the restrictions have been lifted, many businesses are far from where they should be. It's also important to note that about $3 trillion in business assets could change hands within the next decade, as 76% of business owners are planning to exit their business. So it's a huge transfer of wealth. It's a great opportunity, especially for the younger generation of entrepreneurs, but it's also a challenge, and we have to make sure that public policies encourage business transfer. And the pandemic has affected the timeline of small business owners with almost 40% who changed their exit plan because of the pandemic. La pandémie a aussi été très difficile au niveau de la pénurie de main-d'œuvre. The pandemic made it harder to do business. Shortages of labor were exacerbated by the pandemic. Supply chain disruptions added to the cost of doing business. Stress levels were and remain very high. You had to be really tough to be an entrepreneur during this pandemic. Il y a également des aspects très positifs qui sont survenus en raison de la pandémie. A lot of positive things still happen in the last couple of years. As it was mentioned, many small firms found new ways to generate revenues. Many decided to take their sales online. So they used social media more to advertise their product and services. They adapted to the changing nature of the workplace. They invested in cybersecurity to provide a safer place for their clients and suppliers. And many Canadians started a business even during COVID-19, even in sectors like hospitality. It's incredible, and I guess, you don't stop being an entrepreneur even in the toughest time. Maintenant qu'on sort de la pandémie, as we are moving out of COVID, government must recognize that the difficult situation that many businesses are in is through no fault of their own. It's not because they have made bad decisions, but because they were asked to close or to limit their activities to protect society. So therefore, government must support entrepreneurs by reducing their cost of doing business, like lowering payroll taxes and reducing and removing unnecessary regulations and red tape, which are both costly in time and in money. So that's my remarks for now. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jasmine, for that overview. And those are some pretty shocking statistics, particularly the one you started with, 50% less normal revenue and pandemic debt. So I'm going to leverage off that and ask Pierre a question then. So Stats Canada reports that there's a 1.5% to 2% churn in new startups and permanent exits every month in Canada. And while they also report that this churn has generally returned to pre-pandemic levels, there are clearly industries where the makeup has shifted and there are broader economic implications. So can you tell us and talk to us about what are the implications of these shifts in the broader economy and the current state for SMEs right now?
Good morning, everybody. Yes, actually, like Jasmine said, the pandemic was very difficult on small business. So during the first months of the pandemic, the number of businesses in Canada really dropped. And the reason some sectors were really more affected than others, that's the case of tourism, for example. Retail was really affected at the beginning, accommodation and food services. So we saw a major drop in the number of business in those sectors. After the big 2020, when we had a recession, we had a strong recovery. And the number of businesses in Canada has started to increase again. So today, there's as many businesses in Canada than before the pandemic, which is the good news. Like Suzanne said, the composition it's not the same today as before the pandemic. Some sectors have seen more creation of businesses and some others less. The sectors that are still, lagging, it's mostly related to tourism. Tourism is back in Canada, but mostly for domestic tourism. International tourists are not totally back, and this is really having an impact on that sector. So the number of businesses in tourism is less today than before the pandemic. But on the good side, as the recovery happened in the last 18 months, we have been seeing some sectors that have been benefiting from that. Technology, and we have an entrepreneur from technology here. There's actually more business in technology today than before the pandemic. Construction, as you know, the housing market has been very strong, so that benefited that sector. Health, which is really related to the pandemic, so there's actually more businesses in health than before the pandemic. So overall, if we look at the number of small businesses in Canada, like I said, it's higher today than before the pandemic. The composition is a little bit different, but I don't think it's going to have an impact on the economy. You know, entrepreneurs, they start a business where they see an opportunity. So when there's a sector that is growing faster, or there's more demand for that service or that product, like in technology, for example, or healthcare, you're going to see more startup in those sectors, which totally makes sense. So I'm not worried about the new composition of the businesses. I think that's just normal, that some sectors are benefiting from the growth. So if we look for the next years, I wouldn't be surprised that, for example, we see more businesses in technology, in healthcare. Those sectors have been growing rapidly, and they will continue to grow.
Thank you for that big picture macro view, Pierre. You know, wherever you're starting a new business, you have to have demand for it. And so many of our businesses, the demand is focused on consumers. So my next question is for Scott. How and where consumers could spend their money was clearly affected by several factors during the pandemic: the lockdown, the global supply issues, travel restrictions. What consumer spending trends have emerged, and how have the spending habits of Canadians changed in response, particularly as we look to the future? What can small businesses be thinking about?
Yeah, it's such a great question, and thank you for asking. And you know, it's such a pleasure to be here today. Just really quickly before I get in, I love being surrounded by all of the entrepreneurial spirit and energy, the passion, that desire to move things forward, and the relentless optimism that all entrepreneurs need to have in order to succeed. You know, the pandemic obviously changed everything for business owners. I'll focus on sort of three big trends that we saw in terms of how people were spending money. The first being, we very quickly moved away from cash. Early in the pandemic, there were some concerns over, you know, can the virus be transmitted by cash, or should we still be accepting cash? Canadians were very, very fast to shift to using cards, especially contactless. You know, in the early days of the pandemic, we heard from, so at Moneris, we have over 300,000 businesses across Canada who work with us as their payments provider. And we heard from them saying, our customers want to use their cards. They don't want to touch the machine if they can. And so we quickly reached out to engage with all of the card brands, all of the banks, to increase the limit on tap from $100 to $250 to ensure that more transactions could be done just by tapping and without touching and without contact. And Canadians took to that and continue to use contactless as a preferred method. So if you have a store, you want to make sure that you can offer contactless payments. The second trend that we saw was, early in the pandemic, we were locked down. We didn't want to go out. People were nervous to be out for too long or in busy stores. So what did we do? We increased the size of our purchase orders. We stopped making 10 small stops and started making 1 or 2 large stops. So the average transaction size, in other words, how much money is being spent at one particular business, increased. So if you're a business owner, you want to be able to offer more of the things that your customers want so that they will buy more from you because they didn't want to make multiple stops. And that's another trend that we've seen continue. Average transaction size remains much higher now than it did before the pandemic. And part of that, we know is due to some increase in pricing. Definitely inflation is having an impact on transaction size, but the increase that we've seen is larger than the impact of inflation, and it's something we're watching very closely to ensure that we're able to support businesses as they move forward. And the third, and it's probably a little surprising to some of the people in the room and maybe even on the panel, is, early, as you mentioned in your opening, Susan, we had to shift, business owners had to shift and get online really fast and show that ability to innovate and pivot. And so many businesses were amazing at that and successful at it. And when we were locked down, Canadian consumers shopped online. And then as soon as lockdowns were lifted, we rushed back to stores. Canadian consumers like shopping in person. And so the big learning for us has been, that shift in the economy that many were predicting in the early days of the pandemic, that everything will go online and you can't survive if you have a storefront, was wrong. Canadians want to shop in store. We've only seen, small single-digit growth in every category for e-commerce versus in-store retail. So what we're finding is, as a business, you need to have both. You need to have this unified approach where you've got an online presence and a strong retail presence in order to be where your customer wants to be. Customers have gotten used to that convenience, and quite frankly, I don't think they're going back anytime soon. So those are some of the main trends that we're watching really, really closely, and that we're going to continue following in the days, months, and years to come after the pandemic.
Well, thanks for that, Scott. That gives us 3 things to keep thinking about in the future. Your last point on people did rush back to stores, I think, is a cautionary tale that there's a great deal of uncertainty, and despite everybody's best efforts to predict what's happening, we can be wrong. You know, this is a test and iterate and pivot environment still. So, Mallory, my last question is for you, and I think you might be the only entrepreneur actually on the panel, so I think it's really important to get the true on-the-ground perspective. So can you tell us a little bit about what Indigenous Box is, and then talk about your successes and your learning moments during the pandemic and how you approach things?
So Gakio, Gitadamskat so greetings everybody. I'm so honored to be here today. I'm new to this space. I'm new to being an entrepreneur, 20 months in. Growing and learning, and I like to use the analogy that we're trying to build the airplane as we're flying it, which describes Indigenous Box to a T. We've had so many lessons learned, so many mistakes and disruptions, understanding and learning from all of these issues that we had in our early days. I say early days, it seems so short. But I think when we first launched, we really wanted to focus on supplier management. You know, I'm a supply chain person by trade. My background's in supply chain, so everything was trending towards automation and going online and making sure that we could automate all of our systems and processes. I saw a different side of that where supplier management meant that we needed to really focus on how our suppliers play an important and integral role in our businesses and the success of our businesses. And so I came out the gate really strong in understanding that, you know, the Indigenous suppliers that we source from at Indigenous Box were key to the success of this business, that they had the opportunity to provide exponential growth to what we were doing at Indigenous Box. So one of the big lessons was trying early on to onboard many suppliers. Now we have over 300 suppliers across North America who are providing products for us, but the amount of management that is required to manage 300 suppliers and building our own supply chain, not only our own supply chain, our own value chain, has been very difficult and challenging. I think that's probably one of our biggest lessons learned, is understanding our capacity, understanding how we can grow effectively and sustainably so that we can continue serving the community that we are so fortunate to represent.
Mallory, I'm going to ask a follow-up question. What would you do differently now?
What would I do differently now? I think I would want to make sure that our tech was in place from day one. I would want to make sure that, one, I could be the leader that I needed to be on day one, and that I had the training and the expertise and the knowledge to learn how to run a team, learn how to understand, you know, how my supply chain and technology is integrated on day one. I think we're constantly weeding through problems and solutions and trying to find, you know, what's going to be our next challenge, and how do we mitigate the risk that's coming for us in the coming months. And so I think that's probably one of my biggest challenges.
Good. Well, I suspect you're not alone in that challenge. So it's a great pivot to the next question. And this is a question for all of our panelists here, and you touched on it, Mallory. It's about technology, because technology can be a double-edged sword. It can help you structure your business, it can help you move faster, it can help you reach new customers, but the task of staffing up with people with technological skills can be very daunting. So I'd love to hear the panelists' thoughts on how the adoption of technology and bringing businesses online has impacted SMEs, and any advice on choosing how far down technology street businesses should go. Sounds like, Mallory, you had some challenges with that.
Yeah, well, I think understanding how each component works would have been really beneficial for us. You know, understanding online technology for payment systems and the requirements that go into that, how to integrate that into our everyday operations, inventory management. Again, I mentioned over 300 suppliers. Well, they have 5 to 20 products each. So imagine, you know, the exponential amount of inventory in our warehouse and how to figure out, you know, do we have enough of this? What's our lead time on that? How to optimize inventory levels and understand how technology can assist you and be a vital tool in the success of your business. Yeah.
Maybe I can, we do a lot of research on small business to understand what is the best strategy, the best way, and definitely technology has a great impact, a great positive impact on business. It really helped them to be more efficient, more productive. It's when we compare businesses who are using technology with others, they perform better in terms of revenue growth, profit growth, and this is especially true in the new context where there's a shortage of labor. It's very difficult to hire people these days. There's 1 million vacant jobs in Canada, and the best strategy in order to face this challenge is to invest in technology and automation. Businesses who are doing that, they are performing better. They don't see the challenge as difficult as others. And as the shortage of labor is not going to go away because it's related to our aging population, investing in technology makes a lot of sense. So we often think that you need to be a big business or in the manufacturing sector to use technology, which is not true. Technology is much cheaper than before, much easier to use. So it's a great, great strategy for businesses, for small businesses.
And if I can jump in, you know, going third, I have a little bit of time to think of my thoughts and organize them. So I have one piece of advice, one cautionary tale, and one shout out, I guess. You know, the piece of advice would be, even as an entrepreneur, you're not alone. You're working with lots of other companies. You're working with suppliers and vendors. That's your team, and you can lean on them for support. You know, at Moneris, we're Canada's largest payment provider. We work with every size business from the smallest to the largest, with over 300,000 merchants who use our services. We know a thing or two about the challenges you're probably going through. You can ask. And there's probably some good advice on what you should be doing. The cautionary tale is, you know, through the pandemic, we saw a significant increase in fraud attempts. If you go down the technology street, protect yourself. You know, one of our partners who we work with on fraud prevention is estimating over $2 billion will be lost in the Canadian economy over the next 3 years due to payment fraud. There are lots of tools out there that you can use. There are lots of actions you can take to protect yourself now so that you don't get hurt later. And small businesses are disproportionately affected because they often don't have the team or the resources to put those guards in place and protect themselves. And the last thing I would say is, you know, Canada has such a strong entrepreneurial spirit and such a great technological spirit. A couple of years ago, we partnered with Innovate to create Canada's first e-commerce accelerator program called E-commerce North. And actually, Blake from Innovate is somewhere out here. There he is. So make a point of finding him later to learn more about the program. But the goal of E-commerce North is to help small businesses and entrepreneurs figure out that digital journey and do it in the right way, feel supported, learn all of the elements that are required to grow your business in the way that you envision it growing.
Thanks, Scott. Last word, Jasmine, to you on this question.
Yes, when we are serving our members, many of them are telling us that they want to increase their online presence. They want to improve their online game. They want to get better at it. But also there's this cyber security threat that is always above their head. And so what we have done at CFIB, we have launched the Cyber Security Academy to help small business owners to better understand what they need to do, what they can do to make sure that they have sound cybersecurity practices within their small company, that they have the right tools to protect, data from their supplier, clients, and so on. And so it's really a space for us to educate small business owners on best practices that they can adopt in terms of cybersecurity as they are moving more online. And the last thing I want to mention, and Pierre said briefly, how automation is key to this. And when we are asking our member what are some of the best tools that they can, what are some of the best practices that they can implement, and some of the investments they can make to help deal with the shortages of labor, investing in automation is one of the best action that a business can take to find ways to deal with the current shortages of labor. So that all technology is online sales, online presence, but it's also investing in automation for the businesses that can.
It's a lot to think about, and these are really big issues and big investments for small businesses. Okay, we've got some video questions now for our panelists, and I'd like to ask us to cue the first question.
Hi, my name is Cindy Whalen Pertil. I'm the owner and operator of the Georgestown Inn, a 6-bed, 6-bath bed and breakfast here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. My question today is around working capital and access for those of us early stage but late stage in life entrepreneurs. Could there be some parameters loosened? Thank you.
Interesting question. Working capital, early stage, but older entrepreneurs. So who'd like to comment on that?
Maybe I can start. This is a great question because it's showing that the face of entrepreneurship is changing in Canada. More and more people who are older are starting a business. In the past, typically people would start a business between the age of 25 and 40. Now we see a lot of people as a second career or maybe the third. They are starting a business at 50, 55. They have a lot of experience. They have accumulate some assets, and they want to do something else, and they start a business, which is a great way because, as you know, we have an aging population, so we have more people over 50 than ever before. So starting a business, it's still difficult when you start a business to get the financing you need. Because obviously your business is more risky, though the risk is higher. So this is still a market gap in terms of financing in Canada. We have to do a better job, everybody, the private sector, the public sector, to help people to start a business. At BDC, we finance startups in different ways, and we're thinking about how we can do more. And we have ideas that I cannot reveal today, but definitely we are working on a program that will help more entrepreneurs to start their business in the future.
Well, that's encouraging to hear. I'm sure everybody in the audience will be waiting now with bated breath to see what those programs are. We want to support everyone. Did you want to weigh in too, Jasmine?
Yes, CFIB does not finance entrepreneur, but we do provide toolkits for entrepreneurs. So everyone new in the space of entrepreneurship or those who have been running their business for a little bit of time will be able to access toolkits. So, best practices related to HR, best practices related to many programs that are out there and how to be aware of them should they want to apply for funding and so on. So this is really what we offer to our members and to entrepreneurs is if they have a question about what is out there, what is available in the ecosystem, we have different toolkits available for entrepreneurs that they can use and better understand the situation and what to do and how to go about it.
Well, one of the themes I'm hearing across all our questions and from our panelists is there are resources out there and there are resources being created. And as Mallory said, let's use those resources. They're really helpful from day one. Let's take one more video question and then we'll go to the audience for questions.
Hi, my name is Sunshine Tenasco. I'm from Kitigan-Zibi Anishinaabe in Quebec. I'm the founder of Powwow Pitch and Herbraids, and also a children's book author. I have Nibi's Water Song, and my next children's book is coming out March 7th, which is called Smile So Big. I started Powwow Pitch because I went on Dragon's Den, and it changed my entire life's path. And I wanted to do that for Indigenous people across Turtle Island. And so basically what Powwow Pitch is, it's like sort of like Dragon's Den, but on speed, super fast. We go across Canada to now some of the biggest powwows in North America. And we bring a live version over the course of a full day of pitching and mentorship and judging, and we give away cash prizes to Indigenous entrepreneurs. We also have an online version where we received over 2,400 applications this year via video for a 60-second video. And that's pretty much it. We've had some amazing entrepreneurs we've come across. We've witnessed their growth. You know, we've seen all kinds of entrepreneurs who are socially innovative. We have Red Rebel Armor. They make these amazing, they're an apparel company and they make these t-shirts and they give back to Indigenous communities and specifically to previously incarcerated people, and that's who Red Rebel Armor is employing. We have Algonquin Acres, which is an equestrian teaching horse riding courses in Temiskaming First Nation. We have Prados Beauty in the States, and they're a beautiful makeup company. So we have all kind of entrepreneurs who show up, and that's pretty much it. And so I guess my question to the panel is, what are you doing in your businesses, in your work to help empower Indigenous entrepreneurs? Miigwech.
What a terrific business and what a terrific question. So who wants to go first?
Sure, I can lead off. You know, again, Canada has such a strong, innovative and entrepreneurial spirit, and that includes all Canadians. And so, you know, something that we were really committed to at Moneris was, you know, increasing our focus and efforts when it comes to diversity and inclusion, both within our business and within our merchant base. So within our business, you know, we have a diversity, equity, and inclusion team now, which didn't exist 5 years ago. We have lots of internal subgroups and committees to highlight different backgrounds, different, you know, whether it's ethnicities, religions, to bring everybody together and make sure that there's more awareness and inclusion across the board. With our merchants, we're looking to engage more with some of these underrepresented communities. So, you know, specifically with e-commerce North, as I mentioned before, we committed to the government's 50-30 initiative, and we've actually exceeded it in every single cohort, where our numbers are actually, I think, 50-70, you know, and that's a goal that we want to continue to maintain moving forward. Within our sponsorship and where we're putting our dollars, you know, most recently we sponsored an event called Bear's Lair, which, you know, unfortunately sounds like a similar program to Powwow Pitch. Bear's Lair is sort of Dragon's Den on APTN. So, you know, we're trying to make sure to get more word out to encourage more Indigenous and more communities, underrepresented communities, that entrepreneurial spirit can come from anywhere and should be supported anywhere. We're also taking the time to look within our own business to see what unconscious bias may exist within our systems. Are there things we were never aware of that maybe we're holding back entrepreneurs from underrepresented communities from being able to set up their business? So there are lots of actions being taken, lots of support being made, and it's a journey that I think all Canadians need to join in on in order to see us reach our full potential.
maybe I can go. At BDC, we strongly believe that every Canadian should be supported to start a business if that's what they want to do. We need entrepreneurs. So we are supporting Indigenous entrepreneurs in two different ways. One is directly. We finance more than 900 Indigenous entrepreneurs across the country in terms of their business. We also participate to a number of funds. One of them is an important Indigenous fund called Riven. So we are one of the partners. It's a $75 million fund that is dedicated to finance Indigenous entrepreneurs. So we want to do more, but we already quite involved in terms of financing Indigenous businesses.
So big focus from both of your companies. Obviously, Mallory, you are in that business.
I have plans to become the #1 corporate gift service in Canada featuring Indigenous-owned businesses. So
Yay.
This is the foundation of Indigenous Box. Indigenous women, Indigenous people, we are tasked with the challenge to walk between two worlds, being contemporary Indigenous people in a modern world while rooted in tradition and who we are. For me, in supply chain is about collaboration. It's about working together. A supply chain is a series of links that create the end goal. It's similar to our communities where our people come together with each individual gifts. You know, one person has something to offer, the next has something to offer, and they all come together for the greater good of the community. That's what a supply chain is. So my two worlds are interlinked, and I plan to continue that, to continue elevating the good work being done by Indigenous entrepreneurs through reciprocity and connectedness. We offer corporations the opportunity to connect and to procure items that are aligned with their social values. I think right now, in this time, innovation, collaboration is innovative. It's such a new concept to procurement and to supply chain where they're like, oh, supplier relationship management, diversifying my supply chain. These are all fairly new trends. This is all something that is inherent to Indigenous people where we want to connect with each other. We want to build each other up. We want to take care of our community, take care of our nation, put money back into the pockets of Indigenous business, put money back into the pockets of women-owned enterprises, and do it in a way that is true to our values as Indigenous people, do it in a way that is true to the alignment that we have in the world, the two worlds that we walk between. So this is Indigenous Box, and we are just getting started.
That's fabulous and very inspiring. You know, we live in a time where I think everybody is looking for more purpose, not only in their own life, but in the organizations they work for, and I think in those they work with. So I think you've got a great example of how to carve that path going forward. Jasmine, on this question, last word to you.
Merci. CFIB is part of the Supplier Advisory Council, which with other groups provide advice to the federal government on how to make procurement more accessible to small businesses. And among those small businesses, those who are led by Indigenous people. And so we're really making an effort to make sure that the federal government understand how procurement can be an opportunity for many businesses to grow, and making sure that the small business community and those led by Indigenous people can have faster and better access to those procurement opportunity. And also I want to mention that we have about 35 people within CFIB who are business counselors. And so young entrepreneurs can call our line and ask any questions about what programs are available at the moment that they could have access to. What are the different programs in different provinces that could have an impact on those young businesses starting to grow. So that's another service that we provide to our members where they can call us and have a better understanding of the different programs available for many businesses.
Well, it's wonderful that everybody has a focus on this and is putting resources into it. I think that's very important for us as a country. Okay, we've got some time for audience questions. Does anybody have a question for our panelists?
Perfect. Thank you all for being here today. It's definitely been a pleasure listening to all you and your insights into this. I come from a family company, real estate development in the industry known as like a medium-sized company. But my stepdad by trade is an electrician. So he invested into real estate and has been growing that at a good pace. My question for you guys is, as someone who's younger and technology is coming naturally to me, how in a family-run company do you be entrepreneurial and introduce technology in a way that's comprehensible and able to go through the whole organization? I don't know if you understand my question there. So, no? My question, can you hear me? That's better, right?
Let's try again. I'm not sure, did the panelists?
Can you guys hear me?
You know what, maybe come closer and don't use
I can take this off, is that better?
Yeah, it's hard to hear with the mic.
Okay. My question is being in a family-run company that's a medium-sized in the real estate development industry, I'm trying to introduce more technology into a family-run company.
Yep.
What is some of the advice that you would give within the pandemic and going outside of the pandemic now to introduce technology into a company, a family-owned company that hasn't really used that in the past? So like, I mean, how do you develop a already existing company as an entrepreneur and make sure that's well integrated into a medium-sized company?
So you've got a very traditional company, family-owned,
Exactly.
And you want to introduce leading-edge technology to help the business. What are some of the ways you can do that and get people to adopt it?
That's perfect.
Good. Who wants to answer?
Maybe I can start. We underinvest in technology in Canada, and when we look at the reason, a lot of entrepreneurs are not familiar with technology, and that's the last thing they want to talk about, they want to do. They understand they have to invest, so sometimes it takes a little bit more time. What when we do a lot of research, we find that first, go by baby steps. If you want to have success, you start with the first project. And the first project, you should really think about your strategy first. What will bring value to your consumer? So it's all about bringing better value to your consumer. So that's the first thing you should ask, is because you can invest in different ways in technology. The solution, the best way is to invest first in what will bring the most value to your consumer. And the answer to that is different from one business to another. Second, take baby steps, make a success of your first investment, bring your employee in the loop, and after that, when you succeed with the first step, you go to the next one. And finally, make sure that you can have a return on the investment and you can show that to your people inside the company. That's how you will convince people.
I'm going to piggyback on that for a second. Return on investment. So I'm going to simplify for your question. Map out what you want the technology to do. Identify every single point where technology, or you think technology can come and help benefit both internal and externally. Your return on investment, your return on that technology can be how it impacts you as well. It's not just about monetizing, it's about, will this create more efficient processes for me? And draw it out. Take a piece of paper and write out exactly point A, point B. Does technology, can it help me here? All the way to your end product. And once you identify that, you create a roadmap for yourself, and then you can start searching for so many different apps and processes and inventory systems and management systems that'll help you improve those efficiencies.
And if I can just add one point, it's phenomenal advice. I think when dealing with a family business, there's probably an emotional side as well as there is the pure sort of revenue business side that needs to be taken into consideration. So, I would go back and think really hard about the emotional journey that you need to move the family through to make changes to something that has been built and has been working clearly for a long time. So why change if it's been working for decades, right? That's an emotional journey that you need to help support and guide through. And it's just a slightly different way of skewing it so that it doesn't become, you know, numbers on one side and you don't understand what we're trying to do on the other side.
Yeah, we have many members of the CFIB that are family-run businesses. One thing I would say is surround yourself by trusted people, those that share the vision that you have, that understand that what needs to be made in terms of improvement and so on. So really, and also use the different tools that are available out there. I was mentioning earlier in the conversation, we're launching the Cybersecurity Academy, for example, to help our members understand, you know, the do's and don'ts of having an increased presence online. But there are many other, you know, service like this one out there that can benefit your business. So surrounding yourself by trusted people and get to know the tools and the programs that are out there would be some of the things that I would recommend.
Yeah. Terrific. And actually, the conference board effectively is a small business too, and I would say we've done all the things that have been said here as we've invested in technology. You know, there is a fear for people to, you know, they resist because they're afraid. You do need to take baby steps. That helps them get more comfortable. And you absolutely have to map it too and look for the best support. So big question for all organizations. Thank you. Do we have another question, or are we? Okay, one more.
All right, because time's a bit tight, I'm going to skip my first one about the debt that Jasmine touched on, but I would like the opportunity to talk to someone about that. So if there are any federal government employees here who are here to actually talk to people that took on that debt and are struggling, I'm the person you want to talk to today. This session was about gaps and deficiencies, and one thing this panel did not discuss, which I would really appreciate having a bit of a discussion on, is the mental health of entrepreneurs at this time. I can tell you right now, as the owner and founder of my company, yesterday I was on a coaching session, and broke into tears. I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
This is tough. Like,
it is
we're
tough.
in a bad spot right now.
And Jasmine said that at the beginning. You are so right. It is so tough. It's tough in the best of times to start a business and to run it. You have constraints that big companies never have. So, and we know the pandemic has surfaced mental health issues for many. So thank you for that question. I think it's a hugely important question for our country, for our organizations. I know a lot of organizations have been putting more support into this. So I'd love to hear what advice or what supports can be done to really help people who are leading organizations or working in them where they have more debt. They don't see a way out of it. The headwinds are still here. What can we do to support them?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to go first on this. It is so hugely important, and I think, you know, personally, obviously I work for a very large company, but I'm married to an entrepreneur, and it has been, you know, quite a journey and quite a struggle. And, you know, just the other day, she was telling me about a meeting with one of her employees where my wife broke into tears during that meeting with one of her employees. The emotions are real and they are raw, and you shouldn't run away from them. I think the important thing to remember is you're not alone. Just look around the room. You know, the room is full of entrepreneurs going on a similar journey. Reach out, create that community, because we're in this together. You know, as I mentioned earlier, you've got a team around you, whether you sort of recognize them as a team or not, in terms of your suppliers, your vendors, your employees, the people who are there to support you, family and friends. You know, you don't have to shoulder the entire burden by yourself. So reach out and use all of those supports, because I promise you, when you open up, you're going to get the same back, where it's like, oh, thank goodness I'm not alone. So you are not alone, and there's a room full of people here who I think are feeling very similarly to you.
Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in? Jasmine?
We're fighting for you. At CFIB, we're asking the federal government to increase the forgivable portion of businesses who had taken on debt because of the pandemic. It's not fair to penalize businesses that had to take on debt just to keep the lights on, to ask them to repay in full their loan when they had no choice but to take some because of all the restrictions and the lockdown measures that were in place. We're asking the federal government to extend the repayment deadline of those loans so that businesses and entrepreneurs like you have more time to pay down that debt. We have fought for new businesses and all sorts of other new businesses to have access to the different programs that were put in place during the pandemic, but unfortunately those businesses were not eligible to many of those. In terms of the, and so if you want to know what we are doing to try to ease the debt of many small businesses, you can look up on our website or come and have a chat with me. Also, on the mental health front, we have surveyed our members on this in the last 2 years. We have published a report recently that showed that a lot of business owners are dealing themselves with that issue. They are seeing their staff dealing with that. And it's difficult to talk about that and be open about it. We have launched a hub related to mental health issue and small business owner, and those resources are available to our members if they need to have access to those. And so, again, happy to share information on that to you as well.
Yeah, so. Thank you for the question, one that I think many of us are struggle with, are cognizant of. So as Scott said, you're not alone, and banding together sometimes provides some relief and light going forward. So I know we're very tight on time and we want to get to the next panel. I'm going to do one lightning round, very fast from each of our panelists. If there was one thing that would be most important in your mind to help support small businesses, what would it be? What's the one thing we could do to really help small businesses?
Reduce the cost of doing business. It's really
like the
important.
regulation?
Yeah, really important that government work on reducing the cost of doing business.
Good. I'm sure we have some government folks in the audience, so that's not number one, that is one of the important ones. Mallory, what's your one thing?
Learn and understand the situations that we're dealing with. Learn and understand what we're up against and how we're trying to move the needle for not just ourselves, but for everybody.
Yeah. Really have a deep understanding, because this is a unique time in history, and particularly, as I started out, for this group of organizations, hit harder than anybody else. Pierre?
I would say help small business to adopt more technology, because this is really helping in many ways. So this is the way of the future.
Thank you. Scott?
And I would agree. It's that technology input, as Minister Hussein was saying earlier, the CDAP program, there's a lot of really great work being done. We need to do more of that. We need to do more to ensure that you can have your business exactly where your consumers are and where your customers are in order for you to succeed and continue providing that support at every level of the organization.
Thank you so much. So we've had it's a wide-ranging conversation, lots of ideas, hopefully a sense of optimism coming out of this, that there are programs, there are resources, and most of all, none of us who run small businesses are alone. So let's keep that conversation going. I'd now like to invite the Honourable Filomena Tassi up to the stage to provide closing remarks. But I should say before then, I want to thank our panelists who've been so open with us and so generous with their thoughts. So thank you, everybody, for a fast-paced conversation. And now, if I may, invite the Honourable Filomena Tassi up to the stage to provide closing remarks.
So, good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tous, and thank you, Dr. Black, for that warm welcome. I want to acknowledge that we are joined here on the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples. And I'm really happy to be with you here today and to be a part of this day. I know I'm joined by MP Fillmore. I know Minister Houston was here earlier, and I believe that Arif Varani and Yasser Nakvi have also been in attendance, and I think it's really important that we hear the conversations and that we're a part of these discussions. I think that what Startup Canada is doing is really, really important in connecting entrepreneurs across Canada with partners and government alike to ensure that as best as possible you have the tools and the resources that you need. So this event is a fantastic event, and it's great that it's happening during Small Business Week, which is time where we take, to the best of our ability, to recognize the great work that small businesses are doing and how important they are and how vital they are in our communities. And for me, what I would say is seeing firsthand the commitment and dedication of small business owners and entrepreneurs is just so uplifting. And the last question that was asked is really revelatory. It's not easy. You take risk. And we as a government really want to be there with you and to support you in that, which is why our presence here is so important, and that collaboration and communication is so important. I'm recently appointed to this position as Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, or FedDev Ontario. But I have to tell you, I'm so excited about it. Because what this position is really making investments in small businesses and not-for-profits and organizations to help you reach your full potential. And I know it's difficult when it hasn't been easy. Look at business generally is tough. The past 2 years have been so tough. It's accelerated it to a whole other level. But I want you to know that we absolutely want you to be there for you. When we talk about economic growth and strong economic development, it's small and medium-sized businesses that are creating those good middle-class paying jobs. It's the ideas that you have. It's your hard work. It's your dedication. And I can assure you that personally, and I know as a government, we want to continue to work hard and work collaboratively to bring you to that next level, to support you in every way that we can, so that you can succeed and we can succeed together. There's nothing better than seeing someone's potential actualized. That's where the collaboration is so important. And I recognize the frustration, but I want to focus on the positive. Events like this, where we're coming together, where you're hearing from panelists, and you are able to talk to each other about the frustrations, and you know what? Find out that your frustration is the next person's frustration. And how can we work together to overcome that? And I want you to know that we as a government want to support you. We've made a number of investments. We've invested over, and some of them have been COVID-specific, so 5 programs COVID-specific. One of them was $500 million through the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund, which supported over 40,000 business organizations to keep their doors open and maintain more than 90,000 jobs across Southern Ontario. This investment included working with Ontario's Community Futures Development Corporations to deliver regionally tailored business support in our rural communities, as well as helping small businesses go digital through Digital Main Street and recovery activation programs. And I think the question about the going digital, that was the first question from the floor that I witnessed that was asked, is an important one. And I love the input about the emotional piece. I know I have small business owners in my community, and they are amazing. I have 3 women that have run a grocery store, and it's 3 generations, and they work so hard.
Going digital to them is difficult, but we want to support you in taking those steps and bringing it to the next level. But it was great to hear the panelists because I think there were so many great insights that were shared. And I also want to make clear that the government recognizes the importance of supporting diverse and an inclusive economy. And so we've started new programs that are unique. The Black Entrepreneurship Program, the Women Entrepreneurship Strategy. We've also targeted programming for Francophone and Indigenous entrepreneurs. And I know the issue of procurement came up. I previously served as the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. We've set a target of 5% procurement contracts for Indigenous-led businesses. We are working to ensure that there is diversity across the board. And the 5% is a floor. It's not a ceiling. Those commitments are there. And I want to encourage each and every one here to help us. In Southern Ontario, FedDev Ontario is delivering over $50 million to more than 20 Black-led not-for-profit organizations that are helping thousands of Black entrepreneurs start and grow their businesses. There's a local organization in Hamilton, Empowerment Squared, and I had the fortune of joining Minister Jasek, who was the previous minister in this portfolio, to make an announcement to support Empowerment Squared. I know the folks at Empowerment Squared. They're making transformational difference on the ground. I get goosebumps when I think of the impact that that investment is going to have. They're going to bring down those barriers and they're going to help Black-led businesses succeed. They have the experience, they have the intel, they have the dedication, they have the heart, they have the passion. Those are the investments that our government is making in order to get people to the next level. And it's not a handout. It's about actualizing the potential that exists. The Women Entrepreneurship Strategy Ecosystem Fund. FedDev Ontario has provided $34 million to funding 19 not-for-profit organizations. This has supported more than 17,000 women entrepreneurs to overcome barriers. We all know in this room, you get women involved, you help women have opportunities and unleash their potential, we're going to transform the landscape. So as we build towards recovery, we're going to continue to be there for businesses and workers. And we understand that there's new challenges. On top of the challenges that you have supply chain issues, labor shortages, changing shopping behavior, and that's why we want to provide the support to help you grow and to come roaring back and to continue to contribute to your communities in the way that you're doing. And this is where the collaboration is so important. I think of the programs that we've announced, My Main Street and Main Street Recovery and Rebuild initiatives. Again, in Hamilton, I had the opportunity to make this announcement, but it was for main streets across Southern Ontario. And that was part of the collaborative spirit that we had. Main streets were struggling. They needed to drive people back to the main streets. Our government invested to do that. And the gratitude and the transformation that is happening as a result of that is witnessed and appreciated. And we know in tourism, Southern Ontario is a destination of choice that supports local tourism. Niagara Region, we just made an announcement with respect to supporting, I believe it was 34 local projects. And we're going to continue to deliver targeted programming to help business scale up while creating strong inclusive networks to foster an environment of innovation and growth. And so I want you to know that there is a booth here. There was questions about is there federal representation. I'm one part of it. This is across the federal government. There's ISED, there's small business, there's me, there's procurement, there's a lot of opportunity. But I would like to recognize that I'm here with Nancy Gardner, who's the president, and also Franca Pomponio, who is actually at a booth that is here today. And so I want to encourage you to take time to go and speak with them to determine what supports are available. It's one of the things that I know that we have to do better, and I'm going to need your help on that. It's about talking about the government's supports that are there so you folks know about those supports, so that you can have an opportunity to apply for those opportunities that are there so that we can succeed together, because really that is our goal. So let me say in conclusion, I really am excited about the actualizing the potential. I'm excited because I know we have the talent right here. And I come from a family where my father was a steel worker, my mother was a secretary in a school. I worked in the steel company and then had the opportunity through my parents' hard work to go to law school and try and run my own legal business with my husband. So my background is varied. And what I would say to you is I know, and I served 20 years as a chaplain in a high school. I know struggle is hard. And that's why events like this are so important. And I want to continue to collaborate with you so that the investments that we make are having a real impact. I want you to be inspired. I want you to be strengthened. I want you to believe in your dreams, listening to some of these people that have asked the questions, who are speaking so strongly and positively. We want to be a part of that success. Our government wants to support that, and I look forward to continuing the engagement, and I want to encourage each and every one of you and thank you for the risks that you've taken, the tireless work that you are doing, and want to invite you to continue to work together with us so that we can show that amazing talent that we have right here in Canada and create an economy that works for all Canadians. Thank you so much.
That's it for us.
Okay, it's not quite break time. We've got more work to do. If you need to go, go, but if you can stay, please stay. I want to thank our last questioner for really making it real and for helping us really think about the challenges of entrepreneurship. And I want to assure her that Startup Canada staff will reach out to connect her to some of the exhibitors here who can help and any other resources that she needs. There are a lot of exhibitors here. We hope you'll find some time to talk to them and meet them. The ecosystem is a community, and we all have to help each other, which reminds me that the exhibitors are great, the support organizations, we appreciate their support so much, but the biggest entrepreneurial resource is each other. So while you're here today, make sure you reach out to other people, make sure you talk to them, go a little bit below the surface, ask them, how are things going? Ask them, what kind of help do you need? Ask, how can I help you? If you need help, don't be afraid to ask for it. Entrepreneurship is a community. I've been covering entrepreneurs as a journalist for 30 years, and there's no community that is more solid and more capable of helping each other than our group. And so I hope you reach out and take advantage of this live event with real people in the room. At this panel, we learned that one of the solutions is technology. Technology is getting easier, it's getting cheaper, and we need to embrace it more. And so that's a great introduction to our next speaker. Innovation is something he's very familiar with. Before becoming the CEO and scientific director of Mitacs in 2020, where he's led the organization through tremendous growth, John Hepburn was Vice President of Research and Partnerships at the Canadian Institute of Advanced Research. With a PhD in medical physics from the University of Toronto, he's a fellow of the Royal Society of Canada and the American Physical Society. Please welcome to the stage, John Hepburn.
Introduction. Great pleasure to be here and see people in 3D, getting back together again. My iPad keeps on flipping to the next page, but I'll get there. I'd like to first of all acknowledge, as others have done, and as Elder Commanda introduced us all, of course we're gathered on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, and it's a great pleasure to be here. So I'm looking forward to this morning's panelists, Melissa Allen, from the League of Innovators, Sonia Shorey, who I haven't seen in years. She's virtual. Oh no, I was hoping to see Sonia again. Parliamentary Secretary Andy Fillmore, he's right there. Good to see you here in Upper Canada, Andy. Next time we'll see you again in Halifax. And also, of course, we've heard from Ministers Tassi and Hussen, and I think they have both left the room, but it was nice to hear from them. And of course, I'll acknowledge Andrea Johnson, who's the ADM Innovation Canada at ICED. And of course, I have to acknowledge Andrea and Andy because Mitacs, my organization, is very generously supported by the federal government through ICED funding. So now, I've mentioned Mitacs. You've seen Mitacs up there, and so you know that it doesn't end with TAX. We are not an accounting firm. And for those of you who don't know us, and those of you who don't should get to know us, let me tell you a little bit about Mitacs and what we do. First of all, we're a partnership organization. We're a very large and national not-for-profit. We also have very strong international programs. And our business is creating partnerships between the post-secondary sector and small and medium enterprises, industry in general, not-for-profits, others, but really our core business is helping industry innovate. And we do this through creating partnerships. Now, why would we need to do this? Obviously, partnerships are good. Obviously, innovation is good. Canada has a problem, and I think many of you in the audience are aware of this. We have some of the world's best universities. We've got a very strong post-secondary sector. We've got one of the world's most highly educated populations. Our research, academic research, is world-class, and I know this. Of course, my own university, University of British Columbia, is a very strong, internationally renowned university. And yet the other thing that Canada excels at is coming in near last place anytime the OECD does a ranking of business expenditures on research and development, and especially innovation and productivity. We have to fix this. We cannot lag all of the other OECD members in productivity growth. I would like my very young grandchildren to have fabulous jobs in Canada when they hit adulthood. And frankly, I'm worried. So, Mitacs is in the business of promoting innovation, particularly in small and medium enterprises. And we do this by using our network of over 100 advisors across the country who understand both the academic research potential and also industry need. They find problems in industry, they do matchmaking with an appropriate academic partner, and then we use our incredibly talented students and postdoctoral fellows to build the bridge and work with industry to solve their problems. And in that way, increase innovation, increase productivity, and help small and medium enterprises become large enterprises. So we're in the talent business, and we've heard about the need for talent. There is an arms race for talent. We know that talent is the shortage, the key shortage for most companies. That's what's preventing companies from getting bigger. One of the many things, money, obviously, we've heard about that too. So we want to connect the talent in our post-secondary sector with the industry needs in Canada, and hopefully that talent will stay in Canada rather than go south of the border to find jobs. And so how do we do this? Well, we divide our business into three key ideas. So talent, I've already talked about. We nurture talent through innovation internships where the students work simultaneously at the post-secondary institution and in industry. They divide their time equally between the two. They strengthen their academic program and the university research in terms of meeting industry needs. They gain the work-integrated learning experience, and of course, they solve a problem. And we work across all disciplines, all industry sectors, and as I say, not-for-profits, municipalities, hospitals. We work across the entire continuum of innovation. If you have a problem, we can find a student who can help you solve it, whether it's a business strategy problem or a high technology, deep technology problem. We drive innovation through cooperative partnerships. Everything we do is a partnership. And finally, and I mentioned we have international programs, we build networks within Canada, and we connect Canadian entrepreneurs, particularly startup companies, with international markets. So we have programs to do that as well. We also connect Canadian researchers with international networks of researchers. And so we work hard every day to try and provide the talent that we need to have a prosperous Canada and promote innovation so we can increase productivity and, again, have a more prosperous Canada. Now, how do we do this? Very simple. We get very generous funding. I'll stress that since my government friends are here. We get very generous funding, not just from the federal government, but we're unique in that we get along very well with all 10 provincial governments plus Yukon Territory. And we divide the cost of our internships 50-50 with industry. So if you're a small and medium enterprise, you can have access to talent at half the cost. And we work hard to find you the appropriate talent. We know that Canada's economy is driven by entrepreneurs and small business owners. We've already heard that. And our job at Mitacs is to actually work to make those small and medium enterprises into large world-class enterprises, to help them along that path. Last year, we helped just under 2,000 businesses innovate. 85% of them were small and medium enterprises. We work across the entire spectrum of business in this country. This year, we expect to do 30% more, help 30% more companies. So about 2,500 companies should get helped. We expect to provide about 21,000 internships this year. As I say, we're a fairly large national organization. Access to skilled talent is key to our future, and that's our job, is to provide access to skilled talent, and also access to the knowledge and the expertise that we know resides in our post-secondary. So we want to help entrepreneurs like you. That's our business. That's what makes us very happy when we can see a startup company become a successful company. That's what drives us at Mitacs. And so I'm thrilled to be here. I really like the work that Startup Canada does. We share an office with them, actually, although nobody's in the office, as I understand it. It's being used for storage space, which is a good thing, actually, because our team in Ottawa has grown, and Startup Canada does not have space for us. So it's a good thing nobody comes into the office these days. So I want to thank all of you out there for what you do to help make Canada more prosperous. I know it's difficult. It's a difficult path that you're on, but it's a good path, and we're here to help. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John. Up next, we have another fabulous panel, and we will be joined by both in-person panelists and virtual. We'll see how this goes, the joys of navigating through this new world we find ourselves in. But I am unbelievably thrilled to invite our moderator for today's session, who is a friend of mine, a friend of Startup Canada's, and an incredible leader in the community. Our moderator today is an award-winning innovator and expert on social impact. He is on the advisory board to the Equality Fund, was designated as a global shaper by the World Economic Forum, a winner of the prestigious Louis Perenbaum Award for Social Innovation, is a member of the Banff Forum and Nexus Communities, and is a recipient of the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal for his contribution to Canada. Please give a warm welcome to our moderator, Vinod Rajasekaran, publisher and CEO of Future of Good.
Thank you so much, Kayla. Good morning, everyone. Really, really excited to be here. I haven't been to Startup Day in a while, and I'm so excited to be back. This is fantastic. As Kayla mentioned, my name is Vinod Rajasekaran. I'm publisher and CEO of Future of Good. As a digital publication and social enterprise, our mission is to enrich changemakers and entrepreneurs like yourselves with smart journalism and smart coverage of the social impact world every day. Our journalism and events have really become an essential professional resource for thousands of changemakers every day from coast to coast to coast. There's a range of topics that we cover at Future of Good, and some of the topics that you folks might be interested in social enterprise, impact investing, social finance, corporate citizenship and corporate social responsibility, and DEI and so on. And our annual New Founders list, which celebrates the top 30 social ventures and social entrepreneurs in Canada. You know, it's been fantastic. It's a partnership with the TELUS Pollinator Fund for Good. And we're also very excited to share that a new development, we now have a dedicated journalist who is now covering all things technology for social good. And this is something we've been looking forward to for a very long time. It's made possible through an editorial fellowship that is funded through MasterCard ChangeWorks. We've been really inspired by their leadership. And we're actually hosting a summit at the intersection of technology and social change at the end of November, November 28th and 29th. It's an online summit. I invite you all to attend. This panel, of course, is about innovation for social good. And the pandemic has highlighted, thank you, MP Filomena. The pandemic, of course, has highlighted you know, the vastness of social and environmental challenges here in Canada and globally, from mental health to food security to climate change, making learning more accessible. Each of these challenges, of course, they're also incredible entrepreneurial opportunities for Canada. So we have some really good questions we're going to dive into. How might Canada harness the opportunities in this space around innovation for social good? What's promising? What are some of the bottlenecks? And what should government prioritize in the next 12 months? So diving into all of this with me is three esteemed leaders. Parliamentary Secretary MP Andy Filmore, welcome. MP Filmore is the Member of Parliament for Halifax and Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, and the first city planner ever elected to Canada's House of Commons. Wonderful. And also from my home province, Nova Scotia. So very special welcome to you. Also joining us virtually is Sonia Shuri. Sonia, very, very special welcome to you. Sonia is the Vice President, Strategy, Marketing and Communications at Invest Ottawa, Bayview Yards and Area X.O, and is a strategy executive and management consultant with more than 22 years of leadership experience with private and public organizations. Sonia, welcome. And here with me on stage is joining us, Melissa Allen, Executive Director at the League of Innovators. Combining her passions for tech and finance, Melissa became an angel investor and a limited partner in 2019. After selling her financial practice in 2020, began lending her expertise in advisory and leadership roles at several startups before founding the venture capital fund Capital M and joining League of Innovators as the Executive Director. Welcome, Melissa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa, I'm going to start with you. I'm really curious to hear, you've worked with all kinds of startups and entrepreneurs from coast to coast to good. What in your mind is Canada's potential when it comes to innovation for social good? In particular, are there a couple of areas that stand out for you that we can excel in?
Absolutely. So just a confession, he gave me the heads up of this question just a few minutes ago, and I was so happy because I have so much to say, and it's good news. So currently, Canada's population, about 20-21% are quote-unquote visible minorities. That's expected to grow to about 30-31% in the next 10 years. That's according to Statistics Canada, and that's due to our, I think, fantastic immigration policies and how welcoming we are as a country. And what that means is that we have currently, and it's only going to grow in the future, this amazing human capital with different perspectives and different, different context for commerce and economics, and they're going to bring all of that knowledge and skills and hunger like here into Canada and create some incredible businesses. At League of Innovators, for example, we see a lot of international students in our programming, in our startup programming, and they're not just building businesses, that are going to become wildly scalable, incredible tech companies. They're going to do that, but on top of that, these businesses serve a need that they see back in their home countries that they can bring over here and solve problems over here. So I would say that absolutely our human capital now and in the future, and these diverse perspectives are really what's going to be our power now and in the future.
And I'm just going to quickly follow up there.
Yeah.
In your mind, is Canada prioritizing innovation for social good?
I know that's a great question. I think we're making really great efforts, but here's the thing: is that we have an economy that is built on a very classic capitalist structure, and right now I personally feel, especially coming from the financial services world, where we are now starting to talk a lot about ESG, I still feel like ESG is separate from, say, the rest of commerce and economics. And I think the next step is to really merge the two so that the triple bottom line is just, it's just common knowledge, it's common practice now. And when I say triple bottom line, I mean people, planet, profit, right? So not just focus on profit, but, change and shift the paradigm to make sure that built into structures of performance and what we consider success are also how we're contributing towards healing the planet and how we're contributing towards healing people. So we have a ways to go, but we're getting there.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, Melissa. Triple bottom line. Imagine if that could be mainstreamed in the next.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. I feel like that's my personal purpose. So.
Right. Yeah, terrific. Thank you, Sonia. I'm going to turn to you next. You lead the Women Founders and Owners Strategy Action Plan and co-founded Sheboot. Women-led social enterprises, you know well, are a fast-growing category across the country. How would you describe Canada's potential and innovation for social good?
So I think there's immense potential, and one of the things that I'm most encouraged about is that I see visionary collaboration happening here in our region, across the province, and across the country. And if we take Sheboot, which was co-founded with my dear friends from the Capital Angel Network, Julia Elvidge and Jennifer Francis, it really looks at how we bring the community together to enable and accelerate investment-ready women enabled founders, many of whom are addressing some of that triple bottom line that Melissa just described, many of them addressing UN sustainability goals through their business. We're incredibly encouraged that this program, which really has brought together more than 50 women leaders from across our community together with critical investment from the Government of Canada, NRC IRAP helping us to scale nationally, FedDev Ontario being one of the anchor investors, we have been able to pull together more women into the investment world. That's the beauty of this program. When you see more women investing, more women get funded. So this program addresses both sides of that challenge, needing to get more women investment ready in their tech and tech-enabled business and more women making those investments. 50 women across our community serving as mentors, advisors, investors. These are women investing $10,000 each into a pitch competition that will take place our third on November 3rd for more than $300,000. It's really incredible to me to see that model of collaboration that's now expanding across the country. That's just one example of some of the many networks that are popping up. There's visionary collaboration through Canada's Tech Network, which brings together all of the incubators and accelerators across the country. We collectively are supporting many founders and businesses that are addressing UN sustainability goals in different ways. The regional innovation centers here in Ontario, another powerful network. If we can pool and harness all of the different resources, assets, talents that we have and put them to work to drive more equitable and inclusive economic development and growth, including women founders and owners from every walk of life, I think we are going to see incredible prosperity continue to grow and our innovation economy continue to grow. But everyone must be a part of it, and we have so many assets to draw upon across this country. I'm privileged to be a part of Invest Ottawa, where we strive to bring those assets to bear every single day with partners like the Capital Angel Network, Startup Canada, and so many others. It's intention. It takes intention.
Right, and Sonia, just picking up from what Melissa mentioned around triple bottom line businesses, is that something that you're seeing resonating at Sheboot and the work that you're doing with women investors?
We really are. So our Women Founders and Owners strategy started about 4 years ago. We started it from a very bumpy place, frankly, where we did not serve women founders in the way that we were wanting to. And as part of our strategic plan, we made that one of our core tenets that we built upon. Over the course of the last 4 years, as we've built up just our pipeline here in Ottawa with respect to the venture development path programming that we offer, we have seen more and more women founders entering our program at the earliest stages and scaling up through that product market fit stage with our accelerator and into our scale-up platform generously funded by FedDev Ontario, where we are seeing more and more businesses that are targeting different environmental, social, and other critical challenges that we face, not just as a region or as a country, but as a planet. And I might highlight one of our Sheboot winners, in fact, last year, Alida Burke, the grocer. The grocer is an amazing social enterprise that's doing incredible, impactful things and addressing challenges related to hunger, supporting our Indigenous communities and empowering them to grow their own produce in any temperature as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius with technology that they have created, and they are profitable. That is just one example of the type of business that we are seeing more and more of, where it is not just about profitability and those capitalistic goals, but they have added a give back element or a social or environmental element that serves as a differentiator, that drives loyalty with their customers. That to me is a huge competitive advantage for sales, customer acquisition, and revenue, but also critical to shining a spotlight on leadership in entrepreneurship to drive forward on those societal and environmental goals that we all need to care about and we all need to be driving action on.
Yeah, super. Thank you, Sonia. MP Fillmore, I know the power and the potential of social enterprise, both in your home riding as well as across the country. The ministry is called Innovation, Science, and Industry, and there's haven't seen an explicit mandate for social innovation in the letters, and it's in the past it's been a little bit of a blind spot. But I am curious to hear in what ways are you seeing innovation for social good getting attention within the ministry?
Thanks, Vinod. And let me just start by saying it's wonderful to be here with you and Melissa and Sonia and with everyone in the audience. I'll start by saying what's good. So Canada does have one of the best VC ecosystems in the world. I think by GDP we're second only to the United States and Israel. But the question is, how is that being deployed? Is it being deployed equitably? And by now we all know the stat that there are more more Fortune 500 CEOs named Steve than there are women in all of those jobs, in all of the Fortune 500. So we need to do something different, and I'm so pleased that Sonia and Melissa are sharing their stories about VC opportunities for women, and I want to bring Sandpiper Ventures into the room from Nova Scotia. Sandpiper, yeah, Sandpiper very astutely noticed that not only was Atlantic Canada as a region already underinvested in relative to the rest of Canada, but then when you add the layer of underinvestment in women, it's sort of a double hit in Atlantic Canada. So they're just doing incredible work to kind of right that ship, and I credit them for that. I said launch something called the 50-30 challenge. There are a number of things, but one thing I'll highlight right now. But I said launch something called the 50-30 challenge, which is challenging the private sector to put in place gender parity, 50% gender, that's the 50, in organizations, and 30% visible minorities in organizations. So that's, trying to lead by example, trying to change the culture. We've also launched the Women Entrepreneurship Strategy, the Black Entrepreneurship Program. We are at all times trying to figure out how to better support and accelerate organizations and startups that are, building the Canada that we want to see, building the Canada that actually looks like who lives in Canada.
Thank you. And I want to quickly pick up on something you said. I do want to, ask Melissa and Sonia about VCs. But in the last budget, there was the new innovation and investment agency that was announced. Very excited about that. I'm curious if what's the opportunity in your mind to have that agency also focus on innovation for social good?
Well, it's the future. I mean, if government has taken a position that we want to accelerate entrepreneurship and innovation, which, by the way, is the source for the quality of our living, the source for building a future economy. If we've taken that position, and we have, well, then it has to be inclusive and equitable. So that's a core principle, and I hope by now people will have noticed that is a core ethos of this government.
Thank you, Melissa. You've been you are in the VC world and the angel world. So impact investing is growing fast across the country, as you know. But it often feels like the worlds of impact investing and the worlds of VC could use a bit more cross-pollination, right? And how might we begin to do this? And I'm curious what you're seeing across the country on that front. In addition to I'm curious about the diversification of the VC world, and the progress on that.
Fantastic question, and I share your observations. There does seem to be a bit of a separation, or two worlds, if you will, like impact investing and regular VC investing. And I do think they're going to come together, but I'll use the comparison of like, this number that we hear a lot in the VC world, and that is less than 3% of VC funding goes to women and people of color. And I've actually had investors say, maybe only one, say that, we haven't seen, many women-funded or women-founded startups or people of color founded startups become profitable or do well. And that's just not true, right? And people kind of starting to say the same things about investing in, social enterprises or enterprises that focus on that triple bottom line. And here's what I have to say about that, is that we are very early stages in both of those streams of investing, women, people of color, and also impact investing. And my prediction is that in the next 10 years, we are going to start to see some really amazing, incredible results coming out of those two streams of investments. But it does take time to, quote unquote, prove that those kinds of businesses work. And I think that's just what's needed, is time. But I'm very, very bullish. I'm very optimistic about that. And then I think that when we get to that point where we're starting to see incredible results, we're already seeing it, then I think they're just going to converge together. And there's not going to be such thing as impact investing. There's not going to be such thing as investing in diverse founders. It's all going to be one and the same.
Right. Sonia,
I'm just chomping at the vintage of it. I could not agree more, Melissa. In fact, research shows that women-founded companies often perform better and generate higher return. There's so many publications, All Raise, PitchBook. There's so many sources of data. We have to raise the visibility and bring prominence and showcase the role models and tell the stories of women founders who are truly knocking it out of the park. I have personally witnessed the growth of our pipeline for women founders from early stage right up through the scale-up program that we offer. There are many, many women with brilliant ideas. We need to remove the systemic barriers that exist to be able to help them to flourish. So there's a host of data. We all know that diverse teams perform better. It takes intentionality and focus, and there is increasing focus. We have reason to be hopeful in this country. There are so many networks that are bringing this lens, and certainly ESG and impact investing, for someone who's very new to this, it's very confusing, and it's got a very wide spectrum of what qualifies. So I think the simpler we can make it, the more education we can offer, the more we can connect in all of the different leaders who are taking action and being visionary on this front. And I know NACO is with us. The National Angel Capital Organization across Canada is in the room with you. They just produced a brilliant report where they had women investors and founders on their cover. That is the kind of action and example that we need. More and more, we need to replicate that behavior behavior, more she boots. We're scaling it across the country. Women's Equity Lab. There are so many organizations, the 51, you see them springing up across the country. If we can harness and bring all of that horsepower together, imagine what we could do. We could make impact investing. We could make that triple bottom line the standard, not the exception. And I really do believe that potential exists, but it takes focus, intention, and leadership. And if we are not willing to commit that, that dial will not move quickly.
Right. Thank you, Sonia. MP Fillmore, just picking up on that. Beyond the 50-30 challenge, what do you see as the role for government in stimulating investment into social enterprises?
Well, we have to. Although we have a very strong VC ecosystem, as I mentioned, we do have a challenge elsewhere in the world of business, and that is it's not government unless there's an acronym, but it's business expenditure on research and development, BIRD. And we are, in fact, lagging. We're the lowest in the G7 and even the G20, I think, in terms of percentage of revenues being put back into research and development. So we're trying to change that. The most recent federal budget created the Canadian Innovation and Investment Agency, and that is meant to reverse that trend. And we're trying to de-risk investment as well in a number of ways. First of all, through direct financial support, that's always welcome, through changes to intellectual property, updating the intellectual property legislation, and bringing some security to the supply chains as well. So each one of those things, as Melissa just said, need to be done in this lens of equity and inclusion. And that's right. That's the challenge I think that we have as government to roll out programs that can connect effectively to the businesses that need that help while maintaining that philosophy.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Sonia. You mentioned Grocer, and a huge success story here in Ottawa. From your perspective on the ground, though, what are some of the bottlenecks that you're seeing that really discourage social enterprises from getting traction and growing? I mean, the work that Grocer has done is absolutely phenomenal. But I'm also curious to hear what are some of the bottlenecks that you're seeing.
So I think some of the typical bottlenecks are ones that we typically talk about in entrepreneurship broadly: access to networks, access to investment, access to the right type of advisory services, mentorship, the types of role models that can serve as templates and showcase how a social enterprise can go from an idea to a scale up. We promote the Grocer consistently to demonstrate that it absolutely is possible, and that organizations like Invest Ottawa, Capital Angel Network, and many other partners are there to support in that journey. The opportunity to find that path and to have that big, bold vision and to have the confidence to pursue it. Certainly when we look across all of the different women founders that we've been supporting, one of the most common messages is, I want to think big and be bold. I don't have the confidence to pursue that big, bold vision. Founders supporting founders, founders helping founders is one of the tenets on which our entire venture path is established. And I think that it is absolutely critical. We heard earlier today the mental health issues that are facing many in the room and entrepreneurs across the country and frankly around the world is one of the biggest challenges and hurdles that this community needs to work together to overcome. I think by pulling together and creating more forums like this, the opportunity to share lessons learned, best practices, failures and successes, the more we can create blueprints and actionable insight that everyone can take away. And it may not be exactly suitable for the particular goal, challenge that a business might be targeting, but can it be adapted? Can it be tweaked so that it could be part of that entrepreneurial journey, helping to accelerate that growth and progress a little bit faster, more impactfully? Resource-strapped startups, we know that is one of the biggest challenges. Time is a very finite resource, and when you don't have the cash or the talent, there's programs that exist through Invest Ottawa, through the regional innovation centers, through Canada's Tech Network, all the incubators, accelerators, and networks in this country. Tap into those resources. And of course, there are some dedicated specifically to social enterprise, like Impact Hub and CSET as two great examples, two more fabulous partners in our ecosystem. I think that's honestly a big part of helping entrepreneurs that are passionate about pursuing those social goals to overcome some of those hurdles. They're classic to all entrepreneurs, in my opinion.
Right, yeah, thank you, Sonia. Before we go over to the Q&A, Melissa, I've got one last question for you. You know, we wrote a story about a year ago, about a year ago now, that featured corporates that are getting into, you know, investing into social ventures, and you know, folks like the TELUS Pollinator Fund for Good is a good example. I'm kind of curious to hear your take on this. You know, how might corporates get involved in, you know, in the you know, social venture space, in the impact investing space, and what can we do to attract more corporates into ventures for social good?
Another great question, and a very, very important question, because corporates clearly drives a lot of our economy, right? So I would almost say, along with government, it starts with corporates in terms of changing and shifting the culture around what it means to be a business for social good, and actually making it more inclusive to that triple bottom line. And so what I would say is, for corporations and for companies, if they could start adopting that practice themselves within their own organizations, not just looking at how to provide monetary value to shareholders, but also if they could quantify, if they want, right, or be able to communicate the value that they're providing to the social good, and to society and to the environment, and incorporate that into their reporting, into their business reporting, that'd be so amazing. And just by having that included in their own like list of priorities and how they report and communicate their performance, then I think just inherently they're going to want to invest in enterprises that do the same.
Right, yeah, wonderful, thanks, Melissa. We have a couple of questions on video, so if we queue up the first question, please.
Hey there, I'm Adam Bent, and I'm a startup global finalist from 2021. I'm currently the CEO and one of the co-founders at Scout. We're a North American craft seafood cannery. My entrepreneurial journey was not always in canned seafood. It's something that I happened upon after spending a lot of years developing technology companies in Canada. A couple of VC-backed companies over the years, and learned a lot about building IP and trying to solve real-world problems through technology. And ended up working a lot within food systems through tech, and then a lot of direct-to-consumer brands, and learned a lot along the way, and kind of found myself now over the last couple of years building out a seafood brand that's committed to climate action and trying to connect consumers back to more responsible seafood. The question I guess I have for the panel is, as you think about innovation in Canada, coming from a technology background, a lot of our systems, government programs, venture financing, it's all really centered around technology. And innovation exists through consumer products, through service providers, and a lot of different types of businesses that are not necessarily focused on building tech or software to a solution. There isn't a lot of support available for companies outside of hard or traditional tech. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that, and how we can be more inclusive to other companies outside of technology in Canada who are exporting and contributing significant amounts to the Canadian economy, but maybe not necessarily have their products locked up with IP.
Yeah, really terrific question from Adam. You know, tech often gets the spotlight and is grandstanded a fair bit. MP Fillmore, your thoughts on supporting beyond tech?
We're trying to create as many doorways as possible for innovators like Adam, was Adam, right? To find their way to government funding. Every time we create a program, or every time there's a budget announcement that a new program is being created, there's going to be a consultation period. We're going to, you know, we're not just inventing these things out of thin air. We're building programs that are needed. So my advice would be to stay connected to your local government representation, to use that avenue. I mean, we live in a country where citizens have unprecedented access to the people they elect to represent them, right? So go to your MP's office, come to Ottawa and talk to the minister. Like, that's available to you. Influence the programs that you need. People do it successfully and frequently, and I would welcome a conversation anytime.
Super. Melissa?
For sure. And so at League of Innovators, our accelerator program for youth under 30, we're what we call industry and vertical agnostic. So it doesn't matter what kind of company or business you want to start or have started, like there's a spot for you in our programming. And I think that's fantastic. And what I believe is that if we could expand our idea around what a tech business is, I think that will go a long way, right? And so, for example, I mean, a tech business, of course, it could be a software company or a B2B SaaS enterprise company, but would you also consider a food company that creates products with all natural ingredients, organic, and that address all of the top 10 allergens, that food allergens that people tend to experience, right? Would that be considered a technology or an innovation? I think so. And that's one of the companies in our program at League of Innovators. And so if we could expand our understanding of what tech and innovation is and not just have it be programming and software, that'd go a long way. And then just a final comment to you is that for organizations that do have those kind of companies that fall outside of the traditional tech category, there are some workarounds. Just add tech to the name of your industry, right? So food tech or anything like that. And you can also link it to the technology, like how you're building your manufacturing processes. All of that is tech and using a hard tech. So that's another comment.
Yeah, wonderful. Can we queue up the second question, please?
Hi, my name is Sharon Yangweso. I'm the founder and CEO of Quake Lab. We're a small but mighty agency that works in equity and justice, and we do that by focusing specifically on structural change, meaning we try and look at the systems and the structures that make inequity possible, that validate systems of inequity, rather than the behavior of individual players. So the question I have for this panel today is specifically around how you are going to build an ecosystem of innovation that defines innovation in a way that doesn't actually account for the more quiet aspects of innovation. What I mean here is that in working in the space where we focus on trying to build better systems and structures for marginalized people, and specifically for myself as a business owner who is Black, who is a woman, who is an immigrant, and lives in the margins of many identities, what I find is that when programs are launched, when funds are made available for innovation, for social entrepreneurship, for startups, and anything that exists in these sits in this very sexy language of innovative ways forward, it really positions a definition that invites a type of person who already has access to resources and who has already been uplifted by mainstream organizations, institutions, VCs, angel investors, etc. And so my question is to you is, in building this ecosystem, how are you building the necessary stopgaps to ensure that your definition of innovation and your definition of an innovator is not so maligned to the point where folks who are doing the quiet work of innovation, again, mostly women, marginalized folk, Black folks, Indigenous folks, who are doing the quiet research, who are doing the quiet building, honestly, like myself, are not being left to the sidelines to really support themselves in the way of funding, in the way of support, and in the way of uplifting. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Yeah, really good question from Sharon on what does it look like to center inclusion when we talk about innovation. Sonia, do you want to give us a sort of a local view on this first? Yeah.
I can certainly speak to our DE&I journey, and we are on a journey and have a very, very long way to go. We have really taken a look inward when we started our strategic plan 5 years ago about how we were supporting founders from every single walk of life, recognizing we were not doing a good enough job, not at all. We started to build specific committees. I would speak to our Women Founders and Owners Subcommittee, which we built from the ground up with women leaders, investors, and entrepreneurs from every walk of life. We took a look at the 5 priority equity groups identified by the Government of Canada. We're also a 50-30 champion. And we looked at some of the guiding principles of co-designing, co-developing, and co-delivering with and for community. And so many of the programs that you see both on the tech and non-tech side of our business, and the question that was asked earlier is absolutely critical, because I think we can bring the tech and non-tech together to have and much more incredible impact. But the concept of working with and for members of those communities from the very beginning of a program design through to how it's evaluated, adjudicated, those that are selected, and the funding that's allocated. When I look at Shibu, it's women investors coming together to support women founders from every single walk of life. And now that we're in the third year of our cohort, we're seeing much broader diversity. We're so encouraged and excited because we see women founders from every walk of life, different sectors, different racial backgrounds, and marginalized communities. It gives us hope that as we continue that process of co-design, co-develop, co-deliver with and for members of our community, that we're on a good path. We need to surround ourselves, and we do to the best of our ability, with many different experts, advisors, mentors from different walks of life. The strategy that we implemented, which kind of has 4 tenets: connect, equip, promote, and educate. We really wanted to make sure that we were looking at every facet of our business from the very foundations, what appears on our website, the language we use, the stories we're telling, the social media, the panels we engage in and that we host, and then of course all of the different mentors and advisors that we work with. As one data point, we went from 10 women mentors and advisors in our programs to more than 40%. That was a really critical metric and KPI that we were striving for. So we certainly don't claim to have all of the answers. We're working with our community to try and build out that strategy and that action plan year over year with critical support from all levels of government, from companies, because if we're not all working together on this goal, again, that dial will never move. Happy to share whatever insight and learnings and stumbles, and there's been many bruises and bumps along the way, but this is something we're very passionate about, inclusive economic development, and it's a big part of our strategic plan refresh, which is underway right now.
MP Fillmore, what does this look like from inside government inclusion for innovation?
Well, what we've learned is that the future stars of the Canadian economy exist in every corner of the country. The future unicorns are out there. They're not simply emerging through sort of traditional university study, like the places that we've been looking for them for the last 20 or 30 years. They're coming from all over. And so it's incumbent on government to lift up those people, to remove barriers to the kind of supports that we're able to provide to clear the way. I mentioned some of the programs that we've put in place, but I think it's also through ISED, but I think it's also very telling that the Department of Canadian Heritage changed its name to the Department of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism, and with that came a tremendous amount of funding for to help community groups that are preparing youth to become those unicorns of tomorrow, those entrepreneurs of tomorrow. So there's a tremendous amount of energy being placed on this right now. I'm so proud of a group in Halifax that is lifting up Black women entrepreneurs. They have an incredible support system that they've built for themselves, by themselves. And 5 years ago, we didn't see anything like that in our city. And now I see them out with their amazing products and their incredible energy really everywhere I go in the city now. So it's the transformation's happening, and government's there to support that.
Right, yeah. Melissa, what does it look like to center inclusion in the innovation ecosystem?
No, this is another passionate topic of mine, and I think you can look at it from the 2 angles. From the angles of the ecosystem, it means building welcoming and supportive structures that help provide a bridge to the innovation ecosystem. And I'm careful to call it an innovation ecosystem and not a tech ecosystem to make it more inclusive. And so, for example, at League of Innovators, we have our Black Youth Entrepreneurship Program, and we just launched our Indigenous Hub as well. And so now that we're starting to create these amazing structures, on the other end, these entrepreneurs who we would consider diverse, take up space. That's my advice. It's from their end to show up and take up space, because you belong in these organizations just as much as anybody else. I see in the crowd there's a young woman, a woman of color, who started a company called Threading Change, which is a company that focuses on sustainable fashion. And I see her at pitch events. I see her going through accelerators. She doesn't have a traditional tech company, but she's here. Right? And so I encourage all entrepreneurs out there who have, no matter what business, whether it's making incredible earrings from Senegal like I'm wearing, or an incredible social enterprise, to show up and take advantage of the resources. You belong here just as much as anybody else.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, MP Fillmore, Melissa, and Sonia, for your time, energy, perspectives. Really wonderful to share the stage with you all. I'd like to invite Andrea Johnston to provide some concluding remarks. Andrea Johnston is the Assistant Deputy Minister, Innovation Canada at Innovation Science and Industry. Andrea leads the delivery of several flagship business innovation programs for the Government of Canada, including the Innovation Superclusters Initiative, the Strategic Innovation Fund, Innovative Solutions Canada, the Digital Adoption Program, the IP Centre of Expertise, and the Accelerated Growth Service. I don't think there's enough there, Andrea, for you to lead.
Great.
Over to you.
What a fantastic panel and a discussion. So really a round of applause for the panel members, please. And in particularly Parliamentary Secretary Fillmore, who handled all the great questions about innovation, science, and economic development. And so I am Andrea Johnston, and I live in a fantastic organization called Innovation Canada. If you go to the booths, we're kind of right on the right-hand side as you walk in. And we're a single window that helps innovators and entrepreneurs scale up. And so there's a lot of government programs, but we understand there's a need to kind of navigate that and help you navigate that. So we have innovation advisors who were previously entrepreneurs who are now giving it back to Canada, who come into the Accelerated Growth Service and are here to help entrepreneurs navigate the systems and develop growth strategies. As we talked about, Elevate IP is a new program that we're working with incubators and accelerators to understand your intellectual property right at the get-go as a startup, to understand how you can commercialize it, go to global markets. So we're really proud, and more news coming out of that in terms of the incubators and accelerators that will be joining in that program. But we talked a lot about disruptive innovation and the impact of new and trailblazing products, systems, and processes. And while every innovation moves us forward, social innovation is unique in its ability to enhance inclusion, close the gaps, and create opportunity here and around the world. And in Innovation Canada, we do look at inclusion really not only from a commitment perspective. If you go to the innovation.canada.ca website, you will see our commitment to diversity and inclusion. We are tracking data. We want to make sure that women-led organizations are getting the same kind of access to our programs. And we want to know if they're not, so that we can make the adjustments, the inherent biases that may exist in our programmings, and make those adjustments. So it was an incredible discussion today. But what I think is equally important is Canada has a strong ecosystem. So with Mitacs, with ISEB, with government, we're working together as an ecosystem, and the importance of the public and private sector partnerships as we move forward. I think Canada is very fortunate that we're committed to innovation, we're committed to entrepreneurship, and the strength lies in our critical mass as an ecosystem to move this forward. So again, great discussion, and welcome participants to look at the different booths next door and continue the discussion moving forward. Merci beaucoup.
We are going to get started. I know these breaks are never long enough to network around. I promise we will have some more time to network this afternoon, but we got another incredible panel that we are excited to introduce now. So our next session is going to be looking at how both the private and public sectors can create more inclusive landscapes for founders to grow and scale their businesses globally. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce our next moderator, Canada's Chief Trade Commissioner, Trade Commissioner Service, Sarah Wilshaw. Over the course of her career, she has held various roles at Global Affairs Canada headquarters, including most recently as Director General for Canada's Diplomatic and Trade Mission Network in North America. Prior to accepting the role of Chief Trade Commissioner, she was part of the Foreign and Defense Policy Advisor to the Prime Minister of Canada's leadership team. Please welcome to the stage Sarah Wilshaw, Canada's Chief Trade Commissioner, and the various panelists from the session as well. It's a long way across the stage.
Good morning, thanks. This is so exciting. A great opportunity to moderate a panel. I'm looking forward to that. Last year I was on a panel, so I've like graduated, I've leveled up. I get to moderate today's discussion, so that's super exciting. Bonjour, bienvenue tout le monde. Je suis tellement ravie d'être ici parmi vous en présentiel. Ça, c'est fantastique. L'énergie dans les salles, les couloirs, c'est vraiment incroyable. So that's really cool too. And today we want to talk about how private sector and public sector can work together to create more inclusive landscapes for founders and entrepreneurs to grow and scale their businesses globally. And this is a super great opportunity to celebrate this in Small Business Week 2022. As the Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development, Mary Ng, said earlier this week, small businesses are the backbone of our economy and the heart of our communities. And I totally agree. In my business, we're all about helping you to succeed in international trade. As Canada's Chief Trade Commissioner, I'm proud to say I have a fantastic global team of 1,500 trade commissioners located in 160 locations around the world and across Canada. And there are a number of them in this room right now, so I'm going to say hands up. Trade commissioners in the room, please. There's a few. Yep, great, thank you. And there probably many of them networking outside, which is also what we do. Really ready and eager to work with all of you. And because we know that international success as well can also lead to significant social and economic dividends, not only for businesses and their employees, but also for the communities in which they live and work and where they serve. So that's all really great. Now, that is why the Government of Canada and Minister Ng, who calls herself, by the way, the Minister of Startup, Scale Up, and Go to Market, is advancing an inclusive approach to trade that tries to ensure that the benefits and opportunities that flow from trade and trade agreements and the kind of work we do are more broadly shared and experienced. So on the domestic front, you just heard from Andrea Johnson and from the Parliamentary Secretary at ISED about things like the Women's Entrepreneurship Strategy and the Black Entrepreneurship Program and many other services and programs that support underrepresented entrepreneurs to grow and succeed. And on the international front, my team also spends a lot of time looking at the ways in which we help businesses to export and to go internationally, especially those owned by women, Indigenous peoples, Black and other racialized entrepreneurs, members of the 2S LGBTQI+ community and youth, and by offering dedicated programming and support. So we believe that trade diversification is a whole lot more than the geographies in which we operate. So I'm really excited to have a panel here that is so amazingly well equipped to speak to these issues, and it's just great to see you all here. We have first Julie Potier, Senior Vice President, Small Business, Commercial Markets and Partnerships at Export Development Canada, one of our closest partners in this space. We're going to go right to the end. We've got Daryl Sherman, co-founder and CEO of Canada's LGBT+ Chamber of Commerce, the CGLCC. We have Tiffany Callender here, just on the other side of Julie, the co-founder and CEO of FACE, the Federation of African Canadian Economics. Thank you. And we have Anna Barrera, the Director of Public Affairs at UPS Canada. Now, we also have joining us virtually Humaira Malik Shahid, the Chief Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Officer and VP of Talent Development at Intuit. Thank you for joining us virtually. Now, I know Humaira is only here for a few minutes, so we're going to go right to her. But before we do, just a warm welcome for all of our panelists, please. It's great to have you here. So Humaira, I'm conscious of your time, so you're only with us a few minutes, so we're going to go right to you. And this is a really important opportunity, right, to look at diversity and how it benefits us all. But you've spent a lot of time looking at how diversity, equity, and inclusion contribute to success internally as well as more broadly. So let me go to you in the first question. What is your approach to increasing diversity at Intuit?
Yeah, thanks so much for the kind intro, and it's a great question, and I'm looking forward to hearing from other panelists too. I will say that our approach is threefold. I think the first thing that we do, and for us, diversity really means serving underrepresented groups, and so that's women focused in technology globally, and for us internally, it's also underrepresented racial groups, many of which you talked about earlier. And I think the first part is, which is true for anybody, is recruiting people, bringing people in that are going to work for you. And especially as an entrepreneur, right? Every hire is so critical. It's so important. They're going to carry, your vision and your mission. And so I would say one big part is, how do you attract people? And then the second piece really for us is, then how do you create, if you have talent processes or talent practices, and we have a lot, we're a larger public company, how do you make those equitable? And that's really critical. It's not about necessarily being fair, although we do believe in fairness, but it really is understanding that different people have different needs, and how do you make those equitable based on where they're coming from or their experiences. And then the last piece is, how do you then build a culture of inclusion? So once you get people in there, they're heard, right? They're allowed to speak, and their voices matter to what we're doing as an organization. And that means really creating that inclusive work culture. And when we think about diversity, I think we start with, let's just recruit people. Like, that's the easiest thing to do. And I think that's so critical. But while recruiting is really important, retaining folks and building the right culture is actually what's going to really allow businesses to grow, no matter how small or big you end up being. And so I think those are the two big things that we focus on, is recruiting and retention, and all the things it takes to retain people.
Yeah, and that's not as easy as it sounds, I'm sure. So what kind of capabilities have you had to build within the organization to support those objectives?
I would say quite a few, and I would say that we probably haven't built them all yet, right? We're still learning as we go. But the most important thing that I think we've shifted, and I mean, there's a few, but I would say the first capability, when I talked about hiring and the importance of hiring, is how do you move away from hiring people just like you? Because there's comfort in that. There's comfort in saying, I know you, or I might know the school that you went to, or you're somebody in my network. And while that's great and it's human nature, it actually prevents you from really building a diverse team around you. And so it's really looking at, what are the experiences this person has, right, that they're going to bring to us? Are their networks actually really diverse, with people that they know different than mine, so that'll actually help us grow our business together, versus hiring people just like yourself? And then rather than focusing on, what school did somebody go to, or where of all the places that they've been, is what are the experiences that they have? And what are the values that they share, and are they the values that we have as an organization? So I think that's the biggest shift, because it's easier to shortcut and just hire people like yourself. And I think the next big shift that we probably made around capabilities is patience. You have to actually be really patient. And it sounds trite, but it's so true. You have to wait longer to hire the right people, because it's going to take time to find that. You have to be, if you're looking at the different experiences you brought on, onboarding, and bringing somebody on board and sharing your journey as an entrepreneur or in a business is really going to be important too. And so you're going to have to commit to that, and that takes a little bit of patience. But the long-term gain, I think, is really valuable, and we see that in building more innovative products, or building better services for different communities, which is what you talked about earlier too. So if you do those things and you have that patience and that commitment, it'll yield benefit. But I think we want to be really honest with people that it's a different way of doing things, and it's a different way of thinking.
Yeah, it is, definitely. And commitment and patience, I think those are watchwords for all of us in many situations, not the least of which what we've been through over the last few years, right? But this is particularly important. So when it comes to attracting and recruiting talent, then let's get practical. What are the practices that you have found to be the most impactful?
Yeah, I'll share a few. I'll share 5. Although they say sometimes you should share only 3, I'll share 5, see if we can remember them. The first thing is, while we don't have targets or quotas, we do set goals. We all know the power of setting goals and saying, this is where I want to be, and this is why. And so, I'll share with you, it's very public for us. By the end of our fiscal year of 2023, which ends in July, our goal is to have 35% of our workforce represented, our tech roles filled by women. And that's a very tall order for us. And market availability, what the changes that we've seen in the workforce based on the pandemic, but we want to set that, that bold goal. And so I think that's really important. And then of course, hope is not a strategy. Then you have to design strategies and, practices and programs to try to achieve that goal. But we have that point, in mind, and that's really been integral to our, to our efforts. The second piece tied to that is if you set a goal, you have to be really transparent with the data. What we often see is when we go and talk to our leaders, they'll say, I had no idea. I had no idea who was joining. I had no idea who was leaving. I had no idea. I just didn't know what my organization looked like. So we do spend a lot of time giving people access to that information, because that's really, data is how we like to drive the organization, like many of us do. Data is so powerful. And so we use that with our DEI strategy. And that helps. It's very transparent. The third thing is inclusive language. How do you make job descriptions that are, just inclusive, that we're not trying to find, a specific person? It's more about what are the skills that you need, what are the experiences that you need. Is the language one that would invite, anybody to apply? And so that's really hard and takes a lot of practice, but that's something we're really focused on in our language. And then having that diverse slate of people, and that takes patience. How do I find people that I want to talk to that are very, very different, and be patient through that process, because I'm going to find the right person for the right role, but it may take longer. And then we also put the last one I'll share is that when we're doing things like hiring, and we are also heavily focused on how do you go through training around unconscious bias. How do you build questions that are more about experiences and behaviors that really allow somebody to illustrate how they have done something, versus just focusing on the roles and maybe the school they went to with the degree that they have. So those are 5 things that we're really trying to do that are capability builders.
That's amazing and super helpful. I'm hoping that, I'm sure people have taken notes, very practical suggestions. I love this. Hope is not a strategy. That's absolutely right. But the idea of how important data is, and I think a lot of us are trying to get a better handle on our data so that we know what we're talking about, what we're trying to achieve, and we can work with that to sort of develop these strategies and to set proper goals and so on. Thank you so much, Hébert. I know that you have to leave us. It's been great having you here, if only briefly, just talking about that organizational change, that intentionality behind driving inclusiveness. This has been super helpful. So round of applause for Hébert. Thank you again for joining us.
It was a pleasure. It was really, the pleasure was mine. Good luck to everyone. It sounds very exciting what's going on today. So lots of learning.
All right, thanks so much. So turning to the folks here, en présentiel, as we say. And let's start with you, Julie. Thanks so much for being here. Export Development Canada, or EDC, because we do love our acronyms in this town, has been around for decades. But it really began its journey providing dedicated support to underrepresented entrepreneurs only a few years ago, but has since committed more than $200 million to investing in companies founded or led by diverse Canadians. So we'll come back to that in a minute. But let me ask, just to get us started, for those entrepreneurs who are just beginning their export journey, what advice do you have for them?
Well, hello everybody. Really pleased to be here with my colleagues on the panel. So it's, that's a question I get all the time. And I will give you 5 things to remember. Number 1 is think global from the start. So what does that mean? So you may not be thinking about exporting right now, but maybe you want to look at, for example, if you're using a brand name, is that brand name used elsewhere? Because once you want to go into a new market, that could be a problem. You may want to look at incorporating your business so you have access to grants. So that would be number 1. Number 2, have an export plan. Often what we see, which is great, sometimes you'll get, an order, you'll get a lead for you coming through maybe the web, somebody has found your company, which is all great. But what if that business starts to develop? So you need to be prepared for that. You'll need to have the financial support, to do this, the capabilities internally to also do that. So just get prepared. And there are great programs out there to help you do that. The Trade Accelerator program, for example, if you go through that, there are cohorts, specific cohorts for women-led, women-owned businesses, indigenous businesses. You'll get your plan reviewed by a panel of experts. They'll tell you whether there are things missing. So that would be number 2. Number 3 is, well, where do you want to go? Which markets do you want to go? The US is a normal market to go to at first. A lot of companies sells to the US, even companies, sometimes I'll speak to companies and they'll say to me, Julie, I don't export, I only sell to the US. It's that, it's natural. But think about it, you know, there are different regional markets in the US, so think about it as well. Also, one thing we've looked at is that to go to another market after the US, that could take a number of years before you start to see some benefits. So have a long game. Export is about having a long game. It's not always developing right away. Other businesses, you may have tons of opportunities right away across many markets, and that's all great. One thing we're starting to talk a lot about is having an advisory board. Surround yourself with experts that can give you advice as to what you want to do. You know, it's really great when a company has done it before and they can tell you, don't make the mistake I made. So that's also really good. I would say as well, there are tons of programs you can take advantage of. And if you don't know which one they are, we have a booth here, our folks are here, we can actually help on that as well. So I would say those would be the main ones that I would give advice to, is really be prepared, surround yourself with the right people that can help you. And the last one, which is, I should give you credit because you're all doing this today, is network. Network will allow you to open doors. You always will meet somebody that will allow you to take the next step.
So all of that's very practical advice, thank you. But let's go back to the money. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Inclusive Trade Investments Program and what work is being done on the ground to ensure that the programs like this are responsive to what we already know, like thinking about the data, what we know about the unique needs of underrepresented exporters?
Yeah. So the program is great, but it's not the only thing we do at EDC, because we offer a number of solutions to help exporters start or grow their sales if they're already exporting. So that's number one. It's not the only thing. That's our investment program, which we double the amount that we invested. We announced $100 million in 2019, and now it's $200 million that was announced last year. So let me tell you what we're focusing, what success looks like for this program. I'm not going to go into the details in terms of the eligibility criteria. You can ask our folks for that. But where we see success with that program is on a number of fronts. First, it can be direct investments into companies. So that could be one. Number two, it could be we're participating in a fund that is helping underrepresented entrepreneurs. That's number two. So that's really important as well. And number three, which people will not know, but it's also important, is we will invest in funds where the decision makers are representative of underrepresented groups. So it's three pillars we're trying to move forward. And I would say that has made a difference, and we're happy with the success of the program so far. But it's not only about that. So I'm responsible at EDC for our inclusive trade strategy, but I also look at the solution we provide to companies, Canadian companies of all sizes, day in and day out. Are they meeting the needs? Are we offering solutions that can work for everyone that's trying to export? And that's top of mind as well.
So taking a really holistic view of the environment there, that's really important. Thank you for that. I'm sure it was deeply appreciated by many, and they'll come and check in with your booth, so that would be great. Daryl, let's go to you. You're the co-founder of the CGLCC, Canada's LGBT+ Chamber of Commerce, has a mission to contribute to a thriving and inclusive Canadian economy by promoting economic growth and prosperity, in particular through things like supplier diversity certification, expanding global trade opportunities, young entrepreneur mentorship. So you focus also, as I know, on research, education, advocacy, and a few other things as well. Why is all that so important? And can you tell us a little bit about some of the support mechanisms that you have and that are available to your community from both the private and public sector?
Yeah, sure, and thank you for inviting me here. I think what we're seeing kind of broadly is that there is a lack of kind of both on the public and private sector, a lack of dedicated support systems for LGBT+ entrepreneurs. So what we've seen over the last few years, the great initiatives like the Black Entrepreneurship Program, like the Women's Entrepreneurship Strategy, programs for Indigenous entrepreneurs, but nothing specific for LGBT entrepreneurs. And I think part of that, if we look back, is that the LGBT community is not, at this point, part of the Employment Equity Act. And so quite often it gets overlooked, for lack of better words, I think. And same with people with disabilities and veterans. Those are groups that historically, because they're not part of that act, have not necessarily been looked at when the government and private sector have started to roll out programs. So I think that's a little bit about kind of setting the context. But we have seen over the last little while, again, programs that are starting to include, at least at the broader level, so inclusion. So if we look at a great example, I think, is, when you're talking about trade, right? The government's inclusive trade policy. Absolutely, LGBT is part of that, and we're so pleased to be able to work closely with you and your team at TCS to really support our LGBT businesses accessing the global markets. And so over the past several years, we've led dedicated LGBT trade missions. So, so that's a specific activity. So it's, again, LGBT is part of, you're including them in your mainstream trade missions. You have those dedicated efforts to make sure that they're part of that. But to do dedicated, helping to support dedicated trade missions for our LGBT entrepreneurs is extremely important, because we know that they have unique challenges and barriers, as all diverse community groups do. And so being able to have support mechanisms specifically to them is really important. I think also looking kind of at the federal government, where we've been working with on the procurement side, which is a big area of focus for us, is how do we make sure that LGBT businesses, as all diverse businesses, have access to federal procurement opportunities. And so we've been working with the federal government to build something out. I'm really excited that last year they released their social procurement policy last May. We haven't seen the program behind that policy yet, so we're still waiting to see what that actually looks like. But certainly supplier diversity is a piece of that. And so, again, not necessarily dedicated to LGBT, but making sure that LGBT is part of that. And I just want to go back to, when we were talking about the strategies for Black entrepreneurs and for women, I'm really excited that we are working with ISED they're having that conversation to see, is there an opportunity, I won't say is there a need, because we know that there's a need, but is there an opportunity for them to build out a program, and they're looking at what could this look like. So I think through a lot of the work that we're doing in partnership with the government is really trying to address that unique need. And then through the agencies, and so with EDC and with BDC, great partnership, really, working closely with them to make sure that when they're rolling out programs like this, that LGBT is part of that. And then on the private sector, I think, to be honest, very similar. And where we're seeing probably the biggest growth is around, again, the procurement side, and making sure that in private supply chain, that diverse businesses, that LGBT-owned businesses are part of that, because historically they have been underrepresented, as have all diverse businesses. So that's a big piece where I think the private sector is really, is probably actually helping to drive government in making those shifts.
Yeah, I saw that firsthand when I was, I used to be stationed in the United States, and those supplier diversity programs can be very, very powerful tools, so for sure, and we always love our trade missions with you. I know there's one coming up next year as well, which I'm looking forward to. And very good point about sort of the context there with respect to the Employment Equity Act. I hadn't thought about that, so thank you for bringing that to people's attention as well. Canada's home to, as I understand it, around 100,000 LGBT-owned businesses, and those businesses generate over $22 billion in economic activity and employ over 435,000 Canadians. That's a lot. So there's no doubt about the value of the contribution, yet barriers, lots of barriers still exist. And you've done a study recently, I understand, with Nielsen, and you found that nearly half of LGBT entrepreneurs have actually hidden who they are in their business dealings in order to avoid losing opportunities. And more than a third have lost opportunities because of who they are. So can you just tell us a little bit more about that and about sort of at a high level, what is some of the work that the Chamber is doing to help eliminate those barriers?
Yeah, you know, those fears are real. Those fears of discrimination are real. As you pointed out, we know that many have lost contracts because of having LGBT plus ownership. And so what that's doing is you have these entrepreneurs and business owners that are spending energy hiding who they are, with that energy, as we all know, should be put into how am I growing my business, how am I scaling my business, how am I taking it to that next level. So what we do at the Chamber, I'd say kind of, I'll group it into kind of three kind of core areas. The first kind of being programming, and so we have a variety of different programs specifically to support our businesses and helping them overcome some of these barriers and challenges. So the first is a youth entrepreneurship program. So we support young queer entrepreneurs, helping them to start or grow their business. It is very much a year-long mentorship program. And I think what's important about this one, you know, and I know that there are other great programs out there, and we partner, you know, with great organizations like Futurepreneur. But what's unique about ours is that it's helping connect these young queer entrepreneurs with people that have shared and lived experiences, which we all know is so important. So this is a program which we're really proud of, and it's a national program, helping them again to take their business to the next level. We have our global program, which we talked about, you know, helping our businesses access international markets. We launched last year actually an export readiness program, so it's really an incubator program specifically for LGBT businesses to put that queer lens on doing business internationally. We have a program which kind of flipped a little bit and is focused on kind of broader businesses, and how do we ensure that the rest of our ecosystem is inclusive for the LGBT plus community, whether it's your workforce or your supply chain. So that's an accreditation program that we launched last year. And then our core program really is, as I again alluded to, is our supplier diversity program, where we act as a certifying body for LGBT businesses and working to connect them with corporate and public supply chain. So these are opportunities for creating opportunities for these businesses to get their foot in the door and access these procurement opportunities which they've historically not necessarily had. So that's kind of the first is kind of the programs. I'd say secondly is around education and development. So really helping to ensure that our businesses have the capacity, have the skills that they need to be able to grow and to scale their business. And then I think the third, which you alluded to, is really around advocacy. You know, really making sure that LGBT businesses are represented, that they're heard, that their contribution to the economy is known, because unfortunately I think a lot of people don't necessarily consider them or think of them as large contributors to our economy. And so a lot of what we do around that side is through the research that we've done. So making sure that, as we heard earlier, you know, that data is so important. Making sure that we have the data, that we have the research to be able to continue to make sure that the voices of our businesses are being heard.
Fantastic. Keep up that work too. Really important. We've heard a lot about partnership, mentorship, networks, ecosystems, and also access to capital. And so this brings me to you, Tiffany. I want to just drill down a little bit into this partnerships piece in particular first. We'll get to the money afterwards, but let's start with partnerships. So those partnerships amongst the ecosystem players, including government and entrepreneurial support organizations, are really, really critical if they want to support entrepreneurs with those identified pain points, which we see in the data, of course. And you co-developed the Black Entrepreneurship Program and successfully launched the Black Entrepreneurship Loan Fund as a partnership between the Government of Canada, Black-led business organizations, the Business Development Bank of Canada, and other financial institutions. Now, that is just a whole herd of folks involved. So tell me how you built and maintained that partnership, because I can't imagine that's an easy job.
No, it wasn't. But ultimately, what had to happen, and we did it in a pandemic, don't forget that. That's
my
important
goodness,
too.
of course.
So I think it was because working for so many years in community, and community organizations for the Black community play a very central role. You've got our community organizations, you've got our religious institutions, like there are places where we culminate and build trust amongst ourselves, and that's where that shared lived experience and where that communion happens. But the government has always played a role, and there's institutions that are there to support the growth of entrepreneurship. The idea was, how do we pull this together? So the Federation of African Canadian Economics, which we lovingly call the FACE Coalition, it's exactly that. We understand that it takes an ecosystem for Black businesses, whether to start, scale, grow, expand, hire, engage. It requires that we build within this already large, diverse, expert-based ecosystem to kind of carve our way in there and to play the role of the bridge. I think sometimes the word, as somebody who worked for community organizations, let's agree, it looks a little self-serving when you create organizations and you say, we know what to do and we can help. But I prefer to look at us as the bridge. There's a trust factor that exists within our community that we can transfer to institutions that perhaps were not there, where relationships didn't previously exist. So this is how, in the short time that we've come to be, by building our coalition across Black community organizations, reaching out and engaging to institutions and financial institutions to build this pathway to access to capital and non-financial resources so our businesses can begin to grow and we can start to map out their contribution to the Canadian economy. So I'm very jelly about his stats that he's able to spew there, but we have a plan to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I love this point about community and trust. And I think that when it comes to underrepresented and underserved communities, that is really important. So congratulations on making that real. Along with access to capital, we've talked about networks and mentors. So can we go into that just a little bit? What advice do you have for entrepreneurs, especially those who are underrepresented, in finding the right mentors and sponsors?
Before I speak to the entrepreneurs, I have to make a key point on their behalf. Often the way in which ecosystems are built, in terms of ways which people can participate, they don't always consider the exact shared lived experience or the experience of others who want to come into those spaces. So I do commend anybody who can come and network, but the majority of the businesses that we financed in our first year, which is 118 of them, these are not small or medium-sized businesses. These are micro and nano businesses. So what does that mean by definition? A lot of those entrepreneurs have other jobs. They have jobs, right? So being able to participate in a forum that's wonderful like this to network might not be a possibility. Sometimes the way in which programs are designed do not allow for us to be a part of. I think of women who have children, who we've had the opportunity to fund 33%, I'm not bragging, women in our first year But these women have children, they have families, they have other social responsibilities. So when we think about an ecosystem and what advice I would give entrepreneurs, first I have to speak to the program providers and the service providers to say, think outside of the box. The pandemic did provide us with something miraculous, which was this idea of virtual engagement. So we have to leverage that as much as possible. And when we can be en présentiel together, how do we accommodate what that means? You know, do we have to be here a little bit later? Do we got to think about our weekends? Do we have to think about having babysitting services? I was at a conference yesterday with Conscious Economics. So I'm in a room with 100 women. And the policy building ideas that came up to how we can be more inclusive to women of diversity, it was magical. So it's about having those people around the table so that the reality is at the center of how we build. Now, to the entrepreneurs, it's very important that you do show up because the value of what you can extract from these spaces is important. Melissa is absolutely correct. Take up space. I think it's also being clear about sharing your actual reason why, the why you're creating your company, the reason why you're developing what you're doing. I'm looking directly at this couple that's here that have used their personal experience of why they want to solve home ownership. It's because of their story and how they grew up. So there's so much rich opportunity for you to say, I'm here, I'm not just taking up space, I know stuff you don't know. And I can solve some of the most pressing social and long-standing issues for many if I'm at the table. But we have to make sure they can get to the table first.
Absolutely. And I love your point about thinking about how programs are structured. And certainly, you're right, the pandemic forced us to look at how we deliver programs and service. Certainly in my organization, and when think about trade missions, and you know, trying to engage more diverse businesses, to your point, we also realized just how many more could access these programs if we could make them, or at least a portion of them, virtual. And so we saw, you know, normally on a trade mission, we would see maybe 25, maybe 30, maybe as many as 50 companies able to get on a plane and go with a minister or a delegate to a trade show in another country for a week. That's a huge commitment if you are an independent or a very small micro business. And if you have other, as you say, social commitments and obligations, it's really difficult. But when we moved to digital, we could include 300-400 folks and at least give them an idea virtually. So that, thank you for that. That's really, really important. Anna, let's go to you. You've worked in some pretty sizable organizations. I had a look at your background, but UPS is on a whole different scale. This is an enormous organization, nationally and internationally operating all around the world. How do you recognize diversity, not only in the entrepreneurship community, but also internally in that organization?
Thank you for that question, and thank you for having me on this incredible panel. I feel so lucky to be able to share this stage with all of you, so thank you. I'll start with the internally. I think Humera said it right. You can have the people, but then you need to actually make sure that the UPSers like myself feel heard and feel lifted and feel recognized. So one of the things that we did at UPS Canada is we started something called a multicultural BRG, the Business Resource Group. It's just a fancy way of saying a group of UPSers getting together every few weeks to discuss what matters to them and how can we recognize the diversity that is within the company. So we've done a few things in the 1 year that's been around within Canada. We've had celebrations around truth and reconciliation. We have brought how to be a part of truth and reconciliation when you are not an Indigenous person, which I think is important. We've had celebrations for Black History Month and recognized Black UPSers who have gone up the ranks and hold positions for the first time within our organization. We have recognized Asian Pacific people during Asian History Month, which was incredibly important. We had our first Pride celebration in Winnipeg where we had a UPS truck go down the Winnipeg Pride, which was so incredibly exhilarating, especially as a member of the 2S LGBTQ+ community. I mean, it almost brought me to tears because it meant so much to me that my company not only wants to work with entrepreneurs of a diverse background, but celebrates their internal team and wants to lift them and wants to bring them together. Oh,
yeah.
That's great. Now, as for our entrepreneurs, we have incredible programs to help them grow. We celebrate them when their successes. We're there when maybe things don't go well. We have an incredible team of UPS ambassadors who will work with you from the ground up. Even if you haven't built something, they will be there to tell you, okay, now that you have it, where do we go? Where do you want to go? Mapping out, where should we go next? It's thinking outside of maybe your local community and going elsewhere. So we have incredible programs. And then when we do see a success story, we are really great with our communications team. One of them is here, and we're really lucky to have them. They will talk to this company. They will ask, how did you do it? Share your experiences. What went well? What didn't go well? You know, I think everybody here has talked about the importance of sharing those experiences with each other, and then we'll blast them all over our social media and internally. I think what we've done really specifically within UPS is we don't keep our departments separate. We make sure, for example, when we had our Black History Month celebration, we brought a Black female entrepreneur onto a panel to discuss how hard was it for you to start your business as an immigrant, for example? What worked well? How did UPS help you? But most importantly, what can we do better?
That's great. I like that. First of all, I like that you call yourself UPSers. I think that's awesome. But it's about, and what you said, both internally and externally, the entrepreneurs in which you engage, it's about being heard, being seen, being recognized and celebrated. And I think all of that is really important. And I'm, so back to the practical again, though, as well. A conversation we had last year with one of your colleagues about small businesses and e-commerce. And I know you've focused a lot on that for obvious reasons. But you can tell us a little bit about how UPS Canada supports entrepreneurs, especially diversity-owned businesses, with the growing pains of e-commerce and exporting goods and products?
Yeah, of course, and God, are those growing pains, aren't they? Yeah, so our ambassadors are one huge part and component of it, definitely. The other way that we do it is we partner with amazing organizations like Startup Canada. I mean, we are a huge organization, but we think it's important that we have our thumb on the pulse of what entrepreneurs are feeling. Because if we can use our voice to help you, it is critical. So if you have opinions, ideas, suggestions, please come see me. I will be around the rest of the day. I want to hear, how can we help you? The third thing is, with Startup Canada, actually, we did a survey for the last 2 years on SMEs and their growing pains during the pandemic. What did they go through? Was the funding from the government helpful or not? Was it easy for them to access that funding? Was it easy for them to access the information on how to export? Did they have to go to 10 different websites instead of going to one? Are there regulations that they are concerned about? And I think the one thing that we saw over and over again was the pandemic taught us that they need to have an online presence. And that was really hard to get through. And that was really hard to access, especially if you are of an older generation and maybe the internet is still a new thing. It's complicated. You don't know what to do. And there are regulations like privacy and data that you might not know which ones are you supposed to go through. So with those results from those surveys from the last 2 years, we've actually put together a list of recommendations that we are now advocating to the federal and provincial governments to make sure that they know how we and they can help SMEs and nano entrepreneurs grow and expand. And of course, we have incredible partners with ITC, with EDC. Government is there to help, and we understand that, and we want to be that extra branch of help, not a hindrance, that's for sure.
Well, thank you so much for that, too. With the time that we have left, I'm going to just throw a couple of questions out to the floor, and whoever wants to pick up, and draw on this, but and this may be, as somebody who works for the federal government, may be a little dangerous question to ask, but let me say, when we develop policies and programs. We try very hard, I think, to think about and reflect on all of the communities that will be affected, and to develop, and inform policy through some of those lenses. But let me ask this: what other ideas do you have, any of you, for us, for government, to incorporate better equity, diversity, and inclusion, and underrepresented entrepreneurs in our policy development and our program implementation? Anyone?
I can start.
You're sort of half with us, Julie, so you're more on my side of the. but let's go to the panel.
Sure.
Who wants
Well,
to start?
I'll just really quickly. I think it is simply ask, and when I say that, is like making sure that our community groups are at the table and inviting us to actively participate. And a great example, again, using on the procurement side, we sit at the Supplier Advisory Council committee, which is part of PSPC, and the intent there is to make sure that when they're looking at policies and practices that they're hearing from not only the LGBT entrepreneurs, but I sit there along with my organization that represents women entrepreneurs, Indigenous and Black entrepreneurs. So again, the goal there is to make sure that our voices are being heard. Now that's the second piece, though, is actually not only inviting us, but it's actually then hearing what we're saying. And so I think sometimes, and I can do this because, in my role, my job is to continue to advocate and push. And so I think sometimes that with government, they're almost going through the motions, making sure that they're at the table, but are they actually hearing and listening to us? And so I think that's the key piece, is taking what we're providing and actually incorporating that into the policies that they're developing.
No, thank you for that. Anna, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I have a really quick one. I'm a self-declared trade nerd. Please don't come at me for that one. Including them in the trade agreements. We have a women's chapter, we have an SMEs chapter, we have an Indigenous peoples chapter. I think including more diversity within trade agreements is key.
Thank you. Tiffany?
Being somebody who was a part of, I think, a very great demonstration of how government listens to how programs can be developed. That was my experience in helping to co-design the Black Entrepreneurship Program and the different layers within it. I think the idea is then the continual conversation about how it will grow. It's never going to be, as we explore, as these resources are put into our community, it is absolutely imperative that the government continues to support the learnings that come out of that and the ability to be flexible, which is I think that's a hard sometimes word, sometimes with government, to be flexible, to understand that now needs have grown. As I mentioned before, as we finance and fund these nano, micro businesses, they're gonna grow, hopefully. How do we track that? How do we adapt and change and make sure that resources meet them in different ways? EDC, I think that I have to give it to you in terms of the program is saying funds that are led by founders that are, or funds that are led by people of those communities. That is all rich and very important because again, it's a direct line of what is required. It's not hearsay, and it's not just kind of sitting there to check the box. It's literally listen so we can build this together.
Yeah, absolutely. Julie, do you want to weigh in?
Well, I'm wondering, with our colleagues on the panel, one true belief that I have, and as I'm looking at how we get to where the companies are, one great belief that I have is to be where they are. Like this thing of saying, remember, I do this, Sarah does something else, somebody else does, it's so complicated. So whether it's your knowledge as an organization, whether it's your solution as an organization, put them in the channels where those companies are, as opposed to trying to attract the companies to you. And it's not a simple thing to do, but the more we can all go that way, I think it is the key to success longer term. So that's what I wanted to add.
Her hypothesis is correct, and I'll explain why. When the first step of bringing together what is now the BEP was we brought to our members of parliament 50 or 60 Black-owned businesses in Quebec, and we said, you tell them why CEBA is not going to work for you. Explain why those criteria don't fit you. So it's exactly that. It's not being the intermediary. I come back to the idea of being the bridge.
That's amazing. Thank you all. Look, we're out of time. I'd love to continue this conversation. I've got lots of ideas, lots of other questions about how we can get to sort of practical sharing of stories and helping others, but we are out of time. You've all been incredibly generous with your thoughts and ideas, and I think, you know, if there's one thing I take away, and you know, it is the learning, the listening, the active engagement, the deliberate and intentional engagement with communities, the respect, and the hearing, and you know, and the sharing of those stories, and being very practical as well about some of the solutions and approaches. So thanks for sharing all of that. Round of applause for our panel here. Merci vraiment à tous pour votre participation, and you know, everybody have a great time the rest of the day. It's just going to be an amazing day, and I just feel that energy is so positive in the room. So this is terrific. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, I want to thank Sarah Wilshaw for being such a great moderator of that panel. The amount of material they got through and the levels of emotion we reached were really outstanding. So it's great to have moderators like that. And you know, they're all volunteers, right? Okay, we have a lot of work to do in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm really pleased that Startup Canada, since the beginning, has always had this motto, every entrepreneur. And to me, that was always very moving, which said that nobody gets left behind. We all move forward together. And thank you, panelists, for that great session and for that reminder. So we're just a couple of minutes away from hearing some incredible and inspiring pitches from the semi-finalists of the 2022 Startup Global Pitch Competition. But just before we get to that, it's my pleasure to introduce Stephanie Dexter, the president of UPS Canada. Stephanie, welcome to the stage.
Yeah. I was visiting. Hey, great to see you. Hey, what a great panel that was. I was just thanking Sarah and some of the other folks, but if you could give them a hand again, I mean, what an incredible panel. Great job. And Sarah, just so you know, we don't only call ourselves UPSers, but we also say we bleed brown. So there's another one you can put in your pocket for everyone. All right. Well, hey, welcome to the Startup Global portion of the day. For those of you that missed the morning's opening remarks, I'm Stephanie Dexter. I'm the president of UPS Canada. And I really hope you've been enjoying the event today. Have you been enjoying the event? Have you had a chance to go around? Great. The energy and the optimism flowing through reflects the great future of Canadian-led businesses that are here. To start off, I want to congratulate everyone who took part in the Global Pitch Competition, from the 100 semi-finalists to those of you who are here today vying for the top prizes. All of you and the hundreds and thousands of growing businesses across the country are showing more than ever the desire to take the next step by bringing your products and services to the world. I'm excited for you, and I know you're all going to do great. I also know today is just the beginning for you, whether you take home the top prize or not. I'd love to take home the top prize, so good luck for everyone. But I, for one, cannot wait to see what you're going to do next. Your ability to grow beyond the borders isn't a dream you have to realize alone. The amount of support in Canada for growing businesses from organizations like Startup Canada, government bodies, and from corporate Canada is amazing. UPS is one of the allies to support your growth, and we understand our role goes well beyond taking care of your supply chain needs. We are here to help you succeed. We want small businesses to dream big, and we're excited about leveraging our global trade expertise to help entrepreneurs access new markets and new opportunities. We're proud to contribute to this country's economic vibrancy by helping homegrown entrepreneurs remove barriers to cross-border trade. Some folks may think we're just a package delivery company, but for a great number of entrepreneurs, we're also thought partners and business advisors. And if you think about that a little bit more, and this is where I go off script, so my team's probably watching me, we're not really a package delivery company until we're a package delivery company. So your growth is critical. This morning, you may recall I mentioned the Women's Exporter Program, and that's a global initiative that aims to empower women-owned businesses with the knowledge and skills to take their products across borders, export around the globe, and really increase their market share. And it really adopts a three-prong approach. It's capacity building through workshops, webinars, educating women owners and their employees about customs regulations, which is getting bigger and bigger and even more critical as they change, supply chain processes, trade agreements, and export opportunities. Improving market access by partnering with non-governmental organizations, governments, and really leveraging our comprehensive product portfolio for small business to help women entrepreneurs identify market access. Also enabling regulatory frameworks by engaging in conversations about policy barriers and aiming to foster a regulatory environment that enables greater export growth by women-owned businesses. And this support isn't just exclusively for women-owned. We partner with all types of businesses to help break down barriers that get in the way of small business owners achieving their goals. Our goal is to anticipate your next move and provide solutions to help you meet the challenges of tomorrow today. If I can leave you from one piece of advice as you venture into the world of export, be bold, be essential, be unstoppable. Now, oh, I get to do this, right? We're ready for the, yeah, okay. It gives me great pleasure to officially kick off the Startup Global portion of the day. Have fun and good luck to all. Thank you.
Okay, so as Stephanie mentioned, we have officially arrived at one of the most highly anticipated segments of Startup Day. My personal favorite. Yes, the panels have been great, but this is what it's all about: seeing the businesses, seeing the entrepreneurs, seeing their stories, and cheering them on. We know it has been such a demanding last couple of years. Many of them have never even pitched in real life. This potentially is their first time on a real stage sharing their business ideas. So I want everybody to keep that applause going, the woohoos, the yays, the celebration. We want to make sure that they feel as supported as possible, because pitching is a little nerve-wracking for those of you who've never done it before. So as many of you are well aware now, and those that are just joining virtually on our Startup Global stage as we shift the program, as I mentioned, my name is Kayla Isabel, and I'm the CEO of Startup Canada. As a staunch advocate for entrepreneurs in Canada and on behalf of the entire Startup Canada team and extended network, we want to thank and really recognize some of Canada's best and brightest early stage startups who are going to be pitching today. This is Startup Canada's first in-person pitch competition that we have done since the pandemic. So let's give a little round of applause for that. And as I said, there's one very, very important rule for every single person in this audience, is after the pitches, and the pitches only, they'll have about 90 seconds, we need to hear you make some serious noise. So you'll hear me, I'm gonna be screaming over here, so just follow my cue, and we'll make sure that they feel really supported. We know that Canada's aspiring entrepreneurs have the talent, they have the passion, and they have the drive to succeed in today's economy. And we want to help entrepreneurs really manifest their own vision faster. This year, we scaled the Startup Global program into an annual format, so 365 days a year, entrepreneurs can access this initiative. And we have engaged over 5,700 entrepreneurs through that program. Our portal allows entrepreneurs access to various resources, a number of tools, on-demand videos, and workshops from our extensive network of experts export partners, and a number of different evergreen guides, opportunities to connect with the global community of exports and other peers in the entrepreneurship community. On top of Startup Global's now annual programming, we also hosted a coast-to-coast call for startups with global ambitions. This year, we had entrepreneurs from 184 Canadian cities, 184. True diversity across the entire country in terms of regions, which is amazing. And through the first qualifications round, we had our top 90 startups selected. We opened another 10 that we call our wildcards. And then we also had, powered by UPS, a People's Choice Award, where we gave $5,000 in untethered cash and a guaranteed spot in the grand finale today for the semi-finalist who won the most votes. With over 3,100 votes cast, the competition was incredibly tight, but you will get to meet some of these speakers in just a moment. I'd like to quickly introduce as well our special prizes. We wanted to recognize other global entrepreneurs and give them special recognition. And that includes a Rural Entrepreneur Special Prize that was given to Bronwyn Bridges, co-founder and president of Pragmaclin out of St. John's, Newfoundland. She actually made it to the top 11 as well, so congratulations, Bronwyn. We had a Seniorpreneur Special Prize that was given to Ron Benebi, founder and CEO of Uplink Financial Technologies out of Toronto, Ontario. And then we also had a Social Entrepreneur Special Prize, Kaylee Dale, from CEO and co-founder of Friendlier out of Guelph, Ontario. So huge round of applause to those groups. They've already received the cash. They're already spending it on their businesses. Very, very exciting. Today, we have an extensive group of in-kind prizes in addition to some cash. We know businesses need capital to scale, especially in international markets, so it's very important for our network of partners and for us to be able to provide that opportunity. Today, our third place winner is winning 10 grand. Our second place winner is winning $15,000, and our first place winner is winning $30,000, which is very, very exciting. So this year's grand finale is presented in partnership with many incredible partners you have already met throughout today, and that is UPS, Export Development Canada, and the Trade Commissioner Service as our three co-presenting partners. We also have an incredible network of national partners, including MasterCard, Scotiabank, FIT, and many of them are here today as well. Today's hashtags are Startup Global 2022 and hashtag Startup Global. And whether you're in person, online, definitely share that love on social media and recognize and amplify many of these businesses. That does not cost you a dime. You have this great opportunity to amplify what they are doing just using your networks. So, before we kick things off, finalists, we believe in you. We are so excited to hear these pitches. Take a big breath in, and we are rooting for you 100%. Just look in the audience and you'll have a lot of supportive faces. Amazing. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce our incredible judges. Some have done this pitch competition and been judges for many, many years. Others, this is their first time coming in person. So I'm going to introduce our most experienced judge, I would say, first. And that is going to be our incredible champion, our UPSer, I think we can say, and somebody who I thought was a Startup Canada employee when I first started, because he's on so many of our collateral pieces and in so many of our promos. And that is Paul Gaspar, Director of Small Business at UPS, over there. Amazing. To my left, we also have the incredible Armin Nerozi, Regional Vice President, Partnerships at Export Development Canada, also an incredible champion and a wonderful partner who we've just signed a new 3-year agreement to help expand this program even further. So very grateful, Armin, for all of your support. We have Cindy Eve Barassa, also the Director, TCS Promotion, Marketing, and Digital Evolution at Global Affairs Canada. Welcome, Cindy Eve. Then we have Jeremy Bornstein, Senior VP Product Management at MasterCard, another incredible national partner. Welcome, Jeremy. And our entrepreneur of the day, the fabulous Vivian Kay, founder and CEO of Kinky Curly Yaki. Vivian has frequented our Startup Women program as an advisor, as an expert, as a podcast host, as a huge source of inspiration. So we're super excited to have you here, Vivian, with her son as well. X is somewhere around here as well. We're going to expect some big applause. Amazing. So a quick rundown of those, for those of you who have not participated in this pitch competition before. Each pitcher has 90 seconds, which we know is a challenging amount of time, to explain some of these fabulous businesses. Props will be allowed, so you'll see some props over stage left over here, and we'll also be distributing actually some products to the various tables, so keep an eye out for the Startup Canada team sharing some of those materials. Judges, you will also be given some products. So after the 90-second pitch, this will be followed by about 4 minutes of Q&A. This will be a combination of questions that the pitchers will then be able to respond to, or general feedback around the pitch. The judges will also be capturing additional comments that we'll share with the global finalists to help them improve their business moving forward. We have timers in the front, so pitchers, just look right at that screen over there, and I will make sure that we keep everything fair and tidy in the pitch comp, because there's so much exciting elements of the business to share. So, are we ready to get started? Yes. Let's hear it. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Okay. I'm probably the most excited person in this room right now, if you can't tell. So, kicking us off, a huge round of applause to Nancy Wingham from Nuez Acres, coming all the way from Langley, British Columbia. Come on up. So I'm going to pass around some products to the judges, and then we'll begin the pitch momentarily.
Hello. Hello. By 2025, it is estimated that 2/3 of the global population will experience water shortage, making water conservation a high priority in many industries, including in the beauty sector. My name is Nancy. I'm the co-founder of Nuez Acres. We're Canada's only indigenous pecan oil producers, and we are committed to the conservation of water in the beauty industry by offering seed-to-skin products that are completely water-free. Our pecans are grown and harvested in my family's farm in northern Mexico. They contain a lot of nutrients that are highly sought after in the beauty industry, and they require far less water to grow than other tree nuts, making them a more sustainable solution. For most skincare and personal use products, water is the main ingredient, representing 60 to 80% of the total formula. This amounts to over 5 billion liters of water used each year on a global scale. Imagine what we could do with all that water. By creating formulas that are waterless, we're also creating products that are more efficient and require far less packaging, allowing the beauty industry to remove millions of tons of plastic each year from our environment. Nuez Acres is proud to offer its products to retailers and online platforms across North America. And with a growth of over 190% year to date, we have a proven concept of products that work and appeal to consumers, allowing us to be part of the solution. And with your help, we will reach our goal of a larger US expansion, where we can continue to advocate to consumers to make small choices that will amount to big changes in our environment. The time for climate action is now.
Beautifully done. We're going to see if we can grab another microphone so we can make sure that the pitchers have some space over there. Beautifully done. Congratulations. Now you can relax. Yes, so let's kick off with some questions. Paul, do you want to kick us off?
Great going first. It's always a challenge in getting that in there. And great product. But obviously in industry, we're talking about skin products. There's a lot of competition, a lot of stuff that's being developed. So a little curious as to what competition you think you're facing and how you're going to sort of, tackle that on as you move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, there's a lot of competition. We do have the advantage of being one of the first to explore pecan oil in the skincare industry. If you Google pecan oil for skin, our products come up first on Google, which is a great advantage that we have. We're not marketing our company as another skincare product. We're marketing ourselves as a pecan oil skincare company, which is not being used at the moment. So that puts us in a different position than other companies.
Sure, thank you. Curious, how are you thinking about distribution of this, and what are those channels that you're looking at distributing the product through? Because not only is it intensely competitive, but there's also a ton of product in this space too, and how do you break through?
Yes, so at the moment we are in independent retail stores. We are in talks with a national retailer that will put us in 250 retail stores within Canada in 2023. From there, we are jumping with this retailer into the US and globally. At that point, we will obviously look into distribution a little bit better. We manufacture everything in-house. And we have invested heavily into equipment that can allow us to grow in-house, which gives us an advantage of not having to, as we noticed, with everything, the distribution channels being so broken at the moment, we do have control of that, which allows us to grow globally.
Beautiful. And final feedback from Sydney.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the structure of the leadership on your company and what is the expertise they have to help you go global?
Yeah, absolutely. So my husband is the CEO. He is an entrepreneur by heart. He has managed a few companies that he has taken from zero to a few $1 million in a year. And then we are working with the trade commissioner. Whatever we don't know and we are not comfortable with, then we do hire people as well. We will bring in people in terms of sales and B2B and other representatives like law for trademarking, which we already have in process, and distribution as well.
Great mention of the trade commissioner to somebody from TCS. Fabulous, incredible job. Applause for first pick. Wow, unreal. Thank you so much. Great. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to pass the microphone this way. So pitchers, you're going to have a microphone. You're going to stand stage left, and then I'll stay right. Okay. Beautifully done. So I'll pass this off, and then I'll pass it down. Okay, so up next, we have our second pitcher coming all the way from Quebec City, Quebec, Joey Hébert from Moss. I'm going to count you down with the number right there, and we'll give you, a minute 30. Yeah, perfect, there you go. In 3, 2, 1.
I'm pretty much sure that all of you guys in this room have already witnessed someone overwhelmed trying to pack sports gear or outdoor equipment on top of their car. You all have the image, right? It's something overwhelming, okay? In fact, 61% of actual car rack users think that their rack is out of reach and pain to use. Despite this high number of unsatisfied users, the market is booming, expected to grow another 33% to $1.6 billion in 2026. This is why at Mang, we want to build the most handy car roof rack, the Must Uplift. The Must Uplift is a load assist module that lowers from the top to the side of the car, granting an easy access to pack kayaks, bikes, boards, skis, and cargo boxes, and assisting 75% of the load in the process. We validated product market fit in the past months by selling 80 units of our patent pending product in the province of Quebec. Now we're seeking for some strategic partners to grow outside of the province and raise our next round. At Moss, we have changed the rules of the game when it comes to easy sports and outdoor equipment transportation of the car. Now, let's body up to bring it up to the next level.
Love it. Let's body up. Ooh, that's great. Congratulations. Beautifully done, Joey.
I think there's issues with them.
Sure. Is everyone able to hear the microphones okay from the audience? I think it might be a little challenging from up front. Is there anything that we might be able to do to change those settings back?
Yeah.
This one's cutting out.
You heard me? Okay.
Okay. Can we resolve that, tech team? Maybe we'll get a second microphone. Fabulous. Well, in the interim, let's ask some quick questions and see if we can get the microphone working up in a second. Vivian, I would love to start with you, some feedback.
Yes. Hi, how are you? Good, good, good. Why are you doing this? Like, I didn't really understand why.
I'm doing this because I'm passionate of outdoor sports. I practice sports myself, so I just saw the opportunity in the market to answer better the needs of people who are maybe smaller or less strong than I am, because I'm 6'1", so maybe it's not one of my needs, but when I see around me in the industry, well, there's some people who are not able to pack their kayaks on top of the car. It's not that they're able to practice the sport, they're just not able to pack it on the car. So I think it's just not a question anymore in 2022, not to practice a sport because you're not able to pack the gear itself.
Saying it. I love it. Okay, let's try a new microphone over here. Okay, Armin, I'm going to pass over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out, Joey. Congratulations on where you're at. I wish this was out before I bought my, awkward bike rack for the family of 4. So I can totally relate to why you're doing this. I'm trying to understand from a scaling perspective, how do you see your company growing, and from a supply chain perspective as well? Like, how do you see yourself growing?
Yeah, great question. Well, we have a hybrid model, direct to consumer through our e-commerce platform and through retailers and distributors. So what we want to do first is have a high presence here in the east of Canada, so Quebec, Ontario, and the New Brunswick, Nova Scotia area, and then we want to go on the western part of Canada, then through the US. So that's the game plan. 47% of our market is here in North America. So before we want to go abroad, we want to start here in North America and then go in Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and all those areas. So that's the game plan.
Man, I'd like to come with. That sounds great. Jeremy.
So really interesting, especially to come right after the prior one where, tons and tons of competitors were here. You're in an industry which is really an oligopoly. There's 2 really big companies that do this, and I'm trying to think of why. Why is that? And how is it that you are going to be able to interoperate with these other major manufacturers that are out there because I imagine you're not getting in the business of customizing to every single car.
Yeah, that's a great question. In fact, we're complementary, to those 2 big businesses, so Thule or Yakima, to name them. So we mount straight on 2 crossbars, and their cargo boxes or their bike racks fits onto our modules. So since we are complementary to them, we're not perceived as a competitor at first, but we're complementary. So that's the strategy to go to market. They're in fact pretty. We speak with them, so they're pretty okay with us doing this because we just sell their product, or we encourage people to buy their product as well. So it's not an issue for us on the short term. Yeah,
that's great. Thank you.
Could be an exit strategy, in fact.
Awesome. And Paul from UPS, how do you ship these things?
So of course, the UPS question is the logistics side of it. It's a large product, heavier product. So have you taken considerations as to how you're going to manage the logistics side of it and still making it a sustainable, scalable type business? I know I heard some online, I heard that there's some distributor plans as well too, but all of that still encompasses a lot of movement, which obviously is a costly component. What are your plans? Have you thought that through? Yep. What are you trying to do? Yeah, we did. So I forgot to answer about the supply chain question. So we're manufactured in Vietnam. When it comes here in Canada, it's 100% assembled in the box, ready to ship. So we ship direct to consumer through UPS, Purolator, and all those companies for distribution. So it's about $48 to ship our product. We consider maybe at some point absorbing this cost, but right now the customers pay for this cost. So yeah, that's our plan right now, and have some hubs for distributions to lower the costs.
Great. Okay, round of applause for Joey.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Up next, we are going to have Jessica Yang of Tochtech Technologies Limited. She's coming all the way from Vancouver, BC. We've got some great BC representation here today, and she'll be joining us on the stage momentarily. All right, clock is ready. I'll count you down in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jessica Yang from Tochtech.
By 2030, all baby boomers will be 65, and we'll have shortage of 18 million healthcare workers. What are we going to do? Future care must be powered by technology. At Tochtech, our mission is to provide solutions as innovators to enable smarter care for better health outcome. How? Imagine transforming reactive periodic checks on resident or patient every hour to proactively respond to notifications, enhancing safety through continual monitoring and providing evidence-based care. Some seniors choosing to stay at home, that's not a problem. All this can be achieved by our award-winning sleep tracker, SleepSense. This non-wearable, non-contact AI-driven device is placed under your bed. My parents choose to age at home. Every morning when they get up in their home in China, I got a message on my phone telling me they're up for the day. We're selling through our global partners. We're supporting right now over 1,000 seniors aging in place in 4 countries. We all have someone in our heart who's growing old and needing help. Please support us in making the impact on the way we take care of our loved ones better, no matter where we are. I'm Jessica Yang, co-founder and CEO of Tochtech. Thank you.
Fun. Great. Beautifully done, Jessica. Thank you so much for that amazing pitch. Let's kick off with some feedback from Vivian, please.
Can I see the thing?
Yes. It's a palm-sized device you place under the leg of the bed. So it's very different from many sleep trackers that you can see, because the two main different, what we are trying to focus, one is the two problems we're trying to address. One is staff efficiency, and another one is safety. The sleep quality, that is also a main feature on this device.
Is that your question? Can I see it? I love it. Sydney Eve.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit more about what's the competition for your products and what makes it so different that I would want to buy this for my parents?
For sure. So you're probably familiar with the Fitbit or the wearables, and then there are also some bed pads you place under the sheet, right? The main difference on this one, as I said, one is a staff efficiency, so that's mostly used by the care homes. Through the dashboards, the care staff can get notified when the resident get off beds. Instead of checking the resident every hour, disturbing their sleep, you can see everything on the screen, and then you can apply help. For the seniors, not just for seniors, for everyone here, sometimes, charging the phone wearables may not suitable, especially for seniors that, over 80 years old. Wearing something in bed, it may not be feasible. So this one reliably provides sleep data continuously. It could be for years. And plus, it provide also information about your heart rate, breathing rates. So from the well-being perspective, it provides long-term monitoring for chronic disease monitoring as well.
Armin.
Thank you, Jessica. So I have older parents who live away from me, and this would be fantastic for me to keep an eye, so to speak. I'm just wondering, knowing them, and they're highly independent women who might find this intrusive in a certain sense, how, from a psychological perspective, how do you kind of scale in a market where our senior parents might be highly independent and protective of their privacy?
Very different from cameras. So if we compare it to cameras give you the vision, and then a lot of people don't like it. Or microphones that you hear all the voices, you're recording the conversations. This one quietly sitting under the bed. So all it connects, it's your metadata and your sleep patterns. Most of the seniors have sleep problems. Actually, on the countryside, a lot of people talking about they have sleep issues, but they cannot really tell exactly how bad it is when they go to see the doctor. And they cannot really quantify the quality of the sleep. So this one actually helps them when they go to see the doctor, help them to seek for the treatment.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Jeremy, go ahead, bring us home.
Curious if you can talk a little bit about the unit cost, and because it's interesting just to juxtapose that against the competition, and then how are you looking at selling this? Is it purely to institutions where potentially a higher unit cost is acceptable, or is this a consumer product?
So right now, for short term, we're selling to institutional settings. We're selling to care homes and hospitals, mostly through our global partners. So the two ways: one is they can sell as is. We have a whole system, including software, cloud services, so they can use it directly by the care home or care organizations, healthcare providers. They can also integrate. We have 4 API provided, so they can integrate into their overall complete solution of the care software. The price for the business, it kind of varies, so we charge upfront fee plus an annual fee. So it depends on the volume. Our long term, well, not really long term, but just going into the next year, we're launching to the consumer market.
Fabulous, right on time. Amazing, Jessica. Thank you so much. Round of applause. Thank you so much. Is going to be Julia St.Amand of RetinaLogik out of Calgary, Alberta. So I think we're starting next. Go ahead.
When was the last time you saw something that made you stop and appreciate the moment? Maybe it was a loved one smiling at a bad joke you made, or the fall leaves floating around the buildings downtown. Or maybe for this crowd, it's the green check mark in your QuickBooks account. In all seriousness, good vision is something we often take for granted. Around 2.2 billion people suffer from vision impairment globally, and around half of those could have been prevented or still can with early detection and treatment. Unfortunately, most of the current diagnostic technology is expensive and not portable, leading to barriers in care. Hi, my name's Julia, and we created RetinaLogik to remove those barriers to care. Using our software, we can enable one of the most core tests used to detect conditions that cause permanent vision loss on virtual reality instead of something that looks like a fax machine from the 80s and costs $40,000. It's portable, cheaper, and we integrate AI models that were developed by my co-founder during his PhD in machine learning. So far, we've raised funds, started trials at the Section Chiefs Clinic, and we've created pilot opportunities with optometrists, ophthalmologists, and NGOs in across 10 countries. So help us to create this wearable, universal, accessible tool so we can help millions keep seeing the world clearly.
Gorgeous. Awesome, Julia.
I was afraid you were going to step on your glasses.
Me too. That would have been a very sad way to end the pitch. But no, beautifully done, Jessica. Sorry, Julia. Apologies. To kick off feedback, Paul, would you like to begin?
Obviously, I'm assuming it's a product that's got regulations because of it being a health-type product. Mm-hmm. Have you gone through that testing already? If you have you done that in other markets? Have you started that in other markets to go global? I just want to know a little bit more of that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we have hired regulatory advisors. So we hired 2 to get it checked and also contacted Health Canada to confirm our regulatory classification and the testing that we have to do. And so that's what our trial is currently testing at the Section Chiefs Clinic. So we just have to test the efficacy of it and get a license with Health Canada in order to sell it. And we estimate that we can complete that process in the next 4 months or so. And Canada and the FDA are regarded as some of the most stringent kind of health regulatory organizations or regulatory bodies out there. So once we have Health Canada approval, typically it's much easier to get approval from other regulatory bodies internationally.
Awesome. Vivian, questions?
So you mentioned the other machines cost about $40,000. How much does this cost?
Well, this one, we have the software and we have the hardware component. So we get the software from a business-to-business provider. It costs around $500 to $2,000 depending on the model that you buy. And we still want to do testing to figure out exactly which one is best for our customers and still meets our criteria.
Okay, thank you. Beautiful. Jeremy?
So you said you get the software from someone else. So what is it that...
Oh, sorry, no, we get the hardware from someone else.
Hardware, of course. Okay.
Yeah, we're good at software. We stick to the software.
Right, okay. That's great. And then the model, is it I purchase the software, or is it a license model? How does that work?
Yeah, so it's an upfront fee and then an annual subscription fee to the software to cover maintenance, and we also have some upgrades that we want to make with it to get the AI as well integrated. So they pay an upfront fee that covers the cost of shipping and covers the cost of the hardware itself, and then they sign up for an annual subscription.
And sorry, one final question. I presume you're selling to optometrist offices and who've already invested in those $40,000 bricks. And so what's the advantage for them to upgrade to this?
Yeah, that's a great question. Some of them have actually tried to avoid getting the $40,000 bricks, but those that have invested in it, a lot of them are nearing their end of life. So they last for about 10 years. With this equipment, we can reduce their total cost of ownership over those 10 years by around 65%. And it's also more comfortable for the patient, which is a big plus for them. Optometrists are trying to compete on patient experience right now. And we also are integrating our AI models to try and enhance quality of care, to try and enhance the insights that it can give them.
Beautiful. Final brief question from Cindy Eve.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit more about the structure on your leadership? You say, for example, there's someone that had work on the PhD for the initial idea. So can you expand a little bit about that and then talk about your desire to grow and go global?
Yeah, absolutely. So my background is in business and kinesiology. I did the dual degree program at the U of C, and I met my co-founder, Abed. He's somewhere out there.
Oh, there he is.
At a hackathon in 2018. And he was pursuing his PhD in computer science in machine learning applied to ophthalmology at the time. We worked really well together as a team, and he had this idea and said, this could change a lot of lives. Do you want to help? Do you want to help me try to build this? So that's how we started. Since then, we've completed 3 different accelerator programs. One of them is actually LOI that we're in right now, so shout out to Melissa.
Shout out Melissa.
And through one of them, we get access for free to global advisors. So we get access to regulatory advisors, go-to-market advisors, even some accounting services through that.
Amazing.
So we've been able to gain advisors through that. We also have the section chief of ophthalmology in Calgary who's on board. He's actually hosting the trials for this in his own clinic and got ethics approval for that in his clinic.
Okay, that's all the time that we have, Julie, but that was beautifully done. Thank you so much. Round of applause. Wonderful. So we are on pitch 5. We are just zooming through these pitches. Judges, grab your notes because we've got more and more fabulous pitches coming your way from all across Canada. So our next pitcher number 5 is Allex Laurin of Cheelcare, who's coming from Midland, Ontario. Alex, I'll count you down with a 3, 2, 1.
So I'd like to talk about my customer, Hannah. When I met her, she was 18, and her biggest fear was, am I gonna need someone to push me in my wheelchair for the rest of my life? But we changed that. Cheelcare creates devices that make the world more accessible for people with disabilities. Companion clicks onto the front of Hannah's wheelchair and gives her power and freedom. Now she does her groceries and gets around the city entirely on her own. She told me, Alex, Companion changed my life. That's what Cheelcare does. We're proud that we won Product of the Year for the last 2 years running and closed our last financial year with over $1 million in revenue, but we're just getting started. In a couple weeks, we're gonna launch a new product that will completely disrupt our industry. Curio is going to change the way that people get around, and it's going to make the world accessible in ways that no other wheelchair can. That's what Hannah's story is really about, giving her better access to her world. And there's about 4 million people just like Hannah in North America alone. Your support today is going to allow us to bring Curio to market and scale our company to a global leader in mobility. My name is Alex, our company is Cheelcare, and the more money we can raise, the more lives we're gonna change. Thank you.
Amazing. Beautifully done, Alex. Armin, I'll start with you.
So thanks for making it real with bringing the customer and who your audience is at the center. What got you started in this, Alex? Why are you in it? What's your background?
Yeah, so I was actually in charge of marketing for a charitable organization that really had impact on lives. And when the pandemic hit, I thought, you know what, I want to go into the private sector. But my biggest concern was, can I still make an impact in the private sector? And I got connected through one of the key investors with this organization. Met the founder, Eugene, who's in the audience. Really amazing people behind the company. And when I saw what the product did for customers, I said, you know what? That's something I want to get involved with. And that's how I really got into this space.
Amazing. Thanks, Alex. Vivian.
This is going to sound really weird. What's up with the name? Why Cheel? Like, I'm just concerned about, you know, trademarking and brand recognition and that sort of thing. So tell me about the name.
Yeah, for sure. So the name comes up a lot. I mean, the founders, this is a project that they started really from the heart. And when they started the company, they really wanted a name that resonated with something that is more relaxed, more chill, more fun in a space that is really medical, very clinical and kind of boring. So Cheelcare is kind of how they came up with that concept.
Amazing. Paul.
Competition. Seen similar devices online. Just curious, what makes yours unique? What differentiates yours from the competition?
Absolutely. So our product is built completely differently. So actually, if you see it here, you can see, whoop, back to the audience. You can actually see it has 4 independent legs, and each of the legs is on its own actuator. And that's patented. We actually have that protected. And so the difference between our chair and other chairs is that you usually have a power base that weighs 200 pounds. And then if you want your chair to tilt, you bolt on something that weighs another 100 pounds. And if you want it to lean side to side, you bolt on another. So chairs can weigh between 400 and 600 pounds easily. They're bulky, you have to change your house, you might need an adaptable van to be able to transport them. Ours weighs 180 pounds by design. And another key feature is the tech cluster that we have on board. So if you ever were to look at an old wheelchair from when or an old power chair from when they were invented in the 50s, and you looked at one today, they're very, very similar in how they're built. We have a sensor cluster on our chair that helps people get around, and the chair itself can self-level. So what happens is a lot of people in chairs, they might be on a surface that's uneven, so they lean, it puts their spine uneven. Our chair is actually able to correct that, and we do that by design just because of how it's built. So we can do that more cost effectively and with a lot less weight on board.
Wonderful. Sydney Eve, final question or comment?
Super interesting. I really love how you structure your pitch, so
thank you.
Well done on that. You talked a little bit about the why and like why your product is so unique, but can you expand a little bit about how the international competition looks like and what's the landscape in that area if you decide to go global?
Yeah, for sure. So the industry that we're in is largely controlled by some private equity players. There's not a lot in the industry. So there's really 3 main brands that have a really good stronghold on the market. But again, their model and the way that the funding is based and the way that everything is kind of set out in this space, the model is a power base with everything kind of bolted on, and that's what builds up your wheelchair. So our technology and our design is just so different that we're really gonna, especially because of how we can compete on costs and some other aspects, we're really gonna give them a run for their money in the market.
Love to hear it, Alex. Congratulations. Now
Thank
you can
so much.
rest easy. Round of applause for Alex.
Nice to meet you.
Amazing, and I definitely recommend if you see some of the pictures around for the rest of the day, go check out their products, take photos, amplify their businesses, and showcase what these things look like in real life. Unique opportunity we didn't have when we were virtual. All right, so up next we have our next finalist, Sang Lee of Peko Produce out of Vancouver, BC. Sang, are you ready? Yeah. Hey, take it away.
Hi, my name is Sang, and I'm the co-founder of Peko, Western Canada's first delivery service for peculiar and surplus groceries at up to 40% off grocery store prices. Essentially, we help you save money by saving food. every year, $15 billion worth of avoidable food waste happens in Canada due to cosmetic reasons or overstocking. Meanwhile, our food costs are at an all-time high, and we are facing a worsening climate crisis. That's why Peko sources imperfect and surplus food products from growers as well as brands at a huge wholesale discount and transfer the saving to end consumer. My co-founder and I started this company as a passion project, and in the last year and a half, we have bootstrapped our company to $250,000 in revenue, rescued more than 150,000 pounds of food from going to waste, and also saving our customer $500,000 in grocery bills. Our vision is to build the #1 online grocery store for all things imperfect and surplus, first in Canada, then beyond. Join us to make sustainability affordable and accessible to all. Thank you.
Fabulous, round of applause. That's a lot of produce. That's a lot of bananas and apples. My goodness. It's almost lunch. Clearly, I'm thinking about lunch. Let's kick off with some feedback from Jeremy.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for the pitch there. Can you just talk a little bit about sourcing and where do you get the fruits, vegetables, cans, whatever it is?
Yeah, so we primarily work with wholesaler to get their what is called second-grade produce. So essentially, there's a few ways that produce is graded, and the first grade one go to the Whole Foods of the world, and the second grade one, so to speak, is either misshapen somehow or have a few blemishes, but totally edible to eat, and that's a huge source of food waste in Canada. But what's more interesting is that there's demand and supply fluctuations, and you're never going to get the prediction right, and that's the bulk of the food waste happening among wholesaler. And this applies to both farmers, wholesaler, as well as even consumer goods brand. For instance, we have a mentor in PepsiCo, and he told me that Lay's chips loses around $100 million a year just in the Canadian market alone due to supply and demand fluctuations and surplus.
Wow. Very interesting. Paul?
Sorry, and maybe I'm misunderstanding a little bit. So is it just produce, or is it just perishable or non-perishable as well?
It's both, yeah. So we have two type of items. So our flagship product, the first one we ever launched, was a mystery box of peculiar produce. So it's a mix of both organic and conventional fruit and vegetable, and it weighs 12 pounds, so it lasts me like 3 weeks for $29.99. And then we recently introduced pantry items, so think baking mixes. So we partner directly with local brands and take any of their items that are surplus or mislabeled, or maybe they change the packaging and therefore can't sell in traditional channels anymore.
Do you have a follow-up, Paul? You're good with that?
Well, so now going global, so you're in Vancouver right now, and you can get it out to the market to those that are buying online. When you're going global, I guess, what's the vision? Is it to have, I guess, an online presence, but having distribution sites in multiple places? Because, if you're shipping perishable items, especially ones that are second grade, you need to get it in the consumer's hands quickly. So what's sort of your model?
Yeah, so we have a slightly different strategy here. Within the Canadian market domestically, we already built a strong D2C arm. So for instance, our CAC is around $6, and we have a 25-to-1 LTV to CAC, bootstrapping pretty much in the last year. So I think that's saying something for the stickiness of the consumer, and we actually have an 85% retention rate among our subscribers. And so within Canada, we want to keep building out this direct-to-consumer grocery delivery across the country, but we are also building out a B2B arm. So right now we're actually working with a food bank, using their facility as a packing space and then doing profit sharing, for example. And then there's also avenues like corporate perks or affordable school lunches to grow the domestic piece of pie. On the international side, though, we want to become more of a distributor to other countries, because the agriculture scene or I guess like the grocery scene in every country is so different. So we want to be more of like a B2B play there. We want to be the go-to place for all Canadian brands to sell their product internationally, anything that is like surplus or imperfect in some way. And then we are also planning to introduce private labels. So think if you have an overripe plum, we can upcycle that into jam, for example, and then export that overseas. And that would be a lot more shelf stable.
Fabulous. Congratulations. Beautifully done, Sang. So keep capturing that feedback, judges. We're listening to more and more incredible pitches, and we still have almost 4 left, I believe. So how are we doing, audience? How are these pitches? Come on. Amazing. Oh. Good. We've got a lot of supplies up here. It's a lot of moving parts. Awesome. So we are going to kick off with our next pitcher, Edouard Romeus of Folio. He is coming from Montreal, Quebec. I'm going to count you down in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, my name is Edouard Romeus. I'm the founder and CEO of Folio. Growing up, I was not exposed to homeownership because my mother rented for most of her life. And unfortunately, this is the story for millions of Canadians that are just like me. According to a study from Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, in 2016, Canada had a homeownership rate at 76%, while visible minority groups such as Black had the lowest rate at 44.5%. So if we're going to address a social wealth problem, we need to rethink how we provide access to homeownership. So therefore, our vision at Folio is to make homeownership accessible to historically underserved families in 5 steps. Our rent-to-own AI model qualify the customer's ability to pay, and our recommendation engine gives them a list of houses they likely they could afford. They pick a house that they like and put down 3% at closing, co-own the house with Folio for 3 years, and start building equity towards a down payment. And finally, buy the house from us or walk away with the saving. Our market here in Canada is a $420 billion market annually, and we are a team of developers and designers and real estate experts building this project and set to launch in Q2 2023. And right now, we are seeking partnership with government agencies, banks, to help us fulfill our mission of helping 100,000 families buy their first home by 2030. Thank you.
Amazing. Well, we've got lots of Government of Canada employees here and lots of banks here as well, so we can continue the conversation. So let's go to our judges. Cindy Eve.
Thank you. Really interesting products. Thanks for the explanation. Can you expand a little bit about how it works from a user perspective and what's the pricing models that you have?
Yeah, awesome. So we are a two-sided marketplace. From a user perspective, they simply download the application, and from there, they'll go through a series of qualification. They'll connect their bank account automatically. Our model, within minutes, will pre-qualify them from a user perspective. Now, from a partner perspective, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, I guess. Yeah, from a partner perspective, we actually work with real estate brokers, agents, mortgage lenders on the partner side to help fulfill those, for example, like a mortgage, stuff like that. Yeah. Or an agent to help them carry them through the transaction process.
The question that I was wondering is the pricing for the user.
The pricing structure, I mean, for us, we charge rent because essentially they become our tenant. We are the landlord. We charge a market rate for rent, and plus we charge them appreciation fee on the property over the course of 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rent buy. Armin.
Yeah, thank you. Really interesting concept. Just wondering, have you done some beta testing or some testing on this, and what's the feedback from some of the audience that you're targeting?
Yeah, definitely. So since we're a two-sided marketplace, the partner side, which is the referral aspects that would have been built, we beta tested with over 150 agents. Their response has been amazing. It's going to be a good way for them to get leads. And at the same time, most of the clients actually working with, especially in the pandemic, they're not qualified to get a regular mortgage. So they could work with us and still get the clients their home and make 100% of the commission on their side. So it's a win-win situation.
Okay, Jeremy.
I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the capital and where is that coming from, and how sustainable is it and your ability to grow that over time?
Amazing questions. So far, we're bootstrapped and then self-funding the platform. We don't have no outside investments. So right now, we're currently raising a pre-seed round of $1.5 million to really carry us for the next 2 years. And at the same time, we're also currently raising a real estate fund of $40 million to be able to acquire the asset.
Great. Vivian, you want to bring us home?
Yeah. Okay, so you've beta tested with 158 realtors. So and they have good response. Does that mean you own 158 properties, or you don't own any properties as of yet? And then my second question is, what are you doing with the data? Because I'm really concerned you're collecting all this data, and if you partner with, say, a bank, like what are the what's going to happen with the data that they're collecting up from these underprivileged families?
Yeah, that's a great question here. In terms of from a partner side, as you can understand, 90% of real estate agents who get into real estate, they are out of business within the next 1 to 2 years because they are bad of selling, bad of doing marketing. So for them, it's just another way for them to access leads, right? So in terms of the validation with the partner side. Now, in terms of the data, as you can understand, open banking is new to Canada. It's just recently got approved this March, this year. So we don't, obviously, security for us is extremely important. And the data is, we don't share that data in terms of banks, in terms of how the only access we give to our data in terms of, okay, well, if you as a person, you come to our application and get pre-qualified, you say John Smith just got pre-qualified. But in terms of sharing the financial data, how much they owe and their bank, how much debt ratio they have, we don't share that information. That stays privately confidential to the buyer. But now within the app, the buyer themselves have the option to share that data with their mortgage lender or their agent if they want at their own free will.
Fantastic. Well, round of applause for Edouard. Beautifully done. Congratulations. Now you can take a deep breath and enjoy the rest of the day. You can pass the mic to Isabel if you're there. All right, judges, competition is fierce. We've got more pitches coming. And up next we have Annika Mang of TrailCollectiv out of Regina, Saskatchewan. How are you feeling?
Great, thanks.
Good, excited, ready to go. Clock is good. All right, 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Annika Mang, the co-founder of TrailCollectiv, a hiking app for families that provides them with high quality and detailed information from the adventures kids love to safety information. Back in 2021, my husband and I and our 2 little girls aged 6 and 8 hiked the famous 75-kilometer West Coast Trail. At the start of the trail, hikers would ask us, "Why the heck are you doing this with kids?" Well, for every minute a child spends outside, they're 1% less likely to be obese or overweight. And regular time outdoors decreases the chance of mental health problems by 50%. But more importantly, families that are active together are healthier, and it strengthens the family bond significantly. And TrailCollectiv, we have already had an impact on families, including a mom who told us it was our fault that she quit smoking, became more active, and started to enjoy connecting with her kids, all because they started hiking together. But one of the biggest barriers for families getting outside is that they lack the information to know where to go and how to find the information so that they feel safe and comfortable outside. Well, since launching, TrailCollectiv has had close to 2,000 or over 2,000 downloads, over 600 plus hikes added to the system, and close to 100 trail contributors from across Canada and the USA. And our community voted for us to win the People's Choice Award. Yes. Our vision is to build a world where connections and community, connections with our family, community, and our friends thrive. Thank you.
Woo, awesome, amazing. Vivian, I'm going to throw the microphone to you first.
Oh, yes, I've got an 8-year-old, he's over there. So my question is, my first question is, why would I go hiking with my 8-year-old? But my real question is, what would make you different from, say, a Google review? So let's just say, or a Google, like something to do with Google, because I know if I'm looking for something, or TripAdvisor, where I'm like, okay, let me click on something and read people's reviews as to this trail or whatever I'm going to do. So what makes you different from those types of apps?
So one, all the information is in one place. People can easily find, so we have, whether it's all-terrain stroller accessible, city stroller, how much it's going to cost for them if there's a park pass. We have safety information. Is it in an avalanche zone? Maybe don't hike there in the winters if you don't have the skills to do that. Is there bears in the area? Bring your bear spray. All those kind of things, so to be educating on that. We also really specialize in trails, so you know that the information you're gonna get is good and quality information. And for those families who think they can't hike with their children, trust me, when you're on the app and you're driving through and you're like, wow, there's this short 2-kilometer trail to a waterfall, I can go do that with my family, and at the end of it, there's a splash park. So now we're hiking, being a little active together, and then we're going to the splash park, and that's the information that you get from us. One lady in Chicago, she added some trails, and I love it because, you know, she's like, this is the perfect place to go for pizza after. So that's you kind of get that full deal from us. And on the note of TripAdvisor, in our customer discovery, we had one lady say, you know what, I went on TripAdvisor to ask what I needed to know about a trail, and this is what they said to me. They said, I couldn't do that trail with my kids, it was too hard. If we listened to people with the West Coast Trail, we would have not, I mean, it's a crazy trail. Most people shouldn't do it with their kids, especially that little. But we had the best time and made the best memories. And I think if we listened to other people, we just never would have done that. But we knew our kids, we knew what we were capable of, and we did it together.
Awesome. Armin, and then I'll pass to Jeremy.
Yeah, thank you, Annika. This is fantastic. Maybe an opportunity, a business opportunity to pair up with Joey from Moss, you know, with the racks. You can.
Oh my gosh.
But what's your revenue model?
Yeah, so we have just started exploring our revenue model, which is a B2C SaaS business model. So we charge our users either monthly, so they get a 2-week free trial, and then they're charged either $4.99 monthly or $29.99 yearly. What we're finding is those that start our free trial, we're having 45% conversion rate to paid right now. And so right now we've really been testing out that model and getting ready to kind of amp up and see kind of where we want to take it, which customers we really want to target. Our current acquisition rate has been just under $2 a customer at the moment, so.
You need to charge more. I have a plant app that charges me $46.99 to remind me to water my plants. I would pay $46.99 to know what trails I would take with my kid.
There you go.
I'll charge you half to
yeah, I'll just text you. Yeah. That's great.
Here's the thing, we also want to make this successful and we want to grow fast across. So we're already in Canada and starting to trickle in the States. We're more heavily in Western Canada right now. But by the end of next year, we want to have 1,700 customers, but then from there we want to really expand to Canada, the rest of Canada and key locations in the States. We're already in the States, but we really want to make sure that where we go, we're amplifying carefully in the places that we're choosing. And then from there, in year 3, we'll want to start going globally, but also solidify our name in North America as the place where families go for outdoor adventures.
Amazing. Very quick question, Jeremy. We can finish off with you. Nope. All good. Any other judge questions? In 10 seconds. Yes, Annie?
I have a question about how do you get the best information in terms of the content for the app
In
for
one sentence.
all across Canada?
We are lucky to so my co-founder and I, we have over 150,000 social media followers in this space with connections with tourism boards, gear companies, and just influencers all over. And so we have really great information that people are either giving us, and the trail contributors that we do get, we have to pre-approve. And it's amazing the quality that parents want to give and how good they are. Like moms, dads as well, like they give you really great information. And the people that we know that do give us information, we work with them more and we say, hey, here are some perks. We want to keep on working with you because you give us amazing information and you're an expert. Let's continue to work with you. And we really value our trail contributors.
Awesome. Round of applause for TrailCollectiv, our UPS People's Choice Award winner. You're welcome to go, right? He's writing all the notes, remembering all the good stuff. We've got, I think, 3 more pitches. This goes by so quickly every time we do it, and I wish we could just do this for days and days, but that sort of is my job, which is fabulous. Up next, we have Stephanie Tien of Arbre, who's coming from Toronto, Ontario. Stephanie, how you feeling?
Great.
Good? Great? You're ready? Okay, I'm going to count you down in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everyone. Arbre was born after I experienced a painful sunburn right here on my scalp. After we did some research, we realized there's a gap in the market for sun protection products for the scalp. So our solution is Spruce, a tinted powder dry shampoo with SPF 20, specifically formulated for the scalp to provide optimal sun protection. It contains mineral-based sunscreen ingredients that are reef safe, and it also comes in recyclable and sustainable packaging. Spruce was developed with the 6 million millennial and Gen Z women in Canada in mind as our target market, which has a potential market size of $1.5 million. But we don't plan to stop there. Arbre plans to expand into the US and Australia in the coming years. Our competitors are generally found in the luxury pricing range, unsustainable and unavailable in Canada. So we're well positioned to provide the best sun protection product to our target customers. Arbre was founded by myself, Stephanie Tien, and my co-founder, Christina Knox, and we're both scientists by training. Our team is highly skilled in regulatory practices, research and development, and business operations. We've also been backed by a number of subject matter experts in dermatology and cosmetic formulations and consumer packaged goods. Over the last 3 years, we've conducted market research and customer interviews, raised over $30,000 in non-dilutive funding, developed and tested our proprietary formulation, received Health Canada approval, and just last month launched our debut product. Spruce is now available for pre-order through our Indiegogo campaign. We hope you can support us on our mission to create sustainable, innovative, and inclusive SPF products.
Ooh, right on the buzzer. Beautifully done, Stephanie. Amazing, amazing. Love it. Judges, who would like to kick off? Vivian. Oh, she's looking at the product right away.
Because, you know, it says that you're inclusive, and people of color, especially black women, or black people, period, we're excluded in this market. And we need SPF, especially because the sun is different from the African sun. But anywho, have you tested this on my hair?
Yeah, so my co-founder and I, we're both women of color, so we understand the problems and the struggles of people of color looking for sun protection products. And when we were developing the product, we did a number of customer interviews with people of all diverse backgrounds and hair types to understand what they needed and what they wanted. And when we were prototyping, we actually sent out the samples to people in our network, friends and family with different hair colors and types to make sure that the product would work on a whole diverse range of people.
Good, thank you.
Amazing. Armin.
Open it?
Armin, go ahead, then we'll do Jeremy.
All right. I thought Vivian was about to do some product testing. I don't want to
You can
interrupt
go. You can
that.
try it right now, Vivian. Go ahead. We can walk outside.
Hi again, Stephanie. So you mentioned selling your product online. What is your plans from a retail perspective and getting into some of these larger buyers like shoppers and so on?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we plan to sell direct to consumer through our e-commerce store first. And then we have also been in talks with a number of other online distributors and retailers local to the GTA where we're based and also nationwide so that we can reach a larger customer base. And then as we continue to grow and hopefully develop a whole range of products, then we hope to enter into other brick and mortar stores like a Shoppers Drug Mart or a Sephora in the future.
Right. Jeremy.
I found it amazing that someone with a full head of hair finds this challenge of sunburn. I would suggest, as a actively balding male, that there's also there's no good solution for people with my hair type. So consider that as well.
Just a comment.
For sure.
That's great. Amazing. Sydney.
I'm just curious about the name of the company and like how does that fit with the brand recognition for the product?
Yeah, that's a great question. So as we may know, Arbre is the French word for tree, and that's really rooted in our brand values. So trees symbolize a lot of things for our company. They provide us shade and shelter and protection from the sun, and that's ultimately what we hope to do with our company. But trees are also very good and healthy for the environment, capturing the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And for our company, we hope to also provide sustainable sun protection products and to put products out into the market that don't do more harm to the environment.
Great. Paul, we've still got another minute or so. Do you have any questions for Stephanie? No? Any other thoughts, comments? Where's it made from Jeremy?
Great question. Yeah, so we have an amazing manufacturing partner based in Calgary. They have years of experience producing other like natural products as well.
Beautiful. Other questions? Armin, anything else on your end?
I'm surprised Paul's not asking about shipping costs, but I'm wondering in this environment of like the high cost of shipping, you know, it's a relatively small product. Like how do you oversee the distribution element from a B2C perspective?
Yeah, that's a great question, especially for small businesses. For our pre-order campaign, we are planning to partner with a local GTA distributor where they can provide like same-day shipping for a lot lower costs for small businesses. And then for nationwide delivery, we are looking at our strategy for that to partner with potentially UPS or Canada Post and things like that.
Yeah, let's lean the UPS on that one. Anything else you'd like to share with us, Stephanie?
If I could just add something, your packaging is bang on. It's really beautiful.
Thank you.
And it's really well designed, and it seems really user friendly. So good job.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Round of applause for Stephanie.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. So we have a virtual pitcher up next. Michael W. Palmer is the co-founder and CEO, or CBO and director of Solve Strips. He is going to be joining us virtually on stage as I pass out some of his physical products. Michael, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Very well. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. How are you doing, Michael?
Fantastic. Would love to be there in person, but great to be here.
It's great to see you as well. I think there's a bit of a lag on your vocal, so we're just gonna get that right before you start your pitch. But what I'll do is I'll pass around some of the products. We're also gonna be distributing some products to the tables. Michael was very generous in sending some additional products our way. So we'll be handing those out momentarily to the center tables, and those that applaud the loudest will get more. Okay, Michael, let's try that one more time.
Can you hear me okay? How does that sound?
Yes, we can. Amazing. So Michael is joining us from Calgary, Alberta. And Michael, I'm going to count you down in 3, 2, 1.
As a consumer, are you tired of choking and gagging on those big pills? My name is Michael Palmer, co-founder, chief business officer for Innosol Health and Sol Strips. At Innosol, we develop vitamin supplements using our superior technology, oral thin, quick dissolving strips, kind of like Listerine breath papers. Did you know up to 45% of the global population cannot swallow pills? At Sol's, our superior technology is simply place a strip on your tongue, and the active quickly melts into your bloodstream within 2 to 5 minutes. Our B2C focus, we have 5 consumer websites, including our own Shopify Sol Strip store. B2B, we focus on US and Canadian retail stores, including pharmacies. Industry experts predict up to $5.3 billion US in annual revenue by the year 2026. Our current revenues are $100,000 US. We've also acquired at 750,000 Canadian dollars in a combination of equity and non-dilutive financing. The co-founders, the board, and the advisory board are seasoned veterans in areas such as supply chain logistics, sales and marketing, regulatory, and we're also graduates of the TAP Trade Accelerator program. The current global markets that we serve, we are in US, Bermuda, Vietnam, Australia, soon to be Singapore. We're here to hopefully solve all your swallowing difficulties and your pill phobia. Thank you so much.
Amazing, Michael. Round of applause. Again, as I said, the louder you clap, the more products you get at your table. So let's hear it. Awesome. So let's go to our judges. You're more than welcome to open up the products as well and put them on your tongue. Michael, am I directing that properly?
You are, exactly, yeah.
Okay. Great. So let's start with some feedback. Paul, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks for passing it all out. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I apologize if I missed it, but from a competitive perspective, what's your competition like? Because I know you've got a dissolvable product, but can you not also have competition that's got product that you can mix in fluids where you can just drink it as opposed to swallowing?
Yeah, good question, Paul. We do have some competitors. We have 3 to 4 competitors, so small, and we actually welcome that because it just brings more education and awareness to the products, where pills and tablets are kind of more mass-produced, so we're all aware of how that works. There's no question that liquids, sprays work as well, but the only fastest way of getting things into your bloodstream is an injection. This delivery method is the second fastest. The bioavailability, which is the absorption, gets in your bloodstream really quickly, and it's up to 90%. So it's much better. It's a first pass of your GI tract and liver. That's why it's so effective and so quickly. And we count pill companies as being competitors, but with there's a great opportunity to really help people with their swallowing difficulties and just those who are pill fatigued.
Genevieve?
I live in the Middle East with my 2 young daughters for a number of years, and it was always a challenge to have them drink electrolytes. So I'm really interested to know how, like what's the dose for children? How does it work? And is it something that's even possible at the moment with the product?
Yes, it is. And actually, we kept the, good question. We kept the formulation low. So it is, as we're not Health Canada, we're not medical doctor, we can say it's safe for pediatrics. It was designed for pediatrics. So what we tell some parents, just maybe tear the strip in half and give them half at a time, but it's actually quite low and safe. So we have a lot of friends and clients that are giving it to their children and loving it, especially when you're out there on a family vacation, you're on the beach, and we all know about heat meltdown and sunstroke. This really helps get the electrolytes back in your body, and it's and there's a lot of people who are electrolyte deficient, not just besides weekend athletes or that like to be active, but there are lots that claim that they need more electrolytes. So this is a safe way of taking your electrolytes.
Fabulous. Jeremy.
Thanks. I'm curious if you can just talk a little bit about the business model, and is this the business in creating this brand solves, and I have some melatonin, I imagine you've got electrolytes. Is that what you're trying to do to go product by product, or is this a technology that you're offering to drug manufacturers to say we have a method of delivery?
Exceptional question. Yeah, good. Probably both. It's a kind of a two-level thing. So yes, we want to create the product brand, Sol Strips. We've got another 20 products that are commercially ready but not produced and branded. So we'll let our customers, retailers, tell us what they'd like next. So if we take on, we do have an energy product. We do have B12, multivitamin, prenatal, and we'd love to get into over-the-counter and put those through clinical trials such as ibuprofen and acetaminophen, which is Tylenol. But also on the white label, private label side, we are working with a few. We just completed an equine strip for horses. We have done 2 private label mushroom strips, holistic mushrooms, for lion's mane and turkey tail. So we have a lot of opportunities, and the margins are still okay and powered by us to allow us to do a private label, or some call a white label. So yes, we want to build the brand, and we also will look for opportunities that we can strategically grow the company.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Michael. This was a great virtual pitch. Thanks so much for joining us all the way from Calgary. And we can't wait to chat with you soon, hopefully in person next time.
Thank you so much for passing out the product, too.
Thank you so much. All right, round of applause for Michael. All right, I see, we can go on a hike. We can have the strips. We can protect ourselves from them. We've got a whole hiking kit I feel like we can assemble with this year's Startup Global finalists. Incredible, everyone. So we are at our last pitch of the day. Give it up for Bronwyn Bridges of Pragmaclin out of St. John's, Newfoundland. Super excited. And we match outfits as well. I think going for the Startup Canada Red will win you points. That's great. Amazing. So we've got some resource material here. Bronwyn, are you ready? You're ready. Amazing. I'll count you down in 3, 2, 1.
2 years ago, I was approached by a Parkinson's patient who was struggling with the healthcare system we have here in Canada. So much so, he ended up traveling to a different province to receive a diagnosis that he knew he needed. He's now only seen once a year and has little follow-up between those appointments. Here in Canada alone, we have only 850 neurologists, and only a handful of those neurologists actually treat the 100,000 Parkinson's disease patients that we have. Workloads are high, cases are increasing, and neurologists use subjective methods to assess the patients, resulting in 25% misdiagnosis. So, myself, a PhD pharmacy student, got together with a Parkinson's patient, Gord, and co-founded Pragmaclin. We have a PRIM software, a Parkinson's Remote Interactive Monitoring System, shortened, that is able to digitally assess Parkinson's patients for both the clinician and the patient to feel more in touch with their disease. We used a camera-based software that's able to monitor motor and non-motor symptoms so that clinicians can now titrate medications, adjust physical therapy regimes, and also have a more one-on-one appointment time with the patient so the patient feels more cared for. So far to date, we've raised $1.1 million in non-dilutive government funding to develop our MVP, scale out our team of experts, and be able to secure 4 validation trials across the world at some of the top Parkinson's research hospitals. We're a B2B SaaS company focused on improving patient outcomes and reducing clinician burnout. So join us at Pragmaclin. Welcome to Pragmaclin, where the future of care starts at home.
Ding, ding, ding. There we go. Perfect. Oh, I love the beautifully timed pitches. Congratulations, Bronwyn. Amazing. Judges, Let's get this feedback bang on to close us out on a really strong note. Arvin, kick us out.
Yeah, amazing solution here, Brown. And I'm wondering, like, what is your approach from going outside Canada, from a global perspective? Like, what would be some of your markets you'd be interested in? And then, given you're a SaaS company, I have to ask you about your revenue model as well. So.
Of course, I'll try and answer both of those. First, with the SaaS model, it's a monthly subscription to a neurologist, so a clinic, a hospital, depends on the market that we're targeting. The camera's included into the subscription fee. Currently, right now, it's priced at $500 a month, which is incredible savings for a profit-driven situation, but also from a research perspective, where it's not costing them a lot compared to what they're doing for their trials. When it comes to exporting, the Trade Commissioner Service, I was hyping them up at the table out there. They have been fantastic in creating connections for us. So we actually found one of the top neurologists in Boston for Parkinson's disease because of them. So thank you. And for that, he's doing validation trials for the US market and for our FDA approval. Whereas we then also have some lovely medtech incubators back in Newfoundland that have been super helpful for the UK market, which is a market we kind of underestimated in the beginning. But since actually going there in the past couple of weeks, we've secured contracts with one of the top neurologists for Parkinson's disease at King's College in London. And so we really now have this advantage to be able to export to these countries based off of a first pilot testing and trial from validation work.
Beautiful. Let's give some more TCS love over to Sydney.
Yay! Thank you. It's actually the second time I hear you pitch, and I have to say it's really nice to have seen it evolve. And I love the story, and I'm glad that you've had success with the TCS, and we love those success stories. So I know the answer to this question, but just for everyone's awareness. So how about you tell us a little bit more about your amazing team that's helping you deliver your great strategy?
Thank you. So yes, I'm a PhD student, the CEO and co-founder. I work alongside Gord, who is a 7-year-old Parkinson's patient, and the two of us, we really brought the company to life over the past year. He has a lot of drive, obviously, because he's really passionate about it, and this was my research, and I'd like to graduate at some point. So I'm also very passionate about the project that started and turned to a company. Since then, we've actually scaled. As you can see on the sheets that you guys have, there is a good list of the people of our team members. However, there is some externals that are not listed. We now have people in finance. We have neurologists, clinicians. There's also several developers, because I am not the developer for the software. However, there's a lot of really amazing experts that we've gotten, some that we've gotten recommended from the Trade Commissioner Services and also from incubators and accelerators. And we're currently doing the Tech Accelerator as well from the Trade Commission Service in San Francisco. And we have an amazing team of advisors down there who have been super helpful. So they've really helped with the go-to-market strategy for entering the US market. And so now we have this amazing team that's growing, and I never knew what it was like to have to do payroll and things until recently. So now it's super exciting, and we have a lot of people that are passionate about it. When we hire, we don't really hire on skills, we hire on people and the mission driven behind the company.
Well, Paul, I'll give you the final words from the judges.
Just curious if you've had an opportunity to see if there's any competition globally. I understand there's obviously wasn't a solution here, but have you seen if there's other parts of the world where someone's coming up with ideas that could then compete with what you're trying to offer?
Great question. In the competition field, which you'll also see on there, there's a few different kind of fields for competition. There is not an absolute direct competitor. The direct competitor would be a clinician and their gold standard of care right now. However, in office, some clinicians have gait mats, some have wearables for tremor, and typically a lot of these systems only cover 1 to 2 symptoms of the disease. The thing with Parkinson's and other neurological conditions that there's so many, like such a broad spectrum of symptoms. And so the way that we differentiate ourselves and being the most direct competitor to a neurologist is that we're covering both the motor and the non-motor side, so that there's the survey portion on daily living, but then there's also that motor portion that monitors all of the motor sides so that we capture everything from that international scale.
Amazing. That's all the time that we have today.
Thank you.
Huge round of applause. It's that time of year where I just repeat, round of applause, round of applause, round of applause. Thank you so much to all of our incredible pitchers. Seriously, wow, what an incredible lineup of businesses, such diversity of business types, where you're coming from across the country, your lived experiences. Thank you so much for joining us here in Ottawa and on the Startup Global stage. You seriously are all winners, and we will make sure that we support your success as much as we can as Startup Canada with our partners. Thank you to our amazing judges. Quick round of applause to them. They arguably have the hardest role now. They need to go off to our private room in the back and deliberate to decide who will be winning today's prizes. I do not envy this role. So thank you so much to our judges for capturing great feedback, asking great questions, and holding space for all of our pitchers. I'd like to say a huge thank you again to our presenting partners, UPS, Export Development Canada, and the Trade Commissioner Service. Round of applause, yes, round of applause, round of applause. Amazing, and our incredible national partners who are joining us on the stage as well at MasterCard, and Vivian representing the incredible entrepreneurship community. Yay, 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 yay. None of this would be possible without all of your support. Reminder, there's also fabulous booths where you can meet many of our judges' colleagues, chat with them around their services, and we've heard great examples of that from our Startup Global finalists already. Ensemble, nous rallions aux entrepreneurs aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup d'avoir, my French is not great. Merci beaucoup d'être ici aujourd'hui. It's been such a fantastic Startup Global pitch competition, and I'm very grateful for all of your enthusiasm and excitement. Now, a very special moment. We get lunch, which we all love. So we are going to be extending into the lunch break next door. There's complimentary lunch for all of you. We would love to continue networking, meeting some of our judges and our Startup Global finalists. Wish them a congratulations if you see them. And while we're eating lunch, we're going to have a fabulous live podcast with the Hill Times with a great Startup Canada champion, MP Yasser Naqvi. So you are more than welcome to bring your lunches back in here and give that session a listen. Thank you so much, everyone.
Welcome to the first ever live recording of the Hill Times Hot Room podcast. My name is Peter Mazaru. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Peter Mazaru. I'm an executive editor with the Hill Times and the host of the Hot Room podcast. And the topic of today's podcast is how to work with government, an inside look at getting things done. And to give us that inside look, joining us here is Yasser Naqvi. Yasser is the Member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, and before joining federal politics, was Ontario's Attorney General, Labour Minister, Minister of Community Services and Corrections, Government House Leader. Have I missed anything? I think I got it. Attorney General. You said that. I got that one first. Yasser, welcome back to the Hot Room.
Well, thank you very much, Peter, and I'm excited to be part of your first live taping of your podcast, so feel special.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Okay, so I want to start off with something that wasn't in the introduction, but I think is a perfect example of what we're talking about here today. You are involved with something called the Downtown Ottawa Revitalization Task Force. So this is a project of a bunch of business people getting together with a member of parliament to try and get things done, improve the way that space is used in the downtown. So for the entrepreneurs, business people in the room who see something happening they don't like in society, wonder how they can fix it, what lessons can they learn? How did this get started?
Well, I think I always say the first step always is if you're not happy with something that's happening around you, if you're not happy with the decisions your government is making, whether it's at the federal level, provincial level, or the municipal level, you should go and speak to your elected representatives. Our number one job as in my case as a member of parliament, or when I served as a member of provincial parliament, or our city councillors, is to work on your behalf, is to serve your needs. And our capacity to influence decision making is limited to the extent that what we know. So if we hear directly from those who are involved in, let's say, running a small startup and the challenges they're facing, if they don't come to speak to us, we won't be able to advocate on their behalf.
Now, what tools do you have? I mean, I know a lot of it's sort of soft power, having conversations with the right people, but for someone in business thinking, I need some help solving this problem, what tools does a member of parliament or a member of provincial parliament have to make a difference and to help them get things done?
I think people get really surprised when they learn how many tools your elected representatives have at their disposal in helping their constituents. Yes, of course, we've got tremendous, what you call soft power, but I would suggest to you is really important power, which is that we have a fairly direct access to decision makers, like the Prime Minister or a Premier and the cabinet ministers. The fact that we are elected, we have access to the lobby. You know, you hire lobbyists to do this stuff. We are actually in the lobby where we can have those very important direct conversations, but not only just the ministers or the Prime Minister or the Premier, but most importantly, their staff, who actually are in the front lines of working with bureaucracy in developing public policy solutions, in tweaking things and putting it out. So that is a very important piece to it. Second, as an elected representative, you do have you are like a portal to a lot of the government programs that may be available. And there are always so many government programs. I would not be able to even enumerate all of them for you. But we do have really capable staff. And their job is to assist our constituents, whether it's an individual or a business, in sifting through reams of government information and trying to figure out whether there is an appropriate program that you can utilize to your own benefit. So there are some really concrete ways that we are able to help our constituents, the businesses that may be established or trying to establish themselves in the community that we all represent.
If you're a business person who wants government's help, how do you know who to call first? An MP or an MPP? Provincial, federal, where do you go first?
Yeah, I think it depends on perhaps the area of work you're doing. Those lines are starting to get quite blurred because both orders of government and even at the city level are engaged in economic development. They do want to support their entrepreneurs and they want to find ways to support them. So maybe at times you're calling all three of them to find out for information. But I would suggest to you that before you do that, you want to see if there is a government-supported, government-sponsored innovation hub. So for example, in case of Ottawa, we have the hub in Hintonburg that's run by Invest Ottawa. That is supported by all three levels of government. The idea of that entire Bayview Yards, that was the name I was trying to think, Bayview Yards is to help startup companies. So they have experts on staff that are salaried staff people who almost act like a concierge service. They're like your guidance counselors, in other terms, who can point you to different programs that you can work through. Now, not every program will meet everybody's needs. There may be some quirks. There's something that does not connect. And I think those are the better or good opportunities where you can come to your elected representative. I'll give you a specific example. When I was a member of provincial parliament, a lot of the programs that provincial government would put out to support businesses, whether employees they're hiring, the kind of things they're involved in, were of course, as you can imagine, for Ontario government, was limited to individuals who reside in Ontario. Well, we ran into challenges in case of Ottawa, where a lot of people, the business may be located on the Ottawa side, but some of the employees may reside on the Gatineau side. But this is one regional ecosystem. And so I started hearing from a lot of startup companies who were not able to benefit from those government programs or getting excluded because 10% of their workforce came from the Gatineau side. So I, along with some of the local MPPs, took on that issue with the provincial government, with the responsible minister, saying we need to do a tweak here because Ottawa is unique. Because we're just not an Ontario city, we are a national capital region, and we have an ecosystem that works both ways, and we were able to make those specific changes to account for individuals who may live in Gatineau but works on the Ottawa side. So that's a precise example of how our existing program can be tweaked by you working with your local member of parliament.
Let's talk about some do's and don'ts for contacting a parliamentarian or a government. What's the most common mistake you see business people, lobbyists making when they're trying to get the government's attention for something?
Well, It's a long list. I think the assumption sometimes is that if you go see your government or your member of parliament, there's some whack of money sitting somewhere that could be made available for your particular idea or particular business. As much as the perception may be that government wastes money, money's just not sitting around. There's no capacity for me to pull a few $1 million out of thin air and be able to support you. There has to be a program. You have to meet the criteria of the program. You have to go through an application process. There's an intake process that goes through. You do their due diligence. I cannot, as an elected representative, circumvent or shortcut. I can influence policy, as the example I was giving earlier. I can be your advocate and champion what you're doing, which goes a long way. But I cannot, or any other elected representative cannot, just get you money from nowhere. And I think there is that misconception. Sometimes there are GR professionals who give that impression that could happen. Also, I'm not suggesting or I'm not suggesting it happens all the time, but sometimes there is that saying, hey, why don't we get this in a budget document, and that's how we'll get the money. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, no kidding. We've seen that coming out about how tough it's going to be to get something in the budget this year. I want to talk to you about business versus workers. So sometimes the interests overlap, sometimes they don't. Obviously, workers cast a lot more ballots. That's something you have to be mindful of. So if you're the labor minister or a member of parliament and a coalition of businesses comes to you and says, hey, we'd like you to help us with this initiative, might not be popular with our workers, with our unions, but we think it's the right thing to do. How do you make the decision, yes, this is worth me getting involved, or no, I have to let the market sort this one out?
That's a very good question, and it's all about striking the balance. It is all about making sure that you're hearing from all sides. Anytime somebody comes to you and says, I've got a perfect solution for you, and it will solve X, Y, and Z problem, you always want to say, let me think about it, because if that was the case, somebody would have already brought that in front, or our very able public service would have figured it out. So for us, the number one thing is that you look at ideas, you look at public policy solutions, but you need to make sure that it's balanced. You need to talk to all sides, because there may be some differing point of views. In the end of the day, as decision makers, yes, we have to make a decision. We may have to take a side. We may have to find a common ground that will work for as many people as possible. It will never work for everyone. But that is the hard work, which is governing. That is the hard work that your elected representatives do. It's not easy work, and it doesn't happen overnight. But that's the work we always are pursuing.
I think I have time for one more question. Because you were a government house leader on the provincial side, I want to ask you about legislation. So if a business owner hears about a law the government is putting through a legislature, they take a look and they say, oh, this is terrible. I think this will be terrible for me, for my industry. Is it too late to get it changed at that point? Or if not, what's the best way to go about trying to do that?
Yeah, so, if something is working through the parliament, it's not too late, because there are various processes, steps that a bill has to go into being a law. So if you see a law being debated that you're hearing about, the government is thinking, go talk to your elected representative right away. Make sure that you make them aware, inform them. We're generalists, most of us. We know a little bit about a lot of things. But you are the expert. You know your business model. You know your line of work much better than us do. Come and educate us. Take the time to tell us how we can be of help, because we will take that and raise it. So as the process is going through, there are ample opportunities to make changes, to correct changes. Even if the law gets passed and you don't like the direction it's gone, there is the implementation part as well. Just because a law is passed does not mean that it's going to get implemented like this. The public service works really hard in developing a program or whatever suite of solutions that needs to be created as a result of the law that we have passed. So there's opportunities to get things modified at that stage as well.
Right, regulatory stage?
Absolutely. We love our regulations.
Because this is Ottawa. We'll have to leave it there. We're all out of time, but Yasser Nakvi, thanks for coming back on The Hot Room.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, to life means long days and longer nights. Because innovation isn't about quick wins. It's about dedication and finding the right backer. Someone who will make things happen, who will give you honest advice, who will fund you and introduce you to the right people. That's what we do. We back innovators like you. Because what you're building is helping us build a better Canada.
C'est ici que ça commence. Avec une idée qui changera le monde. La réaliser, ça prend de longues journées et même des nuits blanches. Parce que l'innovation, ce n'est jamais donné. Cela prend du dévouement et un soutien solide. Quelqu'un qui fait aboutir les choses, qui donne des conseils honnêtes. Quelqu'un qui a des moyens, oui, mais surtout quelqu'un de bien branché. C'est ce que nous faisons. Nous appuyons des innovateurs comme vous, parce que c'est sur vos réussites que nous bâtissons un meilleur Canada.
How was lunch? Awesome. What about that plant-based slider? Did you try the plant-based slider? That was my first plant-based, I can't even say it, plant-based slider. I thought it was fabulous. My pockets are sewn shut, otherwise I would have got some more. So my name's Rick Spence. I've been a longtime volunteer with Startup Canada, and I'm one of your co-hosts this afternoon, for those who didn't hear us introduce ourselves 5 or 6 hours ago. I wanted to tell you about my tie. Okay, this is the first time I've worn a tie in 3 years. This is my Startup Canada 2012 tie. This was a gift from Chief Leonard George of the Tsleil-Waututh Nation in North Vancouver, Burrard Inlet. And the fact that I was able to say Tsleil-Waututh several times at the event that we hosted there with the Indigenous peoples there meant that he thought I deserved a tie. And so I wear it in memory of him, who passed away, and the fact that every entrepreneur has always been the slogan of Startup Canada, going back to the very beginning. Yeah. I was going to say a word about Kayla Isabel, but she's out there wrangling people. She does everything. So we'll save it. But she did get married on Saturday. So what should we do about that? I know, that's incredible. This is her honeymoon, right? This is Startup Canada. All right, anyone have any observations about the day they want to share for a minute or two? This is the interactive portion. Are you having a good time? Is there something missing? What is it? Feedback's good. Breakfast of Champions. How am I doing? Famous entrepreneur went around, Ted Rogers, no, it wasn't Ted Rogers, some famous entrepreneur went around always asking, how am I doing? And that's how he succeeded. I wish I could remember who that was. Okay, we are going to get moving ahead. I was trying to give the lunch crowd time to get over here. How are you doing, though, on the Spence Challenge, which was to go out and talk to someone you haven't met and ask them how things are going? How many people have actually done that today? A whole bunch. And how painful was it? Did it hurt? Like, did it embarrass you viscerally? No? Hopefully we can do more of that. It took me years and years to learn to go up to people and say, hi, how are you? It's often hard to do. But I found the perfect sentence for me in order to go and meet people that I didn't know. Now, this will probably not work for you, but you can adapt it. So what I did was I would go up to people and say, "Hi, my name's Rick." Okay, that wasn't that good. But anyway, if you can figure out some way to adapt that for yourself, for your own personal use, then I think you're going to find it's just a great way to break the ice, start conversations that can get very productive as long as you show genuine interest in what other people are doing. And I think the secret of entrepreneurship is to have friends in a lot of places that you can turn to for anything you need and to be able to respond in kind to help others. Okay, we now have an event and we'll start to get going. Our next session is How Does Canada Stack Up? The MasterCard Index for Women Entrepreneurs. We're diving into Canada's position in the international startup ecosystem and the common factors and conditions that support women founders, particularly in the United States, New Zealand, and Canada. I think you'll agree with me that global recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic depends on investing in women entrepreneurs everywhere, everyone, without compromise. So to speak to the MasterCard Index of Women Entrepreneurs and to moderate this session, please welcome Jennifer Sloan, Vice President of Public Policy at MasterCard. Big Startup Canada, welcome.
Thank you, Rick. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that kind introduction, Rick. Really happy to be here today to discuss the MasterCard Index of Women Entrepreneurs. We have the top 3 index performers with us today. Representatives from the United States who took the gold, New Zealand placing silver, and Canada rounding out the top 3 with bronze. Please help me welcome our panelists to the stage, beginning with an introduction via a special video message from the U.S. Ambassador to Canada, David Cohen.
Hello, bonjour, and happy Startup Day. I'd like to thank Kayla Isabel, Natasha Morano, and the Startup Canada team for inviting me to take part in today's session. As I have become more engaged in Canadian business affairs, and especially the startup sector, Kayla and Startup Canada have become more and more prominent in my thinking. So I am particularly unhappy that I could not be there with you in person today. Seeding and supporting a sustainable, more inclusive economic recovery in the United States and Canada is a top priority for both of our countries. So is centering diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in all aspects of the bilateral relationship. We all know that the pandemic hasn't just been about a virus. It has brought real economic pain, especially to small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs as they're called, led by women and people of color, which have been among the hardest hit. That's why we talk about building back better, with an emphasis on better. That word means something. Otherwise, we would just say that we had a priority to build back. For me, the word better means that we need to focus our post-pandemic economy building work on SMEs, and especially on SMEs owned by women, people of color, indigenous peoples, and other underrepresented groups. That is the only way our recovery will be equitable and sustainable. And this, in turn, is why I meet with SMEs whenever I can. I ask them about how the pandemic has affected them, how their recovery is proceeding, and where they could use more help. In fact, the reason I'm not with you in Ottawa today is I'm doing just that, meeting with SMEs in Winnipeg. But I promise I'm leaving you in great hands with one of the U.S. Embassy's strongest advocates for women and diverse-owned SMEs, Elizabeth Hoffman-Franolich. Elizabeth joined Embassy Ottawa in August of 2020 as the Trade and Investment Counselor in our economic section, and over the past 5 months has served as Acting Minister Counselor for Economic Affairs. She has been my closest partner in driving our women and diverse-owned SME and inclusive economic recovery initiatives. Elizabeth also co-chairs the Embassy's very active Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Council. Before her posting here, Elizabeth has served in Nigeria, Colombia, Pakistan, Venezuela, Washington, and Mexico, where she was awarded the State Department's Herbert Saltzman Award for Excellence in International Economic Performance. I have no doubt Elizabeth will one day rise to the rank of ambassador, and I am confident you will be captivated and edutained by what she has to say. Thank you again for the invitation to take part in today's event, and I hope to have the privilege of joining you in person next year.
Welcome, Elizabeth. I don't know if there's anything I can add to that. Representing New Zealand, we have High Commissioner Martin Harvey, who took up his role as High Commissioner in Ottawa in January 2020. However, this was not the High Commissioner's first experience with Canadian winters. He was a New Zealand United World College Scholar and attended Lester B. Pearson College of the Pacific in BC from 1996 to 1998. Welcome, High Commissioner, to the panel. And we have 2 members of what we call the home team rounding out the panel. Andrea Johnson is the Assistant Deputy Minister, Innovation Canada, an organization within an Innovation, Science and Economic Development, ISED. Innovation Canada acts as a single window for business innovation support so that Canadian innovators and entrepreneurs can best find and access government programs and services. Andrea, you walk to work every day and you love Pilates. That's fantastic. Welcome, Andrea, to the panel. I'm also super delighted that we'll have the entrepreneurial voice represented on stage today, thanks to Shannon Ferguson, co-founder and CEO at FanSaves. Shannon co-founded FanSaves, a digital couponing platform that connects fans to offers from sponsors of their favorite sports teams and events, and she founded this in 2017. Shannon is a lifelong athlete and sports fan. She grew up playing competitive hockey, center and right wing, I understand, and was recruited to play at university. Shannon, welcome to the panel. We have this dynamic panel for you this afternoon, but before we begin, let me set the stage with a bit of context. MasterCard has published our Index of Women Entrepreneurs, an annual study that shines a light on global female entrepreneurship for the last 5 years. The Index new edition showcases the main programs and progress and challenges that business women faced in 65 economies of the world last year, ranking these economies using a series of indicators to create 3 components: women's advancement outcomes, knowledge assets and financial access, and entrepreneurial supporting conditions. These allow us to track factors and conditions that support and drive the female share of business owners across economies representing 82.4% of the world's female labor force. Women in the top 3 economies command a strong share of business ownership, driven by favorable conditions such as high quality of governance, positive and social cultural attitude, and vibrant entrepreneurial dynamism. The report also includes a global call to action. Realizing the full potential of global economic recovery relies on more sustainable, inclusive growth that empowers women entrepreneurs and supports women-owned businesses worldwide. Women business owners are not only good for our communities, they are a critical investment in our economic future. As the pandemic has sped up the world's shift to digital tools, it is even more essential that women entrepreneurs benefit from the new digital economy. And to help drive this forward, MasterCard has committed to connecting 25 million women entrepreneurs to the digital economy by 2025 through training, education, and access to affordable financing. Thank you. That's what we call empowering every business everywhere. So over the next hour, I hope the experience of the 3 leading entrepreneurial nations, married to the lived experience of a Canadian entrepreneur, will offer lessons in what the private and public sector can do to create the conditions necessary for entrepreneurial success, especially among women. Okay, test. Okay, let's get started. Got to start with the gold medalists, the United States. Elizabeth, that's you. Clearly, the ambassador is very passionate about small, medium-sized enterprises, SMEs. He is crisscrossing the country, talking to lots of them. So he believes in it, and it's fantastic to have that kind of champion. What are some of the key takeaways about the major differences and similarities between what you're seeing in the United States as pain points for women and in Canada?
Thanks, Jennifer. So you all saw the ambassador mortify me just a little bit, but he is very sorry he's not here. He is actually in Winnipeg, and he has made a real commitment to be here next year, if you'll have him, if Kayla will have him. So pain points, I think they're pretty much the same between the United States and Canada. I think the difference is perhaps the scale and sort of the geographic differences between the United States and Canada. And that comes to the scope of things. But the pandemic in and of itself had huge impact on businesses owned by women, people of color, Indigenous communities, the LGBT community. It hit them harder than anybody else. When it comes to women in particular, I think childcare accessibility and affordability, elder care accessibility and affordability is becoming a bigger issue and a bigger pain point. How can you start a company? How can you start an enterprise if you have small people at home or you have to take care of older people and you have no affordable mechanism or easily accessible mechanism to get good care for them? I think having real examples of women in leadership roles is incredibly important. We're seeing growing trends of seeing more women visible in leadership roles in both the United States and Canada, and I think that's super important. We need to see the trend continue. And then I think it gets down to some of the things you talked about and that were in the report. It's access to finance, it's access to venture capital, it's access to technology and the infrastructure to build, grow, and develop companies. And then the additional pain point, but I think this is for everybody, and I think both governments are doing what they can to manage it, inflation. Inflation is definitely having an impact on what it takes for people to get up and running and started. So that's where I think the pain points are.
Thank you. That's fantastic and good to know. Not surprising, but maybe a little that they still exist. High Commissioner, you and I actually did this last year, although it was virtual. And I remember something very vividly that you talked about, this fear of failure, I think is what you said. You talked about fear of failure in women entrepreneurs. And I'm just wondering if you can expand a little bit on that and what you are seeing in New Zealand.
Thanks very much. I have to say you flattered me earlier by saying I went
by the timing of when I went to Pearson College. It was actually 20 years prior to that I went to Pearson
well,
College.
there you look younger than that.
Yeah, it was something that your report last year and also this year highlighted, which was that in comparison to other countries, women in New Zealand, women entrepreneurs seem to have less of a fear of failure than in other countries, but and that's certainly true. I mean, the early pipeline in New Zealand is pretty good now. We have a lot of women interested in business. We have a lot of graduates. We've had that for a very long time. We have a lot of women who are prepared to put themselves forward into accelerator incubator programs, competitions. They're really out there putting themselves forward to start up businesses and to be successful. So that's the really good side, a powerful element of New Zealand's entrepreneurial ecosystem at the moment. But there's also, there's quite clearly, the figures show a marked fall off in later stage development and throughout, and rising through companies, etc. And the question is why that happens. Elizabeth mentioned some of those factors that women face in the household: caring responsibilities, childcare, paid time off. I think there may be some other factors there. We'll talk about finance and access to finance, but also, the way that the access that women have to advice, the nature of that advice that they might be getting, and perhaps there's a little more risk aversion in the later stages of building businesses that need to be overcome. And some of that may be the nature of the advice that they're being given by the advisors, by the experts. Thank you.
Yeah. I should have mentioned that, Canada, we're in the bronze medal position, but we were actually 5th last year. So Canada has moved from 5th to 3rd in the MasterCard Index, and I think that's pretty great. Although we shouldn't be so Canadian and settle for bronze, Andrea. We got to keep moving ahead here. Yeah, go for gold, absolutely. But Andrea, I think, I think that says something. I think it says that we are setting up the right conditions in Canada. Clearly they're not perfect, but I think we're setting them up right. I think the government has a big part to do with that. It can't be the solver of all problems. But can you provide the participants today with any kind of guidance, right? That they hear about government support and government programmings, but they just don't know how to tap into them. Maybe you can give us a bit of a roadmap on how to do that.
Great, yeah. So, Canada really sees itself as a startup nation. That's actually where we excel because we have a really strong venture capital community. We have incubators and accelerators across Canada that enable startups to kind of understand their IP, where they can kind of grow, and the mentorship opportunities. The challenge is Canada has many provinces, so there's a lot out there, a lot of governments that are actually supporting startups, but how do you navigate that system? And the worst thing would be for a startup to spend their time figuring out how to navigate. So we do have something called the Business Benefit Finder, if you go on innovation.canada.ca, and it basically asks you a couple questions. In 2 minutes, it will give you some opportunities to say, this program is still running, it's open, this could be a good opportunity for you. And then as companies start to kind of get more comfortable navigating the system and they want to talk about a growth strategy, Canada has innovation advisors across Canada who have previously been entrepreneurs themselves. They speak business, but they understand government programming, and so they can have a conversation about growth, enabling it to move forward. So it's a bit of a catch-22. We've got a lot. We pride ourselves on a startup nation, but it shouldn't really be at the expense of trying not to understand where the programs are.
Yeah, and I think you raised a good point. There are federal programming, there's provincial programming. Elizabeth, last year, the representative from the United States talked about federal and state funding, and in fact gave a great example from Alaska. So I think that's a good reminder to our participants today. So Shannon, you are an entrepreneur. You're killing it. You're doing so well. What advice can you offer?
Well, thank you so much. It's so humbling to be here. And I think the advice I like to give other entrepreneurs is to apply for everything. I think FanSaves is known for, being on the pitch circuit, receiving so much government support at the provincial level, at the federal level. We've bootstrapped nearly $500,000, and we worked really hard for that. And like some people might think it just fell into our laps, but we did that research. We found those grants, those loans, those accelerators, and a lot of startup founders ask me, like, where do you find this stuff? And you find it, you find the resources, and then you continue growing those resources. And there's a really wild fact too. So when it comes to women entrepreneurs, when they're about to apply for something, if there's like 10 criteria, if they meet 8 or 9 of them, they don't apply because they're like, oh no, I don't meet all 10. And then male entrepreneurs will meet 1 or 2 and they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna apply. So, something I always encourage every entrepreneur, but especially women to do is always, always, always throw your hat in the ring, because you never know, and at the end of the day, you're getting really important things out of it. You're learning how to write grants, you're learning how to write applications. That is such an important skill to have. And then the other thing is, even if you don't get accepted in that first or second try, you're on the radar. People will start remembering your name, and eventually you'll come to mind when they're looking to fund a company like yours. And the best thing that can happen is that you do get accepted. And for us, we're so grateful to have had, so much government support that has brought us the success that we have. And we give so much credit to that. We're really lucky to be a startup in Canada, and we don't take that for granted.
Can I just ask a practical question? So in applying for these grants and writing these proposals, how much time does that take? Can you give any guidance about how much time should be set aside for that kind of work?
That's a great question. And when I started doing that, I have a background in communications and journalism. So for me, I took on that role, and you start doing it, you're overwhelmed. I'd never done anything like that. And then after about maybe the 3rd or 4th time, I realized a lot of the questions were the same. So I started keeping a Word document, and I would copy and paste my answers over from every question. And at this point, I have an entire system where almost all of my questions are already answered. I copy and paste them in, and I get, for a person just starting out, or when I started out, it might have taken me an hour to fill out. Now it can take me like 10 or 15 minutes. So it's really about thinking into the future and how the application you're filling out today can actually benefit you tomorrow.
Let me just ask you one more question. Can you share with us kind of your financing journey as well? So you've talked about the grant and the proposal writing and so on. Can you talk about now your financing journey?
Yeah, so we've been really lucky to have received IRAP for multiple years. That has been a journey in itself, because when we first started applying, we weren't really on their radar. We were too small, but people told us, you have to just keep knocking on their door, and it finally paid off. So they've been helping us a lot. We've been able to receive SHRED. We've been able to receive loans from Futurepreneur, BDC, even like the CFDCs, which are funded by FedDev. So for us, again, starting out as a startup founder in this world, we had no clue what any of this was 5 years ago. And we've just literally been able to meet people, learn about these opportunities, and continue to just get in front of the right people and use that to our advantage.
Yeah, Andrea.
I was just going to add, what a great story. And I think it's incumbent on all governments to actually reflect that, and an entrepreneur should just tell us once. Tell the government what it is, your basic information, your needs, and you shouldn't have to cut and paste and keep it in an Excel spreadsheet for each application. So I do think that's an incredible story, and the onus is on government to actually have a very kind of UX approach to government services.
And Elizabeth, is it easy for entrepreneurs to access federal funding? Or is it a tad complicated?
Well, in the U.S., we have a couple of services that help you do it, right? So we have women business development centers, and I had to look at the exact number. which I wrote down to make sure that I had. We have 140 centers throughout the United States. They're in 49 states and Puerto Rico. They offer all kinds of services. They teach you, they provide mentorship, they provide training, they show you where the money is, they show you how to fill out the forms and the applications to get them. They're generally public-private partnerships. A lot of them are located on university campuses, community colleges, and over the course of the last year, in fact, we had 3 women business development centers at our historically black colleges and universities. And over the course of the last year, they've doubled that number in the United States to further expand the opportunities. The Small Business Administration in the United States says that with assistance from these business development centers, women see incredibly stronger companies, and they are much more successful than those who don't reach the centers and don't have the access. So they help pinpoint where to get the financing from.
Yeah, and High Commissioner, what about in New Zealand? What's the situation there vis-a-vis access to the dollars in government programming?
Well, I mean, I think it's, the funding is there, the programs are there, government works closely with a lot of non-profit organizations as well to help them with funding, to provide funding in a wide variety of situations. The accelerator systems in New Zealand seem to be doing their job in encouraging women to come forward, and women are having a great deal of success now in accessing those programs. The government has also in recent years tried to put a lot of emphasis into trying to integrate the access to programs at a local and at a central government level, because there is sometimes confusion between who's in charge, which are the ones to apply for. Just making it easier for people to seamlessly access programs at all levels of government.
Yeah, I was fortunate to sit in this room for the pitch competition right before lunch, and it was amazing how many of the entrepreneurs mentioned going global, but they mentioned New Zealand, right? They mentioned the U.S., not surprisingly, but so it's important that we understand what's going on in these other countries, and of course, these are the top 3 in the index, so that's fantastic. But I want to just now move a little bit to talking about, women in leadership roles, because I think it's when women who've had this shared experience, right, or has lived the life of an entrepreneur, if they find themselves in the roles of making decisions, then I think there'll be more understanding, and I think, can only expect that things will flourish more. So I guess the question, and I'll pose this to all of you, is how can we create more opportunities for women with lived experiences to be part of the decision-making programs, for the programs and policies that are going to benefit women entrepreneurs? And maybe, Shannon, you want to start, because you've had real-life experience trying to do this.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I think as I've grown as an entrepreneur, and especially as a woman founder in a male-dominated space like sports tech, there's not a lot of other women in my space. There's not a lot of women in sports to begin with. There's not a lot of women in tech, and there's very few women in sports tech. So I've been trying to find my voice and, figure out how I can make an impact. And Kayla's been great here at Startup Canada, where I've reached out and it's been so helpful. And programs like that, where women that are learning these lessons can go to and share their experiences like I'm doing right here. And I think the more opportunities that we give founders at every level, because oftentimes you have to reach a certain level in your business to finally have that voice. And I think I think giving even early founders that opportunity as well, because they're the ones that are kind of going through it, is so important too. So I think there's so many opportunities, and I think women in general, a lot of times we suffer from imposter syndrome, and we don't think that we know what we actually do know. And, you know, even being up here today, it's like, oh my goodness, okay, I'll talk, I'll have a voice. But I think women entrepreneurs and female founders need to like get over that imposter syndrome and step into those roles and have a bigger voice no matter what stage of your company you're at.
Andrea, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I think from a Government of Canada perspective, we have to be intentional at the beginning. So I came over to Innovation, Science, Economic Development to stand up the 6 economic strategy tables that were recommended by Dominic Barton. And so basically we had 90 CEOs, and we decided at the beginning, half of them had to be female CEOs. And we were told, you're not gonna find them, they don't exist. But if you start with the assumption you're gonna find 50, we found 50 amazing CEOs. So you have to be intentional at the beginning, and here's an opportunity. They inform the development of policy recommendations for economic growth. They learned about government. Male CEOs learned about their businesses. So, but it can't be a one-time thing either. This is a continuous progress in this area.
Yep, well said. High Commissioner, any thoughts on that? You've got a phenomenal Prime Minister. She must talk a lot about this and believe in this.
She does, and I mean, we do benefit from having you know, a lot of great women at the top of our country, from the Governor General down, the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice, a very large number of women in cabinet. So, I mean, government policy is very well informed now by the views of women. But you know, being purposeful in highlighting the success that women are having in the entrepreneurial ecosystem is something that governments have a strong role in doing, and they should be doing it as much as possible. A trade colleague recently told me that one way to try and normalize the role of women in business is simply to create content about the successes that women are having, women-led and driven companies, and just not say that that's what you're doing. You know, they just happen to be all women, but not making a point of it. Just normalize it so that people watching gain confidence from that. Thank you.
You know, Elizabeth, I've been around long enough to have known many U.S. ambassadors to Canada. I do not recall any ambassador talking about SMEs as much as the current ambassador. He truly is a champion. I mean, he told me off the bat that this is his #1 priority. That's fascinating. So it must be so unique to work for an ambassador who's come from the private sector, come from big business, by the way. Comcast is big business. That's not small business. So he's developed this passion. In turn, it must, trickle down throughout the embassy. Can you talk a little bit about more? Because that's male leadership, but he spoke very highly of you as being a female champion. So is that just something that's embedded now into the work of the embassy here in Canada?
So the ambassador, it makes it infectious, right? But the Prime Minister and President Biden in February of 2021 did a roadmap for the renewed U.S.-Canada partnership. And in that roadmap, they, from the White House and from the Prime Minister's office, emphasized the importance of building back better, but in particular with this emphasis on small, medium-sized enterprises and those owned and operated by underrepresented groups. So the ambassador, we got the roadmap from the highest levels of our government, and he's just taken the roadmap and driven all of our policy with it, which I think is incredibly helpful. And this gets to a point that I wanted to make, and we've touched on it in a bunch of different ways. In this space, you have to have allies, right? It is incredibly powerful to have him sitting where he sits and emphasizing this in everything we do. And I think because we run the risk, as a woman, I see this sometimes. We run the risk of being in an echo chamber where all we're hearing is female voices, and sometimes you actually need a different voice and a different perspective. And when your ambassador comes from a Fortune 50 company, which is big, big business, right? He brings a whole different gloss to it that those of us who have served in government for our careers see it in a completely different way. And so I think it means finding mentors, allies, and sponsors in different ways, and making sure that at every step of the way that we're linking people up into those so that they can have a voice at different tables and make sure that we're hearing them. I've worked in government for long enough to say that I think a key part of that is that women have to actually vote in really high numbers in general to send signals as to what that means and how we want to incorporate, how we want our voices heard from policymakers. Because if we don't show up there, then how else are they supposed to hear it? And the other thing, we were talking about this in the office before I came over, we have to be, women-owned companies need to be part of the establishment. It means joining the chambers of commerce. It means coming to forums like this and reaching in and getting on committees and leaning in more and more and more. The reality is that women do have to do it more than our male counterparts. It doesn't matter if you're an entrepreneur, if you work in government. We have to work a little bit harder and we have to get at it just a little bit more. So being part of the establishment and making changes from inside, I think, is also a really important part of all of this.
And Andrea, we have a huge champion in Minister Ng, Minister for Small Business, yes?
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I think our Minister Ng, has this incredible mandate of economic development, international trade, BDC, EDC, and small business. And so she has the power to change, and she uses it to her full extent. And so, for example, BDC announced $500 million Thrive venture capital fund, which I think is probably the largest in Canada to date. And it's solely on women entrepreneurs, which makes sense because women-led businesses outperform male businesses. So it's not a women issue, it's an economic issue.
Yeah. And Isabelle Houdon, who made that announcement, being the CEO of BDC, she was with us last year for this, just before this panel last year. We had a great fireside chat, so congratulations to Isabelle. That's a huge inflection of cash for folks to access.
And I guess when I was listening and talking, of course, we're representative of democratic countries, and when I think of the power of women, I do think about the young females in Iran and the change that they're having with a repressive regime. And so women can make change, and they're risking their lives on this. So it's pretty incredible time for women in the world right now.
So I think I'm hearing that the conditions have been set, Shannon. The conditions are there. But help us understand, did you always know you wanted to be an entrepreneur, or did that come later, or did that because you had a business idea and then you saw there was an avenue for support? Just take us a little bit through that journey.
That's a great question. I grew up as an only child with a single mom, and she was actually an entrepreneur herself in international freight forwarding and customs. So I grew up, around this international trade business, and I actually hated it when I was a kid, and I associated that with entrepreneurship. So I started my career in the corporate world, and eventually my mom ended up passing away, and it was only then when I realized, wow, she taught me so much and gave me so many lessons throughout my life, I can do this, and I realized that's really what I wanted to do, and started my first marketing and events business, which led me to meeting my co-founder, Chris, who is also my life partner, and that's when we found a problem when we were working in sports when it came to sponsorship. There was a gap in the market and we decided to solve it. And I'll tell you, we were actually 6 months into our business before we even realized we were a startup. We didn't know what the word startup meant. We were like, we're just a business, we're just an app. We had no clue. So I also want to give a shout out to Chris and to Ambassador Cohen and to all the men who are allies to women. And I think just to go back to what Elizabeth was saying, you know, women, as women, we always say, let's have a voice. We need to have a voice. But men also have that part to play where your voices sometimes can actually be heard before ours are. And Chris has been a wonderful ally. He often lets me take the lead. He often shines the spotlight on me. And I'm so happy to have him as my co-founder, as my life partner. And again, to have the US ambassador, to be able to sit down with him and have him advocating for women. And it's not because women can't do it themselves. We want to be all independent. I get that. But on that entrepreneurship journey, we need to take all the help we can get. And when we have male allies, it just helps the journey come full circle.
Well said. I'm just interested if there's a particular program in each of, you know, the 3 top performing countries. So, you know, New Zealand, US, Canada. Is there a key program that you can identify that is creating the conditions for a successful entrepreneurial environment in your country? High Commissioner, I'll start with you in New Zealand, and then Andrea, and then Elizabeth.
That's a hard one for me because I'm not such an expert in this area to be able to judge. I mean, you know, there are so many aspects of success for women entrepreneurs. You know, I mean, I think the education system and the advances that we've made in you know, getting women to the point where they want to take on risks and challenges and better men in all fields of endeavour. You know, so I think that's played a big role in New Zealand. I'd just like to mention one aspect because I think a number of commentators have this morning and on this panel have commented on the trade dimension, and that's something that New Zealand is working very hard on. For a number of years now, we've been champions of the idea of inclusive trade and making trade agreements accessible for women, the benefits easy to use, understanding the dynamics of women's participation in the export economy, looking at those barriers, studying them, and working with women and other people to really try and identify the ways that we can build the participation of women in the export economy, because the export economy in New Zealand and elsewhere tends to provide better jobs, higher paying jobs, more skilled jobs, so we can increase the level of women in the export economy. In the export economy, we'll also be increasing the overall economic performance of our country. Thank you.
It's hard to pick a program, like a singular one. I mean, I think we're all fascinated to see how the BDC thrive because of the significant sums of venture capital money that will be invested in the ecosystem. I think there's a thematic going in Canada that people are comfortable to talk about a feminist financial economy. And so we see the Ag 51 dedicated to women startups and then an Ag Tech women startup. We're seeing that as part of the norm in Canada, which I just think there's a comfort level. But then it gets to, like, at what point, like, do we have distinctive programs, or do we have women should just be part of the mainstream programming? I mean, that's an ongoing debate.
Just before we go to Elizabeth, you know, Andrea, Canada's in 3rd place. You said we're going to get to gold. So what do we have to do to get to gold? Is there anything you can identify that will get us to that 1st place position?
So I think there's one area that is a gap. It's procurement. So Government of Canada, for example, procures something like $25 billion of goods and services. We need to we need to focus on SMEs. We need to focus on underrepresented groups in this area. And I think if we can kind of unlock that space, that will be a huge opportunity for SMEs.
So I don't think there's one program in the United States, right? I think it's the collection of a whole bunch of them. Most of them are run out of our Small Business Administration, just cabinet level. And within the Small Business Administration, there's an Office of Women's Business Ownership. That office in the last year has helped over 88,000 businesses in the United States, all women-owned. Those businesses have created almost 90,000 jobs just in the United States. In addition, they've assisted 3,000 startups. They've done 1.4 million capital transactions. And it's all about bringing it all together. The Small Business Administrator has elevated that office to be direct report to her as opposed to through multiple levels. So by elevating it, she's giving it much more authority and kind of convening power. But it doesn't operate in a vacuum, and I think the National Women's Business Council, which exists in the United States, is an independent entity. It provides independent analysis and perspective to government policymakers on what kind of programs need to be happening. And the Biden-Harris administration, I think, has done, and Congress has done a lot with pretty major initiatives over the course of the last 18 months, the Infrastructure Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, all of those have components for entrepreneurs and small, medium-sized businesses. And so I think it's just all of it all together is creating perfect storm conditions for further development.
So Shannon, you're the entrepreneur. You've got 3 governments here. What can they do better?
Well, something I think that's really interesting is I've really seen it firsthand through, I'm a fellow for the Young Leaders of the Americas Initiative, which is put on and run by the U.S. Department of State. And I've actually received many grants to go down to the U.S. to collaborate with U.S. businesses, to learn from other entrepreneurs there, and then being brought together at the closing forum with the 280 fellows from across the Western Hemisphere. So 280 young leaders, and to learn what they are running into and to see some of the problems are the same. Some of them are vastly different, but some of the problems are the same. And I think being involved with that program through the U.S. Department of State has taught me so much. And I think collaboration is so important. And I think I was part of the inaugural Canadian fellowship group in 2021. And I think if we can continue growing that relationship between the US and Canada, to grow our relationship with entrepreneurs in New Zealand, I think it's a collaborative effort. And I don't think that we should all be siloed and thinking, how can we be the best? Because if we all grow together, then we'll actually all be better in the end.
Great advice. Collaboration. Look, not suggesting the pandemic is necessarily over, we're through COVID, but I think we can start to reflect on what happened during the last couple of years, and certainly we've heard many people cite studies and research and anecdotal commentary about what happened to women in the workplace, in particular women entrepreneurs. And I'm just wondering if you can share with us what happened, what you're seeing in New Zealand. Did you saw a decrease, an increase in women entrepreneurs? What's the landscape looking like right now? Hi, Commissioner.
It's pretty hard to get good information on this, and it's quite recent after all. But I mean, there's a little bit of evidence here and there to show that that even though the pandemic has had quite a severe impact on business generally, small businesses in particular, and clearly on women-run businesses, women have done very well in the sense that they've been, what we've seen, less likely to report that they decreased economic activity during the period, or less likely than men to report, the impact on them has been less than their male counterparts. And I think that, I don't know what that is, but perhaps that just reveals a certain amount of resilience and entrepreneurship amongst women through a really difficult period.
Well, that's encouraging. Elizabeth, are you looking at any stats that maybe tell a different story?
Actually, no. I think the High Commissioner pointed out, government statistics are always slow. I think that's fair. It doesn't matter if you're gold, silver, or bronze. Government statistics are always slow. So this is where the private sector comes into major play. In 2021, Gusto, which is a human resources cloud software company, did a poll. They did a survey throughout the United States, and what they found was that there was an actual boom in women and people of color entrepreneurship in the United States. That women and people of color were actually leading business creation efforts in the United States. They calculate that there were about 5.4 million new businesses in the middle of the pandemic started in the US, and over half of them were started by women. It's numbers that are unprecedented in a whole bunch of different studies. When you figure, historically women have owned depending on who you ask and what statistics you look at, between 20 and 40% of businesses in the United States. The trend is there, the momentum is there, and I think that that's the positive coming out of the pandemic.
Andrea, anything to add from a Canada lens?
Well, the World Economic Forum before the pandemic said global parity in 100 years. And then after the pandemic, global gender parity is now 130 years. So we lost 3 decades during this short time of the pandemic. And so it's incredibly encouraging to hear those statistics and it goes back to the High Commissioner's point about resiliency. But those of you also that were here in the morning, there is a mental health impact that, resiliency doesn't mean that it doesn't come at a mental health cost. And I think we just need to be cognizant of that, yeah.
Yeah, Andrea, great point. And I think if you look at the MasterCard Index, I think there's some really encouraging news there, right? And it is an index from 2021, but it also recognizes that there are things that we kind of took a few steps back, and we're going to have to kind of vault forward a bit to catch up. So, but you, entrepreneur, you had your own business during the pandemic. Can you share what that was like for you?
It was terrifying. And, it really had us digging deep and showed how resilient we are. And, getting through it, actually motivated us even more. And now when we look back, for us, for our business in particular, it was actually, as horrible as it was actually the best thing to happen for our business because of the transformation into the digital world, especially in sports. And it really highlighted and fast-tracked the need for digital assets, like sponsorship and what we work in. So for us, we totally lived through those dark days of what are we going to do here. But I think any entrepreneur that I talk to that got through it, we're all so much stronger and we're so much more prepared for if anything else happens. It's almost like we've taken on so far the worst thing. Now we can just take on any challenge that comes our way.
Yeah, good. We've got a few minutes, so we likely will be able to get to the audience for questions. So if you have any, please feel free to line up behind the microphone. But we do have Jamila, who is going to join us and ask a question. I've got a whole bunch more, but we might want to hear from someone else. So Jamila, why don't you join us? Jamila is a social entrepreneur, founder, and financial educator to come and is posing this question.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, and thank you everyone as well. It's been such an awesome day. A bit of my background, I am a newcomer to Canada, been here for 9 years now, And when I first came as an immigrant, business wasn't really on my radar. But one of the things about being here is, of course, there's so much economic opportunity to grow, to expand. And as that, my first company was in clean technology. And from there, I transitioned to financial services and education. Now, I've always been a huge advocate for women, and especially Black, Indigenous women of color, to be more included in these business spaces, to be part of the conversations, to be part of policy making. And so the question I really want to bring to the panel here has to do with everything we're discussing, say with the MasterCard Index, for example. So it turns out Canada rates as number 3, which is pretty high. It sounds really good, but I'm really curious as to how are we actually even collecting our data, or which voices are we including in that conversation? Because when I look at data, especially in the US, which for some reason we have so much more information than in Canada, most businesses that have been started by women have actually been started by women of color, by Black women, by immigrant women as well. However, when it comes to revenue, profits, those are also the businesses that are reporting the least amount of revenue and growth, the least access to funding. And so I find, to me, it feels like there is a disconnect in how businesses are really connecting to the services and even in these spaces that are being created for women. So my question to the panel is, how do you envision that as we use this as a base foundation, this index, I'm so excited, it's a foundation, where do you see that this can go to now create more of a level playing field for everyone? And I mean everyone, especially because I look forward to a day where we don't have to celebrate female CEOs, where being a CEO is actually a standard for everyone. So that's my question. Thank you.
I can't wait for that moment either. That is going to be an amazing moment. I mean, I'm not sure, Jennifer, does the index have intersectionality data in there?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's drilled down in the actual report. I think behind the scenes it is. 65 economies, all sorts of, markers and so on. MasterCard's small business campaign last year was all geared towards Black women entrepreneurs in the United States. So without a doubt, it's there. So we're definitely measuring that for sure, Yep.
And so, I mean, I hate to make it a data comment, but I mean, I think we need more data in order to kind of are there inherent biases in government programming? And the data will show that. So I aspire to that vision as well, and I think the more we talk about it, the more we unpack it and kind of raise the issues, I think the faster we'll get to that vision.
Yeah, and a lot of our 65 economies, right? There are quite a few in Africa and so on. So, without a doubt, we are tracking that outside of probably North America.
Awesome, thank you.
Great, thank you. And now, we before I go to you quickly at the podium, we have a question, a virtual question. Jamie Savage, he's the founder of the leadership agency. He's joining us remotely, so let's hear her question.
Agency is North America's recruitment partner of choice for startups. We get to help build the most impressive companies of our generation.
Should we maybe re-tee up the video question and I go to the question on the floor? Can we do that, Kayla? Okay. We'll go to the question on the floor.
My question is for Andrea. My name's Tina Kraus. Thank you so much for mentioning about having government shift to UX. I run a tech for good social enterprise. That's exactly what we built, was products to improve that for government staff and also for users, nonprofits and businesses, whatnot, trying to access funds and talk to government. I've been having a difficult time finding government staff who are really interested in improving that UX experience. And I'm wondering, are there some groups, some subsets, some chat rooms, anything like that, so that Canadians like myself who want to improve that experience on both sides can connect and give some insight.
So, I mean, I'm happy to, continue to have that discussion. I'm not sure there's group chats, but here's a great example of like having that more the private-public sector partnership. So having entrepreneurs in government, that's not, so I'll give you a real-life example. If you go right now on the Canada Digital Adoption Program website, this is a fantastic program. We got it out really quickly. But if you go to the website, you can tell bureaucrats wrote it. Like we said, in budget, so-and-so we got, right? It's not like, are you concerned about cybersecurity? Do you want to increase your bottom line? If we had more private sector people in government working with us, we would have gone to that point right away. And so I think that public-private partnership is really important. And so, by the way, we're like revamping the website really quickly because we know that we need to have that kind of, it needs to speak to the private sector. And so I'd love to chat more and get your input, but to me, the more government can enable the two-way flows of communication, the stronger a country will be.
Thanks for that answer. Great, thank you for that question. Can we tee up Jamie's video question? No, not available. All right, well, just in the last, sorry? If you want to go to the podium, sure.
I'd thank everyone to be here today. Shannon, I resonated with what you said about the role that men play in this discussion as well. I'm the president of Entrepreneurs Club at Ottawa, and last week we had an event with the CEO of the Year, Catherine Tremblay, who for the first time in 30 years of owning her company talked about women in business and her hardships that she felt. So me moderating that discussion, I felt a little bit of imposter syndrome in the sense of what role do I actually play in this discussion? So my question to all of you, as students, I would argue that this inequality starts at the base in education, where students, men and women, are studying, are networking, and landing their first job. So as a leader in my school at the University of Ottawa, what can I do? What can I share? What expertise can I share? What can I help with to promote women in power and women in entrepreneurship?
That's a great question, and it's wonderful that it resonated with you, and I think it does start with the young people of today. And what's really amazing is a lot of young people that I speak to are so much more aware of diversity, equity, and inclusion than even I was when I was in university X number of years ago. And I love that. I love that it's even a conversation, and I think just even bringing it up, even having the opportunity to talk about it, sharing women's stories, you know. I think when you're in school, everyone's trying to fit in, everyone's trying to just, you know, make their own path and have their own voice heard. And again, just going back to Chris and mine and Chris's story, it's difficult. Sometimes it can be uncomfortable, but just encouraging the students to get comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Does anyone have anything to add? We're winding down.
I would just completely agree and build on that. And it's okay to be an imperfect ally. Be an ally, you don't have to know the answers, the questions, what to say. Just being there as part of the discussion and learning and listening is going to make change and difference. So like I myself have always been reluctant too, because I don't have an experience as a Black person. But it's okay to be imperfect in that kind of allyship as long as there is allyship there.
Good. Elizabeth. Hi, Commissioner Harvey, Andrea, Shannon. I want to thank you so much. You brought so much to this conversation today. Audience, I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. And Andrea set the gauntlet down. Canada's moving to #1. Elizabeth, take note, take note. Hi, Commissioner, you're going to have to up it too. But thank you all for your interest in the MasterCard Index, and to our panelists for joining us.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Jennifer, and to the entire MasterCard team for all of your support of today's event. It's fabulous to sort of revisit this conversation. We did this virtually, as Jennifer mentioned, last year, and just to see how things have evolved, things that got better, things that have not changed enough. So great to continue to revisit these conversations. It's also very, very special that Yumila came up and asked a question up here. She's joining us from the West Coast, and she's actually the Startup Global finalist from 2021. And it was unbelievable to see her actually in the flesh today and be able to celebrate her and really recognize the growth that she's done with her company. So super, super sweet that we got to see each other, Yumila. That's just a personal note there. So we have a couple of final elements of today's program. My goodness, today has just flown by. I don't know about you. But our next session is one that I am so looking forward to. I have to say it's definitely a highlight of this entire program that our entire team has been excited about. Each of us in this room, tuning in virtually, hello, hello. We hope that you're still having a great time at home and really engaging in the chat with hundreds of other entrepreneurs from across the country. We all know that Canada is a powerful entrepreneurial nation. We know that our founders are tenacious, they're hardworking, they're uncompromising in their missions, and 98% of all businesses in Canada are small businesses. And those ventures employ almost 69% of the country's private sector workforce. We were mentioning some of these stats a little bit earlier today. But that's almost 8.3 million Canadians. So we're talking some big numbers here. Small business is big business. Every single Canadian is a stakeholder in the health and success of our collective national startup ecosystem. And to the question that was posed slightly earlier, what can we all do to collectively support small businesses, support women-led businesses, purchasing power? Each and every one of you has a tremendous amount of purchasing power in the types of products you choose, the types of businesses you amplify, and in what you prioritize on your own platforms to making sure that small business perspectives are heard and that their businesses are shared. So there's a tremendous amount of power in that opportunity. Understanding where we stand as an entrepreneurial nation from year to year, tracking market trends, attempting to forecast the future, all of this is so vital to our work in making Canada the best place in the world to start and build a business. And that is what Startup Canada and our partners are all about. Our next session, we are going to be engaging two incredible powerhouse business leaders from both the Business Development Bank of Canada and Export Development Canada. And we're going to be discussing some trends in entrepreneurship, a bit of a high-level overview of what to expect in 2023 and beyond as it pertains to the entrepreneurial ecosystem. But first, help me in welcoming Farron Traherne, Chief Legal Officer and Corporate Secretary, Head of Compliance and Privacy at Moneris, for some opening remarks. Farron, welcome to the stage.
We were just panicking there for a second because we thought I was facilitating, but I wasn't sure. Thank you, Keller, for the introduction. I'm grateful to be here as we celebrate Small Business Month with so many talented entrepreneurs. And I see a lot of people have gone home, but one thing that I noticed throughout the day as I listened and learned is it takes a ton of courage to be an entrepreneur. And I just wanted to say congratulations to all the entrepreneurs in the room, including the pitch finalists, because boy, it's very inspiring. October is also Women's History Month, and so it's an opportunity for us to mark the many achievements of women in business. And I'm excited to open the last panel, as we'll get to hear from two strong female leaders, each trailblazers, as we look at what's next for entrepreneurs and how we can support their growth. And I know that at this point I'm between you and potentially wine o'clock or some sort of leisure, so I'm just going to quickly summarize a lot of the themes I heard so far today. Number one, community is key. You are not alone. There is support, although you need more support, and it's definitely not easy. Moneris is a proud partner of Canadian businesses, and we have been supporting businesses and SMEs in particular for over 22 years. As you might have heard Scott say earlier today, we have over 300,000 merchant locations of all shapes and sizes across Canada. But the heart of our business, based on revenue and numbers, is actually SMBs. We spend a lot of time trying to understand what our merchants' challenges are. We know their number one issue is time or lack of time, but we know they have many others. We spend our merchants helping them to get online and grow their digital business, as well as continue to support them in store. And one thing you heard about earlier today as well is we spend a lot of time focused on helping our merchants understand fraud risk and security risk and how to manage those risks with tools and approaches, as well as understanding how chargebacks work in their business. We also offer tools for our small business to help them grow their business, such as merchant cash advance, which helps with working capital. We also are really trying to help out with the CDAP program and then help our merchants to understand it. So I'm glad to hear that there's an opportunity there. I know a lot has been said about how entrepreneurs suffered during the pandemic. I wanted to just mention a couple of things that Moneris did to try to help our merchants during the pandemic. We quickly created a revenue analysis tool to help merchants understand quickly if they qualified for the emergency wage subsidies. And we also worked quickly with the provincial government to enable merchants to accept vaccine passports at their point of sale devices. And as Elder Commanda said, entrepreneurship is about community, it's about learning from experience, and it's also about children. And so I wanted just to touch on a couple of things that Moneris is working on in the community and to grow some of these themes. You might have heard Scott say earlier today, but in 2019, Moneris and Elevate came together to launch E-commerce North, which is an incubation hub focused on scaling Canadian e-commerce businesses. Aligned with Moneris' commitment to DEI, we recruited 50% female non-binary founders, and we also recruited over 70% of our founders from underrepresented communities. And to date, E-commerce North has supported over 100 companies. This year, we actually sponsored and participated in the Bear's Lair, which is kind of like a dragon's den, but with Indigenous founders and Indigenous businesses, and actually similar to one of the other businesses we heard speak this morning. We also sponsored and participated in the Bear's Lair TV. They also put on an entrepreneurship camp with teens. So Indigenous teens came and learned how to be entrepreneurs for a week, and at the end, they actually pitched their business. So great to inspire entrepreneurship and give people tools and understanding of how being an entrepreneur works at an early age. We also recently launched our Call for Small campaign, enabling small businesses in their communities to apply and win grants. And in closing, I want to reiterate what others have said earlier today, which is that SMBs are the backbone of Canadian economy as well as our communities. And you will be the key to facing the challenges that lie ahead, and you will be the reason we emerge stronger. And we're here to help. And to take up Rick Spence's challenge, I want to put it out there, please reach out to me or Scott or anyone at Moneris, and we'd like to know how it's going and how Moneris can help. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kayla.
Amazing, and thank you so much to the entire Moneris team for all of their support today. We would not have been able to put on this event without your fabulous speakers and without the energy and the support that is so clear in their intention to help small businesses start and operate. So it is now my pleasure to welcome our two panelists for this session. Our first panelist, since joining Export Development Canada in 2014, Mairead Lavery has put values and ethics at the center of her leadership approach. Appointed president and CEO in February of 2019, Mairead set out 3 pillars for her leadership. 1, champion for trade. 2, environmental, social, and governance responsibility. And 3, inclusion, diversity, and equity. These values are a centerpiece for her and EDC's business agenda. Under her direction, Canada's Export Credit Agency has pursued ambitious objectives, achieving strong growth and helping more Canadians do business in 200 markets around the world, while generating over $100 billion in trade and investment annually. In 2020, EDC became a major contributor to the Government of Canada's COVID-19 economic response, helping deliver billions of dollars in liquidity to companies across Canada. EDC also stands as the single largest financier of Canadian clean tech. I'm not sure if many of you know that. A proud supporter of women-owned and women-led businesses, and regularly ranks among Canada's top 100 employers. Right, welcome to the Startup Day stage. Come join me and have a seat. Wonderful, round of applause. Thank you. Amazing. Recognized as a mobilizing leader with a keen sense of strategy, Isabelle Hudon has systematically brought an ambitious and resolutely action-oriented vision to all of the organizations that she has led. She was appointed president and CEO of BDC in August 2021 after serving as ambassador of Canada to France and Monaco for 4 years and holding positions of president and CEO for Quebec and senior vice president for Canada of Sun Life Financial. Driven by a strong desire to increase the organization's contribution to the country's development through its entrepreneurs, she is accelerating the deployment of multiple initiatives across BDC that will enable the organization to increase its impact and contribute to a fair, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. In addition to her duties at BDC, Ms. Hudon has served as the personal representative of the Prime Minister of Canada for La Francophonie since 2017, and is the co-founder of the A Effect and co-chair of the Ordre de Montréal's Council. She is also behind BDC's very newly announced Thrive Venture Fund and Lab for Women, an investment fund armed with $500 million, yes, $500 million, the largest of its kind in the world. Woo, yeah, absolutely. Meant to ensure women entrepreneurs have access to everything they need to thrive and have a lasting impact on the economy. Isabelle, welcome to the Startup Day stage. Ooh. Amazing. See? Okay, just give me a moment before these papers fall. There we go. Okay, so I'm switching from the podium to the much more comfortable seat over here. Welcome. Thank you so much both for joining us on the Startup Day stage. It is an absolute pleasure to have you both here. So as I mentioned in the introduction, we want to get a bit of a perspective and some context around the current trends in the entrepreneurship landscape. I would love to pose this question to both of you and what you're seeing at this moment in time as we look at sort of economic recovery and coming out of the pandemic. Mairead, would you like to begin?
Sure. I'm live now. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're the last sort of event on the stage, so we're going to try and pump up the energy a little bit. Mind you, when you start with what are the trends, it sort of is a bit of a negative question to start with. Certainly what's top of mind, and I'm going to start there, is inflation, is interest rates, it's labor, it's regulations. There's a lot that entrepreneurs are dealing with just at this minute, including supply chain, and then you bring in geopolitics, which is having an impact on all of the above. And that is absolutely true. That is what entrepreneurs are facing today. But you can actually convert that to what are the long-term trends. So the sense of where will trade be done in the future linked to geopolitics. ESG, what does that mean as a competitive advantage or risk for you in the future? So I think we'll have to think about supply chains, we have to think about resiliency. Those are the trends we need to watch for, notwithstanding just how tough it is in the short term.
Absolutely. Isabelle.
Well, what to add? I agree with everything that Mary just shared. On the SMEs ecosystem, considering the last 2 years, some could believe that the ecosystem was disruptive and has been disruptive. I can attest that the ecosystem was disrupted, but the ecosystem resisted. And what the ecosystem and all of you entrepreneurs en devenir will need to think about what do we need to do differently, or what should we continue to do differently, because the pandemic did not give you any choice or give ourselves any choice. We had to reinvent ourselves and to accept that what was impossible before became possible. From my perspective, that's what I keep from the pandemic. Not that I don't remember that it was painful, not to remember that it was tough on the economy, but I'm someone very much comfortable with change. And I think that the pandemic proved us that we waited way too long to do things differently, and we believed way too long that the impossible was possible. And out of nowhere, in over 24 hours, everything that was impossible, especially within government. I remember I was ambassador. I'll tell you a story. I was in France when the pandemic hit, and I was coming from the private sector, so every day, not to say every minute, I was asking my new colleagues, public servants, like, why can we do this? Why can we do that? Especially on the trade side. And the answers were like, it's impossible. We don't have the budget. That's not how we do this. It's not secure. Well, overnight, when the pandemic hit, I remember I got a call, oh my God, you have to create your profile for the digital signature. I was like, well, I've been asking that like for 3 years. And it was not secure, and we did not have the budget. And I don't want to point fingers to anyone here. It was well-intentioned when the answer was given to me before that it was impossible, but overnight, it became not only possible, but urgent. So to add to what Murray said, the environment completely changed. Brought us into a highly disruptive environment, but we should keep in mind that we've experienced quite a positive experience through that pandemic where we've changed the way we were and that we are doing things. And I'm talking to a crowd that is quite used and open to this. Like entrepreneurs, every day I call you dreamers and doers. You dream big, and you're convinced that you will change the world. You just don't know when. And you do everything possible to deliver on your dreams.
I love that. Necessity, the mother of invention.
Yeah, can I just weigh in on what Isabel was doing? And I think it's a great example. But the one thing that's underlying all of that is technology. And we see it with manufacturing, we see it with anyone who produces something. The fact that if they had more automation, if they had more technology, it made them more resilient during the crisis. So a digital signature is a good example, you know. And yeah,
it's a very small example.
Yeah, but it is a good example, right? Yeah. So even your payment systems, how you integrate in procurement, all of that became much more easy with technology. And I think that's the things that we have to remember. And the previous panel talked about that, how it built resilience. And I think it's at this time that then you look to what are those trends for the future and say, if only I had have done it a little bit sooner. And I think it applies to all of us, whatever size of entrepreneur you are or whatever size of company you have.
And all that brought us into a kind of new world where recession is not being defined the same way. Inflation, of course, but recession, it's pretty, like you have to look back in old textbooks to find a recession with full employment. It's kind of difficult to bring all that together. And I was speaking with one of my colleagues earlier this week, and what we are seeing coming from the SMEs, and probably the same from larger organizations, is that SMEs are not facing revenue challenges, but costs challenges hurting the bottom line. And it did not happen often to have to deal with this. So to go back, we went from we went to Paris to come back to Ottawa on your question, but I would say that that's what we need to think about. As it's a very unique crisis, we'll need to find very unique answers, and we'll need to open some unique doors to get out of that crisis.
I love that. And I think one of the key themes that has really been discussed at length today is the value of partnerships. And we're approaching partnerships in completely different ways, in ways that we did not think were possible pre-pandemic, exploring really creative solutions, leveraging technology from various private sector partners, et cetera. There's so much inspiration in this entire entrepreneurship ecosystem. We've obviously been connecting with many EDC leaders and BDC leaders throughout today's session, but I think it would be really helpful to understand in your partnership, why are your services so complementary to each other? And we look at two really key entrepreneur support organizations. What is that secret sauce? Why are both of your organizations such a great combination that we should be really providing to entrepreneurs?
The short answer is we're a good partner because we don't do the same thing, but we serve the same clients.
And we work hard at it, which is one of the tricks of partnership, to actually get that sort of clarity. So we support companies on different parts of their journey. So we're focused on export, but it's actually making sure that no matter what door our companies and entrepreneurs come to us, that we can get them to the right place on their journey and where they need. So we're very clear within our teams and our organizations, it actually doesn't matter who serves the customer as long as their need is met. And that's the most important perspective. So we share many things. We share intelligence. We talk about trends. Our teams work together. We design products together because we're truly trying to say, where do we leverage each other's skill set the best? And I think that's what we need to do with all partners.
So EDC is taking care of a good portion of all about exportation. While we do financing, we offer advisory services, and we're an investor into the VC world. And very often we will serve the same client, but for different needs. And I would hope that way much more SMEs would think about export as a growth as a growth option, and I would love to send more and more of our clients towards EDC because that would mean that we get a higher percentage of SMEs to export. But the complement between EDC and BDC is simple on paper. And I hope you will agree with me, Marie. I think that we're better with the client experience, but not there yet. As much as we're leading two organizations with our business processes, with our team, and we do get along very well. We know what we know what we don't know, but we have potential and maybe existing clients in the room, so I don't want to overplay how exceptional the client experience is, but I do think that we're getting better.
Well, we don't share data, right? So that's where it starts, right? Actually understanding. But I do
because
think
we're not allowed.
Because we're not allowed, to be very clear. But I think this is an important discussion vis-a-vis government, right? And everyone is, what are government programs? And you end up with these specialities in government, and it does. I used to call it the alphabet soup, right? Because everything had a C in it, so Canada was in it somewhere. But who exactly to go to at the right point in time. And it's very true to say that that's not easy for entrepreneurs. They spend a lot of time they don't have actually trying to figure out how we can help them. And that's what we have to get much better at. And hopefully technology will help us do that.
Agreed, and I think events like this are so beautiful that you can actually see the leaders, you can understand their perspective, you can meet some of the incredible colleagues that can really sort of connect them boots on the ground.
That. Entrepreneurs tell us exactly what we're getting wrong.
Oh, I'm sure.
we hear it all.
Which is welcome.
Which is great, right? Yeah. Because otherwise we can't improve.
Agreed. And so when we look at existing gaps, obviously we've talked at length about different gaps in support for SMEs, areas where Canada really needs to step up and better support. We've done a tremendous amount, particularly during the pandemic, but we still have a ways to go. What are EDC and BDC doing in this moment to really address some of these gaps in SME growth? I mentioned a really incredible announcement that Isabel and her team made, I guess, 2-3 weeks ago at the Elevate conference in Toronto. Tell us a little bit about that initiative, Isabel, and other initiatives.
And I like that you said $500 million and not 500 million, even if it's the same, but the impact of a $500 million is there, but we have not taken the decision to go with a $500 million platform just because it resonates big and bold, but because 5 years ago, we've launched a fund for women in tech called Women in Tech, totally dedicated to women entrepreneurs. At the time, I was not at the table, but we can guess what the naysayers were saying / said. Oh my God, you're not gonna find enough opportunities to invest the 200 million. Second of all, it's not gonna deliver the same high value / return that usually the funds would, and even more. Well, you know what? After 4 years, not 5 years, but after 4 years, the challenge we were faced with is that there was too many opportunities for not enough money. Not enough money being 200 million. So based on that experience, I've challenged my colleagues to come back with something highly ambitious and aspirational. And that's when and how we've announced a few weeks ago the $500 million platform. And why? Well, because it's a wise business decision to invest in women entrepreneurs.
Yep, that deserves applause, absolutely.
And it's not only a good decision, but it's a wise decision.
Love that.
And back to your question, it does address a specific need with a clientele that is not receiving the support they need. There's other of those underserved clientele, especially Black entrepreneurs, Indigenous entrepreneurs, newcomers, entrepreneurs. So there's specific clientele that at BDC, over the next few years, we will specifically target to serve them better and to grow the SMEs ecosystem, and also to transform all those entrepreneurs as solid client for other investors and, why not, other financial institutions.
Absolutely. And for the founders in the room who are looking, where do I apply? What are the details? Can you give us a quick rundown of the 3 pillars?
All on our website.
All on the website.
And the 3 pillars of the platform is there's 300 million reserved to invest directly in companies, and we're sector agnostic. So it's
huge.
Exactly. We're not looking for only companies in technology, though VC is all about technology, but we're sector agnostic. We also have reserved 100 million to invest in funds where we see female GP and female at the table taking decision on where they will invest. Because numbers are there to show that when there's women at the table, they do consider a wider varieties of options. And there's another envelope of 100 million that we will dedicate to a lab. Because we see trailblazers, female trailblazers, not yet being ready to receive VC money. So very early stage, but we want to transform those trailblazers into entrepreneurs that will qualify to receive VC money, and faster and bigger.
Unbelievable. It is such an exciting announcement, and I think that the industry agnostic element is really important, and that's come up throughout today's conversation, that we're not just investing in the same type of founder, that we're really exploring and diversifying how we support different women-led businesses and beyond. So incredible, Isabel. We're so delighted. Mairead, what's EDC up to?
To a lot of things. Yeah, it's sort of quite hard to pinpoint.
Question.
Yeah, it is a big question. I think I'll go back to your original question, and then I'll get to EDC. Like EDC and BDC, we're there to create or
to fill gaps. So that was your question, where are the gaps? And very clearly, Isabel, with your new platform, you're highlighting that there is a gap here. And what we're truly trying to get is to an inclusive financial community where actually there aren't gaps. Mainstream providers actually will go. So if we go in and invest in companies and show the way and de-risk it, all of a sudden, you know, we have a guarantee program that we're working with the banks so that we guarantee them so that they start to learn how to support and that this ecosystem grows, because you can't always just rely on two players. So we really want to see ecosystem growth, and it depends where is the gap at the point in time. For many entrepreneurs, if I go back to the export, their gap is actually in understanding the markets they're going into, understanding the risk. So sometimes it's not even a financial solution. It's a connection into that market, into a customer in that market. It can be information on a specific how to do business in India. Like, it can be that sort of activity, and together with financial support. I'll go back to one of my trends. One of the areas where I feel we have the largest gap at the moment is on climate, is on the environment. I think our entrepreneurs, while they understand it and they perhaps see it in their personal life, they're not yet seeing both the challenge and the risk that that presents to their business model, as well as the opportunity. In Canada, we have so many competitive advantages in the climate space, linked to the electricity we use to produce our products, or power our service, linked to our labor standards and our workers' rights. You can trust that products and services made in Canada are actually done ethically. So there's a huge competitive advantage, and that we're not actually using. That's a huge gap at the minute, and I want to really help entrepreneurs sell that when they go abroad. Because if you're competing with someone who made their product built on a coal-fired power station and you're not sure there's child labor in their product, all of a sudden you have a proposition that I think the consumer is getting much more familiar with and want. So for me, the largest gap that I see and that we need to help, and certainly are leaning in on, is how can we help entrepreneurs take advantage of this huge disruption that's happening at the moment. And, you know, it's like any disruption, it comes with its challenges and its opportunities. So for me, that's where we're trying to focus.
Oh, I thought we were... No, fabulous. And I think all the entrepreneurs in the room are ready to seize that moment. That's entrepreneurship, right? You're looking at, you know, the current markets, looking for those opportunities, and you're seizing them in that moment. And it's incredible to see the continuous momentum, even after all the hurdles that so many of you have gone through in the last couple of years. This momentum is still really, really admirable. And we have so much passion and energy, both from the support organizations that help you to start and scale, and from the business ideas that you're creating. So there's lots of support across that whole space. Isabel?
I also think that the pandemic convinced many of you that were dreaming, or no, that were thinking about becoming entrepreneur to become entrepreneur. Mm-hmm. I think that, well, staying at home or living elsewhere, I think that there's a even more important traction towards entrepreneurship, and that's why EDC, BDC, Married, myself, and our team need to be way much more out there listening to the evolving needs of the entrepreneurs and be there to answer the needs and to adapt. I really feel that it's up to our organization to adapt versus trying to force only one way of doing things to the entrepreneurs. It takes agility.
Yes.
And well, yeah. That's it.
Well, and some myth busting as well, Isabel, even in our own organizations. Like EDCs, we're up to, I think we have like half the clients of BDC. We're at like 30,000 clients. 74% of them are small business. And people are like, do small businesses export? Hello, right?
Look at that table over there.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So equally, we've got to myth bust. Like, can small business do this? Like, what are they and really learn what their needs are and help build the confidence and de-risk it for them to take these next steps through all of our products.
And while Marie is on numbers, I will follow on her step, but we have 95,000 clients. Some could say, wow, that's big. And that's how I was welcomed to the organization a year and a half ago. My colleague said, Isabel, it's incredible. We're now serving 75,000. Last year was 75,000 clients. This year is 95,000. And over the last 5 years, we've doubled the number of clients. But when you do compare 75 or 95,000 clients to the total of SMEs in Canada being 1.2 million, some could question, of course, the conventional or the banks and other financial institutions are there to support not the rest of the 1.2, but a portion of the 1.2 million. But studies of ours show that there's probably 500,000, of entrepreneurs and SMEs that are not today getting the support 100%. They need from financial institutions. And so that's where we need to grow our client base, not only just to brag that we have like 200,000 clients, not at all, but there's a road to a path in front of us, and we need to do better to serve a greater number of specific clients.
Agreed.
I mean, yeah, so I love this numbers, and Isabel and I could go all day, but like I just heard yesterday that actually in Canada, 10% of the population is what's considered unbanked. So they're not part of the main banked financial system in Canada. So 10%, and that's there for a cash economy. And then you think, well, how does that company grow? So you're absolutely right, Isabel. It's not about that type of number, but it's how do we actually make the whole of the Canadian population access the growth that trade will bring them to, that entrepreneurship will bring them, the security that will bring to them in terms of health and jobs, etc. Like there's an incredible social license that is generated by actually, promoting these types of businesses and supporting them. So it's a bigger agenda than just the numbers that we support. There's a lot going on that's really important to our economy and the country overall.
Agreed. And today we were gathering our startup community leaders from across Canada, our Startup Global finalists who are entering onto the global podium. We have our Startup Women Advocacy Network as well that BDC has supported, champions from every province and territory. We have incredible perspectives here and lots of listening ears. If you had one piece of advice, I'll close with this, to help either give confidence or a piece of inspiration to help all of those business owners take on the global stage, represent Canada, and shout from the rooftops how incredible our businesses are in this country. What's sort of your one piece of advice for those that are looking to sort of start and scale and take up that podium?
Be on it, be on it, be on it, and export. I'm doing some promotion. I'm doing some promotion for EDC, but I've been saying this for the last 20 years. Export needs to be part of your dream to be an entrepreneur and to deliver value and to grow. Our country is the second largest country in the world with only 40 million of population. I lived in France for 4 years. It's 80 million of population on a territory that would fit 4 times in the province of Quebec. Wow. Yeah. So we need, and you cannot imagine how we are admired, loved abroad, and how the trust factor is immediate when we talk about Canadian and Canadian entrepreneur. So I'm not like, what I'm posing in front of you is not necessarily and specifically only related to BDC, but think about selling abroad and not only in Canada.
I love it. Right.
Yeah, so I think I feel as if I have the entrepreneur challenge with that question, which is, well, Isabel's helped me out because she's gone for one of mine, but it's like there's so many things that you want. So I think when you asked me the question, what went through my head first was ask for help. Ask your fellow entrepreneurs, ask us, ask government. Like, don't hesitate. There is no bad question. There's no wrong door. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? It's a no, right? But you've tried. Like, so I do think there's lots of support, and keep telling us what you need. So my mind really, truly went there. But then I thought, I can't not say technology. Like, I truly believe that technology adoption is going to be the thing that differentiates companies moving forward. We don't have enough labor supply in Canada to actually support all our entrepreneurs. Technology can help with that. It can help with export. It can help with efficiency. It can help with lots of business challenges. And I just think it's a prerequisite. And if you're not there today, you got to be there.
Can I add one?
Sure, go for it.
Specifically for the woman in the room.
Yes, please.
And I don't think that the man will need to hear this from me, but take it if you want it. For all of you women in the room, ask for money, and when you ask for money, go for double of what you think you should ask.
That's great. Yeah, round of applause for that. I love that.
Because all your male friends, when they come to the table, they come with many zeros beside what they ask.
Well, they assume they're going to get it to start with, right? So it is about mindset and confidence, right? So totally agree, Isabel.
100%.
Double the number.
Double the number. That's your action item, everybody. All the women in the room in your next conversation. Thank you so much, Mairead. Thank you so much, Isabel. I could speak to you for hours. This is so inspiring. Also incredible that we have 2 women leaders at the helm of 2 of our partner organizations, which is exceptional. And you have been so supportive of Startup Canada since the very beginning. And it's such an honor to be sitting with you here today.
And kudos to you, Kyra.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Enjoy the cocktail.
Yes, oh, I will enjoy the cocktail. That's for sure. Thank you so much. Okay, now back to my podium. I'll leave the microphone. Wonderful powerhouses. I'm so inspired by the leadership of Isabel and Mairead and the teams that they work with every single day. They work with the Startup Canada team, and they are truly exceptional. They are here to help. They are here to connect you with various resources. So when they say ask for help, they truly do mean it. So we are coming to the end of our day. My goodness, I cannot believe it. We are going to be ending with our most exciting announcement of the day. Startup Canada team, can I get a quick thumbs up that we are ready to share the final results? Isabel, are we good? Okay, wonderful. So it is the moment that we have been waiting for, that our Startup Global finalists in particular have been waiting for. And we are going to be announcing the 2022 Startup Global Pitch Competition Grand Finale winners. Amazing. Round of applause. So these 11 semifinalists really are the epitome of thoughtful innovation, incredible disruption that we have just been mentioning again and again, and businesses that are going to enter that global stage and really give Canada the recognition that it deserves internationally on that podium. So right now, they're backstage, they're in the back, so I would love to give the biggest round of applause that we have had all day. I know we're at the end of the day, but we can muster up this extra energy to thank them for their courage, for their enthusiasm, for their bravery coming onto this stage, some of them doing this for the first time, so that they feel the love from the ecosystem that we know that we feel. So huge round of applause. Bigger, bigger, or a standing ovation. Everyone's welcome to stand up as well. That's great. Stand on up. Woo! Yeah, keep it going. Keep it going. Okay, great. So, do we have our fabulous Paul Gaspar and the rest of our judges here as well? Sorry, I can't see at the moment. Do we have them over here, Isabel? Oh, they're coming. Oh, wow. I was like, those are very large bags that Paul and the UPS team are carrying. So we love swag. We love all of the materials that both of our finalists and our incredible partners have provided. So we have a tremendous amount of support and physical items to give to our Startup Global finalists today. So thank you so much to all of our judges for carrying this up to the stage. So Paul has had the honor of doing this, I think, for the last 5 or 6 years now, maybe, which is probably the most fun part of his job that he gets to do, is announce the finalists. It's absolutely the most fun. So I'm going to invite all of the judges back on stage. We can maybe just stand up. I think we're fine with that. And Paul is going to take the microphone to announce our 3 winners. So a quick reminder, we have our first place, $30,000. Our second place, $15,000, and our third place, $10,000. I don't even know who the winners are, so I'm actually just as excited as all of you are at the moment. So Paul, are you ready? Yes, I can get it for you right now. Somewhere. I'm so sorry, Global finalists. We've got lots of pages. Hold on, give me 1 second. I think it's down there.
It might be our opportunity to do the karaoke we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and just remind them that the cash is in the bag.
It's in the bag. Don't say that yet. Don't say that yet.
Okay, we're not trying to be cruel. We promise. It's like the Oscars. It's just very stressful. All right, Paul, there is your script. And then Isabel, or I think you know these guys. Yeah, okay.
I think so. Actually, no, I don't.
No, okay.
Yeah. Do you mind?
Sure.
Do you mind? Just give us another minute. Actually, we got more bags. I'm trying to think where the rest of the bags are. They're at the bottom? Okay, so I'll ad-lib while we're getting that ready. Again, the finalists, I mean, wow. Bravo. Yes, absolutely. As Kayla said, I've been doing this for 5 years. Armin, you've been doing this, what, for 3 years? 3 years already. It does not get easier. I think it gets harder. And it's just so impressive to see these amazing ideas and the solutions you're solving. And what we've noticed, and I think about this all the time, it's in some cases you're starting locally, could be in your province, could be in Canada, but really a lot of the solutions that are being solved, they're global. And it wasn't just these pitch competition, but just when we're talking to businesses in Canada in general, all of these ideas really can go global in nature, which is so phenomenal, such a good thing. What we've got here is a little token of thank you for all of the finalists. I believe that the Trade Commissioner Services, thank you, actually provided some stuff to you last night. And if you didn't get that, we'll make sure that gets to you as well too. There are a couple items in here as well too from our friends from EDC. And then as you can tell from the bag, and there's a few other goodies in there as well too, from UPS as well too. So again, in our books, you're all winners for what you're doing. So again, congratulations to all the finalists. Okay, so just like my president, I got to put on and take off glasses, same thing. Must be a UPS thing, I guess. As a reminder, each winner today will receive an exclusive in-kind support from Startup Canada's expansive partnership network on top of the cash prizes as well too. So it's not just the 30, the 15, and the 10,000 that's being handed out. Again, the third prize, as we indicated, will receive the $10,000 amount, followed by second place getting 15, of course, first place $30,000, which hopefully will really help a business, a startup, continue whatever path they're on right now. Every pitcher that we have seen today should be extremely proud, as we already indicated, of their accomplishments. And of course, I look forward to following along with your continued success, and we will. I'm in contact with pitch winners from the first year, 5 years ago, and seeing where they're at, winners from last year, and it's just amazing to see the progression from all of them. So you'll be seeing a lot more of us. It's not just today. So we're going to keep following you and hopefully helping you with that journey as well. So let's start announcing some of these winners. Yeah. The third place winner for the Startup Global Pitch Competition Grand Finale taking home the $10,000 cash in prize, and I'm going to mess up the name because I'm just terrible with names, is, how do you pronounce it? Arbre? Arbre. 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 It looks real, but it's not. We'll get you the real one.
Yes, high fives. Love it. And to all of our finalists, we also have some incredible art from our friend Patrick Hunter, an incredible Indigenous artist, and they indicate Startup Global finalists. So all of the top finalists will be receiving this piece of art to frame proudly in their homes.
Good job. Okay, coming in second place in the Startup Global Pitch Competition and taking home now the $15,000 prize is Pragmatic. Congratulations, Pragmatic. I can't remember the business name. I think the best part she has in her hand already.
You don't know what's in the bag. Congratulations.
Okay. This is what we were all waiting for, right? Who is the first place winner? So it's my honor on behalf of, you know what? How about we give our judges another round of applause too? So, all right? Do you notice any bruises on any of us from deliberating at all, or no? No. I will say this though, with the grand prize winner, there was a lot of deliberation that took place downstairs, especially with the second and third place. But in all honesty, it was unanimous as far as who the grand prize winner is. So that shows a lot for this business. So everyone, please, again, help me celebrating the grand prize winner, first place, for the 2022 Startup Global Pitch Competition. The winner, they know already. RetinaLogik, there we go.
Good, that's all mine. Thank you so much to all of our global finalists. Our team is going to be distributing the swag bags, more of our artwork from Patrick Hunter, and we look forward to celebrating with all of you for the incredible work that you've done today. Everybody is a winner. Thank you, everyone, from the bottom of my heart for joining us here today. It has been so special to be joined by the incredible Rick Spence as my co-host. Round of applause for Rick.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And it's just been such an incredible day to finally meet so many of you in person. I just want to quickly thank again UPS, the Trade Commissioner Service, and Export Development Canada, our co-presenting partners for Startup Global, in addition to our national partners, FIT, Scotiabank, and MasterCard, who joined us as judges. Thank you so much for your support of that program, and congrats, everybody. Yeah, woo!
I just want to say something about Kayla. She's brought so much energy to this. The whole team has brought so much energy to it, but Kayla's done so much to inject new excitement and new vision into Startup Canada. She's done a great job. And she got married on Saturday. I don't know how she does it. Honeymoon's next month. No time, right? Entrepreneurs never have any time. So we've had an amazing day today. We've had entrepreneurs, government leaders, business leaders, support organizations all come together to talk about the challenges. We're not sugarcoating anything today. All the challenges facing entrepreneurs and the tremendous opportunities out there if we can get this right. The theme was empowering Canada's entrepreneurship ecosystem. Okay, not the coolest, easiest to say theme ever, but so important because Hillary Clinton said it takes a village, it takes a community to raise a business. And we're all members of that community, and we have to keep going forward together. And I think we've really seen, we've seen real people on stage talking about how they help this community, how they want to see it move forward. We've seen real people show how much they really care. And as entrepreneurs, it's up to you to get as much as you can out of this community. They can only reach out so far. You have to reach in. And when you do that, the whole community grows and gets stronger and stronger.
I love that.
Do you?
I do. Okay. I do, Rick. Amazing. So, without further ado, our day is closed. Thank you so much, everyone. And we'll look forward to seeing you in person for many,
Wait a minute. Excuse me.
Go
Just a
ahead.
sec.
Oh, that was actually not staged. That was a genuine full
8 hours ago, we promised you a little bit more information, but the minister was on a strict time schedule, so we didn't have time for it. We just wanted to announce that Startup Canada, which started with an incredible, ambitious tour across 10 provinces and 3 territories 10 years ago, Startup Canada is returning to its roots. There will be a Startup Canada tour next year, going across the country, coming to meet you where you are, to bring the sense of community, the sense of energy, the sense of mutual understanding and commitment and inspiration. We're going to come and bring it and take it to Main Street all across Canada, and we can't wait to meet all of you and see you there.
Agreed. So stay tuned for more details.
All right.
It's super, super exciting. Thank you so much, everyone. Cheers. Have a great rest of your day.